sir, had a fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non tiene buon monterà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza quando donna mia va di nuovo, con veloce quando ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in its beak shelan.
was blind, but now I see those grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht get wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht get wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go.
Welcome one and all to some more MESWA qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 26. We're going to be trying to figure out which team from this region will go all the way into DreamLeague. And my name is Snare to bring you this action, and I'm joined by the sexy, the pretty, the Emmy Award-winning Lizard. How you doing, brother?
You're Emmy Award-winning, not me. Both of us are. Right? I think so. Yeah, 2 different years, 2 different Emmy Awards. I'm doing fine. I just woke up maybe 20 minutes ago. I'm taking it real slow. I mean, I woke up at 6 a.m., made myself some grub, and then went to sleep again. So, waiting for some good old Dota to be played here in the MESWA region. First things that feeds my brain is Dota.
You know, it's one of these addictions that we all have, right? It's like, I was trying to explain to a friend, like my mom the one time, she was asking me, she's like, oh, I came back from an event, you know, we're working there. And she's like, what are you doing now? Oh, I'm just relaxing. I'm playing some Dota. She's like, wait, you're playing Dota? I'm like, yes. Weren't you just working Dota? I'm like, yes. She's like, oh, okay, cool. The next day I talked to her. She's like, what are you doing? I got tired of playing, so I'm relaxing. I'm watching a tournament. Oh, what tournament? Dota. It's like all day, every day. That's all we do in this industry. You gotta love this game. It is the best one. I'm hoping for some good games, but we might not get them because if any of you don't know, the unfortunate reality of this particular region is that there are a lot of people that have, let's just say, external issues that prevent them from playing the game as they want. And right now, it does seem like one of our competitors is experiencing that same issue, which is unfortunate, right? Because they won a game yesterday, and then they were forced to forfeit their second game. this must be a really tough way to exit a tournament. Imagine, Liz, you're eliminated despite having 100% win rate in a tournament.
It's sad. It truly is. I'm just waiting for someone to show up in the lobby and see what's gonna happen. But it plagues this region, right? Like, this is something that we have seen in the last couple of qualifiers, and now the same thing continues once more. We have unfortunately, a lot of issues with electricity, with internet and stuff. And it's not so easily solved because most of these players are also playing in internet cafes. So you go into an internet club, you try to play, the whole internet club loses electricity and you cannot play, right? Like, all your friends. I had the same situation here a long time ago. Like, we lost electricity while during a tournament. Like, it was a LAN, and of course, the esports scene wasn't as developed. This was like pre-2010, just so you understand, and like maybe 2008 or something. And we were like, okay, so are we gonna move somewhere? Are we gonna wait for the electricity to come back? And the organizers were like, no, the LAN is off. We're calling it off. I think honestly, I have my crazy conspiracy mind on that they did it themselves, because the LAN attracted a very low amount of people. Their marketing was shit, but their prizes were kind of insane for that time. Like a full team gets a trip to, I don't know, like Egypt or something. Like you get the vacation and stuff. So yeah. No conspiracy theories in this region, though. I feel like people are just having issues, unfortunately. Like you said, 100% win rate, and you're out of the tournament. Feels bad, man.
You can sort of relate as well. In South Africa, we've had a lot of these kind of issues. We once got eliminated from a tournament, right? It was one of these where we were trying to qualify, and then we're in the last game of the qualifiers. We win this game, we end up going through to the tournament. Everybody's happy, and then one of our players lost electricity, so he had to travel to somebody else's house to try and play there. But they messed up like how they were logging in. I think he logged in with like the friend Steam account and just changed his name, right? He didn't like log in with his own account. So afterwards they gave us, even though we had our webcams on and everything, they gave us the def loss. They were like, no. You had to do this and this and this. So unfortunately, these things do happen. They plague the entire world, more so this region than any other. And unfortunately, you're asking for somebody to come in. I don't see anybody having made an entrance. So I believe they've got like a couple of minutes to go before we will be looking at a automatic forfeiture, which, unfortunate as it is, I can at least confirm for everybody that later today, later in the upper bracket final, we will have a full series. Enigma Galaxy versus Virtus Pro is going to be playing. None of them are going to have any infrastructure issues. Both of them are like massive organizations. They will make sure that they have everything in order to allow their players to play the best Dota. We didn't get to see Enigma yesterday, but they did apparently yet again get themselves a quick 11-minute victory. So that's the second time that they've done it this region. From the last LAN that you saw Enigma playing, we didn't see them yesterday. How far do you think their level, let me rephrase. How much of their level that you saw last time of them playing do you expect it to have increased in this particular qualifier?
Quite a lot, I think. Maybe they had some issues when it comes to drafts and stuff, but overall they looked solid. I do believe that they have what it takes to win this qualifier and maybe do a bit better in the upcoming tournament. I really think that. Like, of course, they're more stable now that Ghost is more or less a permanent position 1 solution for them. So I expect that to be a big deal for Enigma Galaxy. Also, they needed some time to adapt to the patch and stuff, so I expect it to be better. Like, if they manage to qualify, by the way, because Chimera was always an issue for them, and now it's kind of similar, right?
Pretty much the exact same team. Speaking of Enigma, one thing that I've been really liking about their journey as a team is mostly the journey of Ghost, right? Remember when I first started doing DPC? When was it? What year was that? 2021, 2022? I don't even remember. But he first started coming up at the time, playing for Extreme Gaming, I believe, initially. And it took a while for him to like really get going, right? I remember him and Lo were the standout like new kids on the block, and Lo found success much faster than he did after leaving. But Ghost did one of the things that not many Chinese players do, right? Stepped outside of the region, back to play in C, left, went to play now in the MENA region. And we don't get to see these kind of success stories all that often, right? Like, we have a long laundry list of failed wonder kids in Dota. So for me, it's just, no matter what happens with Nigma, whenever they succeed, I'm just happy to be like, get to see tenacity actually have results in the long term, which is something that we don't always get to see in Dota.
Yeah, you don't often get to see it, but whoever has it, I feel like, does eventually come out on top. It's just a matter of time and matter of are you able to pursue your dreams for that long and continue playing. Just even look at Liquid, right? And the boys that just won TI. These guys have been grinding it hard for the longest time to get to where they are. And a lot of different players have done that so as well. But you also have to grind smart, right? And that's another thing. It isn't only about hitting your head into the wall a million times. You need to find a solution, maybe talk to the wall, maybe find what's bothering him so that he moves out of the way and you can pass through. I think that you have to be that other person, right? Like someone that improves on his own mistakes. Like me, hey, you can give me 100 more years, I'd stay at the same level because I'm too stubborn. And that's just the way it is. I recognize that on time.
You're like, this is how I am. This is how I'm going to play Dota. You know, this is my style. It's set in stone. I'm sorry. Sometimes you climb the leaderboard a little bit, but sometimes you go right back down and there's no real change. Yeah. I think, that's a good example of what you're talking about, of being able to just be smart about what happens. So you mentioned like the Team Liquid guys, man. The Team Liquid guys did a very smart thing. For years, they had like a bunch of different coaches, but I think they really started to find proper success when they're like, all right, guys, we are just sticking together. Us was sticking together. We're going to find out what our problems are. What's our problem with our coaching style? What's our problem with how we draft? And after that, if you're able to sit down and be honest with yourself in that process, like able to like diagnose those mistakes, but also actually address them, because like you say, a large part of us might want to be like, no, I recognize this is not getting me results, but I still prefer doing it in this way. So you have to step outside of yourself, like you say, and say, all right, adjust your course, young man, do something different. Otherwise, you're just going to keep languishing in the bottom of your career, despite the fact that you have enough capability to be at the top.
Absolutely. And you talked about them sticking together as well. I feel like that's one of the more important aspects too. And by the way, we're speaking a lot about them, but we have a team here. They're called Crab Restaurant. They're they ain't much, but they are a proud team. And we should talk about them a little bit. Sailor T, Reflect, Silent 404, MMD Gorb. They played yesterday versus Virtus Pro. Their games were maybe not the longest, but they did put up a fight. They did.
I will say, what actually really impressed me? Right? I was impressed by the carry player, really impressed me, MMD Gorb. He played really well. That Ursa game especially that he played was very, very impressive. I think the mid lane was surprisingly close. Like, although, obviously Lormuff is going to win that matchup, he wasn't like uber dominating to the point where the game is completely unrecoverable. I think with this team, honestly, the main issue that they had yesterday was the offlane, right? And not necessarily the play in the offlane, but the heroes that they drafted. Game 1, they went for Razor. Game 2, they went for the Viper. Not the kind of heroes that, if things start going badly, can really recover in those kind of circumstances. And you could see VP start to exploit those lanes more and more and more, right? They were like, right, just constantly bring in rotations to that side of the map. We take their tower. The map is completely open super early on. I think with better drafting, the games wouldn't have been as short as they were. I think they were just like very much out. They were outplayed, yes, but the outdrafting was pretty absurd yesterday, especially in that game with I think it was game 1 where TA 2000 was playing that TA, which was insane. That was just pretty much a hard outdraft. So maybe if they get a coach, somebody to help them look over the strategies, there's some potential for Crab Restaurant,
Yeah, there's potential. I think like if their opponents do show up, this maybe has potential to go the full stretch, to go game number 3 as well. And I'm kind of sad if that does not happen, because that means they'll be facing an opponent that might be a bit stronger than them in the next round. Once more, I think they're not there yet to play the lower bracket finals though, right? If they win this one, there's still another one. Okay, so at least they'll get one extra game to play. I think that's if they don't get this one, because like honestly, these teams, I don't think that they're looking at, if they're realistic, they're not looking at taking the whole thing, right? They're looking to have fun with their friends, play some qualifiers, maybe get some good games in. And this is, I feel like the purest way of playing Dota. Dota at its purest. Like, it's competitive, but at the same time, you're not playing only to win, you're playing because you just want to hang with the boys, you know? Your name is Crab Restaurant, dude, you know? Just, you're enjoying it.
I think that's one thing that people often forget when we do competitive Dota, is it's a video game at the end of the day, right? The entire point of this enterprise is to have as much fun as humanly possible. Like, if sometimes you get to that point, I don't know if you've experienced it, you're grinding ranked, you're getting better, you're climbing, but you just stop enjoying it. You enter like 10th game of the day and you're like, dude, I actually hate this game right now. I just want to uninstall. When you get to that point, you're not really having fun anymore. So doing just meme tournaments, getting involved, naming yourself Crab Restaurant, you're just like, guys, let's hang out. We can maybe become the new Winter Bear. If we're the third best team in the country, fine. In the region, then we can start taking things more seriously. But up until that point, let's just have fun. Let's just enjoy ourselves. No pressure, right? Nobody's going to be like yelling at each other over Discord because a play went badly at some point.
Yeah, for sure. You still care? I feel like I've seen a lot of people get angry at each other even over pub games or battle cup games. So I'm sure that you still care when you're playing these kind of tournaments. It's not something that you just ignore. I've had long-time friends start hating one another over Dota, but of course they make up in the end and it's all fine. But I've seen these situations, so when you're playing here as well, I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of similar.
Dota is one of those games that can just get the most out of us in terms of the emotional range that people have within themselves. Of course, we are still waiting for our second team. We do not have any information on where they are or if they'll be available for the series at all. So whilst we try and gather that information, we are going to go into a very small break. But when we return, we're either going to be having game 2 of this particular series, or it's going to be an automatic win for the side of Crab Restaurant. But we will find out in just a few moments. So go grab some water and we'll keep in touch here in DreamLeague Season 26 Qualifiers.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. August fire Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
in
Welcome back to the MESWA Regions DreamLeague Season 26 qualifiers, where yet again we have to be the bearers of bad news. Unfortunately, Crab Restaurant, despite the fact that they were here on time, they had the full roster available, Team Silver Whisper was unable to live up to that. So sadly, they will be issued a forfeit for this entire series. So that means that the side of Crab Restaurant, they go forward, and unfortunately, Mr. Lizard, their first opponent of the day wasn't going to be a nice warm-up, a nice, close, particularly competitive game. Now they have to play Winter Bear, definitely the third best team in the entire scene and the entire region. So if you're them, give them some words of encouragement to prepare them for that series.
Well, it's Winter Bear. It isn't whatchamacallit. It isn't Nigma. It isn't Virtus Pro. Like, this is a team that they can definitely take if all the stars align. So I want to see them going all out in that in that game. I want to see them on their A game. Maybe some Huskar picks. Who knows? Maybe some cheese picks. But in any case, I do believe that this is one that they should be able to win. They should be. I'm not saying they're gonna, but they should.
Well, of course, we're going to be seeing in the future whether or not that's actually going to happen. Of course, that is going to be our next series up, as this one has been awarded as a forfeit to Crab Restaurant. Sadly, sadly for us as viewers, there's a long time between this game and the next one. It's only going to be about 3.5 hours before we see them play Winter Bear. But for Crab Restaurant, that does give them time to go and prepare, to grind out some pubs and make sure that they are in as best shape as possible for that next matchup. So everybody, go take a nap. Actually, go take a nap. Make some coffee, make some breakfast, go work on your garden, do something with your hands over the next 3.5 hours, and then join us for the next series here in the Dream League 26 qualifiers between Winter Bear and the side of Crab Restaurant.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride un gatto bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in its beak shelan.
these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. memories that fill my heart to fear and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht get wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht get wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, lass forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls and he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene a buon monterà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna, donna, donna mia, la ride un gatto bello giocondo, ciascuna cocchierà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in a spiach shelan.
Sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. But many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot, and never brocht he mind. Should old acquaintance be forgot, an old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle hits me. Dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering, tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering, tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. Eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them home to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella sore tiene buon monterà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella sore tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza donna mia venite qua, verso un bello giocondo ciascuna cocchierà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. August for Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
In
Welcome back, one and all, for some more Dota 2 action as we're about to get into another set of qualifying games for DreamLeague Season 26. Of course, within the MESWA region. And this time around, we have the Crab Restaurants who didn't get to play earlier in the day, but now they get to ply their trade up against the side of Winter Bear. Of course, Winter Bear has made a long-standing reputation for themselves as the third best team within this region. But now, the genius Admir Lizard himself is going to explain to me how the underdog team is going to come out on top.
You don't have to be genius for that. I feel like there is a high likelihood of them doing all right in this game. These aren't your rank 50s or rank 10 versus legends. These are your immortals versus immortals, and I think that anything can happen. If you remember our first series, by the way, why am I'm so tiny here? Oh, I'm a bit bigger. Yeah, the first series that we were casting, it was kind of like that, right? Like we had two immortal teams duking it out. Unfortunately, one of them lost the electricity or something, so they couldn't continue playing. I expect something like that to happen here. Not the electricity losses. I just expect a much closer match, and hopefully we will get it. Even though, like you said, one side is probably favorited, at least. Like Winter Bears looked pretty solid in the last qualifier as well.
The good news is that I'm seeing that both teams have people in the lobby right now. 3 players for both squads, so it does seem more likely than not that we're actually going to be getting this game, thank God. We need to have Dota going on right now. Talk to me about something, actually. Have you seen anything from some of the games we've seen here in MESWA that has differed in terms of the meta that you've seen in other regions?
Yeah, I have. The meta in MESWA region is chaos. It's all about that chaos, nothing else. Just duke it out, fight 24/7, insanity, pure bloodshed. It feeds these heroes. The more fights happen, the stronger the heroes are. They get like some perma buff. If you fight, you have the urge to fight even more. But you also get insanity stacks. Unfortunately, did you ever watch Green Hell or play it? Basically,
Green Hell, no? What's that?
It's like a survival game in the jungle, and basically, when you eat something bad, or when you fall, when you're hurt and you're not healing, you get like these sanity points. But they tick like silencer. It goes like -2 sanity, -2 sanity, -2 sanity. And yeah, I see something like that in the series in the MESWA region as well. It's a lot of fun, but I feel like these players, they're just like slowly getting crazy as the game progresses, and in the end, it's just full-on brawl chaos, which makes it, of course, to me at least, way more interesting than some other regions.
It is. One thing I've been very much enjoying about that chaos you mentioned is that there have been so many of these games where there'll be a very good fight. That, let's say, if you're watching, I don't know, a Liquid versus a Gaiman, right? You're like, right, they've gotten a good fight, gotten themselves a little bit of an advantage. They're going to go take Tormi, sweep down to bottom, take over this area, do this. Here, teams will win a fight, right? And then go and re-engage another one immediately and be like, nah, guys, let them respawn, we're going again. Objectives, who needs those things, right? We're going to win this game off of kills. It's been, definitely, we haven't seen as much. The interesting thing for me is that the fights don't always happen around objective points either, right? It's not like we're contesting the Torment or contesting Roshan. People are just fighting, randomly, middle of the jungle. Let's go, 5v5. We respawn, I'll port to tier 2. That same game that you were mentioning, we saw fights happening, tier 2 bottom, Radiant jungle, while the tier 1 tower is still available. And you're like, what's going on here, guys? But like you say, it makes it very entertaining. It also means that it must be very stressful games for the teams to be involved in.
It has to be, right? Like, stressful but fun for them and for us. Objective of the game is to fight. The first team that wins 50 team fights is the team that wins the game. That's how it works. So it doesn't matter if the throne falls or not. No, but all jokes aside, like, I expect a cool series. Maybe. And I hope that I'm right about Winter Bears not being that strong. Because if they are too strong, we might see another stomp. And then their next series is going to be a stomp as well, because they'll have to play versus Nigma or VP. So it would be kind of nicer if we at least witnessed one close series, a full close series.
Right now, we are just waiting for 2 players on the side of Crab Restaurant, and as soon as they get involved in the game, we're going to go straight to the draft. So they are here. We're all going to be playing. One thing I'm really looking forward to seeing as well is will Winter Bear... Yesterday, they went for that Alchemist in the offlane in the game 1 that they ended up losing. I wonder if they persist with that kind of idea. You were mentioning yesterday that you felt like Kachal just really wanted to play Alchemist, but it really felt like that side of the map was massively hamstrung. Because he was doing that. So I wonder if today they're going to still stick with Beef, but get like a more team fighting and less greedy hero on that side of the map.
Yeah, probably we won't. Maybe we will, but I don't think that's their strongest offlaner. I feel like as well that when they play this offlane Alchemist, they expected to be much stronger in that game. Well, in fact, they weren't. They were really close. The game was won, of course, because of the DC in the end. I mean, the game was won regardless, but the series was won because of the DC. So, looking forward to this one and maybe a bit more of a normal draft from them. By the way, like out of the last, did we have a single full series? We had the VP series, and that's it. The first one.
But that I don't even feel like that really counts as a full series, right? Because one of those games was just demolition derby, you know.
yeah. Both games were super quick, and like you said, demolition. Well, maybe we'll be gifted of a normal time round. Though the draft should be up soon, I hope.
Yes, indeed. Let us see if Gaben is going to bless us today with some regular, good Dota in terms of the draft, but exciting Dota in terms of the play. We have Radiant side being picked up by Crab Restaurant, Winter Bear. They opted for the second pick, having won the coin toss. So let's see what kind of options they have available to themselves. I'm imagining that since they do have the second pick, they're going to be the ones that have to ban the PA/Warlock in the first phase. We'll see if that takes place.
Yeah, so far we already have a couple of bans. It's interestingly enough, Earth Spirit, which is one thing that was played. I think Winter Bear played it, right, on mid lane. Am I correct?
I think it was them, yeah. I think it was them. Let me go check to make 100% sure.
Yeah, I think so. So they really value this hero. They like it a lot. They banned it out. So they banned out Earth Spirit, Razor, Tusk, and AA. On the other side, Beast, Warlock, and Tinker. Kinda cool. Cool bans so far. I think Crab Restaurant may be a bit more on the meta, but not with the pick. They go with the clock. So this is definitely comfort zone. And this as well, IO. I mean, these two teams, they're just picking. They're picking their own stuff, right?
I mean, I was asking you earlier about have you seen some differences in meta? Well, we get some right here. No one else is playing clock. I imagine right now you probably want to ban Dogs here if you're Winter Bear, dealing with this clockwork, and you're playing with the IO, right? You don't want to give them a hero that can prop them up with auras, and you just relocate onto like the vacuum wall. That's kind of annoying sometimes. But what do you think it is about the IO? I've seen some clockwork in this meta, but I've seen practically zero IO. Talk to me about what you feel about this hero right now.
I honestly don't think it's terrible. The problem with IO is like there's too many heroes that are good against him that are being played. The hero itself might be alright, but there's Ancient Apparition in that's played all the time. There is this Disruptor isn't that much. I just played versus Disruptor, so it's in my head. Disruptor isn't played so much, but Silencer is. AA is. There's another one. What other? I can't remember, but there's another hero that's
Warlock,
really good.
Jakiro.
Warlock as well is good. Jakiro isn't bad. Like all position 5s are good against IO and the combos. But IO tiny, old school, strong, basically timeless. I would say like one of those combos that works in any single meta. So MESWA region bringing it back to life.
It is going to be interesting if they go Jakiro now for Crab Restaurant, just try and decrease the attack speed on this tiny, but I guess maybe you already have Clockwork, you want something else. We'll see. I do like, I kind of miss the days of OP IO strats, I still think back to like IO CK days. Like, it's like a decade plus at this point. That was very fun. Well, not fun being the IO, but being the carrier was always enjoyable.
I mean, decades ago I was playing IO Tiny. Literally. 10 years ago I was playing IO Tiny in competitive games. And it was played on mid as well, not on safe lane. Like you would play mid IO Tiny and just carry off of that. Back when Tether would still stun. Good days, good days. Yeah, yeah.
That was actually one of the most stupid things in all of Dota. Why did Tether ever stun to begin with?
Well, it was a mini stunt, right? Like it was a very short one. You get stunned for a second. Because the hero wasn't really considered like the best hero in the game, so they gave him something at least. But yeah, good old times when you could jungle with IO as well. You remember those times? You just go Soul Ring, you spread those wisps max, and you can farm. Yeah, you could farm like 3 camps at the same time. If you're not contested, you come out of the jungle like super yoked. And usually people would go for like right click if they did that, like armored builds. I played some carry wisp back in the day. There were a couple of wisp spammers that were like top leaderboards as well. That I remember. But yeah, we get Underlord on the other side.
5 seconds remaining.
Ooh, I want a Darkseer. Boo.
Yeah, Darkseer would make sense with Clock, but you do have these trees to kill off the Iron Shelled creeps very quickly. What? There is nothing for Rubik here. There is like Avalanche, and that's it. It's like not really a good Rubik game. Rubik into IO in general doesn't feel like incredibly strong. But okay, they get it. I feel like Rubik on the other side would have been better. Whatever you steal from Underlord, you feel good. But Rubik in general is like a pretty iffy hero at the moment. Like it's crazy how weak Rubik is, considering what kind of a meta we're in. Like that's the insane thing. Like we're playing in a meta where Jakiro, Weaver are almost always picked, and Rubik is still bad. Like it's insane, and Abaddon as well.
It's not like there's Abaddon, there's Disruptor, there's Jakiros, there's AAs, all these kind of heroes, and Rubik is just completely ignored. We'll see if they can make him work a little bit better in this game. I'm not sure if they want to deploy him as a 5 or a 4 here, probably as a 4, but we have seen some experimentation with 5 Rubik in the past. Honestly, I thought they were going to pick Hoodwink. I think Hoodwink would have been really decent for them in that spot when they got the Rubik instead, but now you have to deal with the Hoodwink. So this break mechanic from the Sharpshooter super impactful in this game already. Being able to set heroes up with the Bushwhack into the Wukong's command and additional setup for an IO relocate. I feel like this Hoodwink is actually going to have a pretty decent game because Crab Restaurant only have like what, 1 hero to easily hunt him down in the trees with the Clockwork.
Oh yeah, looks like a really good game for Hood. Looks like like an amazing game for Monkey King. Like you can, if you lane versus Underlord or DK, you should have a good time. You can even put Tiny solo safe mid lane and then play IO Monkey. Tiny mid lane and then IO Monkey safe lane. If you think that they are trying to dodge you. Because most likely what Crab Restaurant will do if they want to dodge the Monkey, if they are even thinking about it, is put the DK on safe lane, Underlord on off lane, and last pick mid. And then your draft actually would make sense. Like they could pick up a Storm. You get a Storm here, you can hunt down the IO, your lane versus Tiny is good, you can hunt the Monkey, and you can hunt the Hoodwink. I feel like that, if they had a Storm player, that would make their draft almost perfect. I mean,
I feel like a pretty excellent Storm game, right? There's no stuns, they have some burst, but not burst that you can't avoid as the Storm Spirit. The only thing that's like a little bit lacking is they don't have the greatest damage on the side lanes initially, but still, I really like that Storm's edition. I think it'll be easy.
Yeah, Storm, Ember, Pango, like these 3 options. But all these other 2, all 3 heroes can. If Monkey goes mid, all 3 heroes kind of suffer, I guess. You know, so it doesn't really matter. Maybe the one that suffers the least is the Storm. They go with the co-op, which is also fine. You get some backline jump. You get some. They desperately need the damage. like they didn't have damage. Like you said, these two supports just do absolutely nothing. When it comes to DPS, Underlord and Dragonite are okay, but still very low. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Burst from Tiny, you have Hoodwink, even Monkey King can help out with some Burst.
I'm intrigued by these final bans from Crab Restaurant because, yes, they were protecting the Queen of Pain, but perhaps they were also thinking that there's a non-zero chance that they could shift this Tiny into the offlane if needed. So let's see what's going to be the final pick here. The natural read here was that they need an offlaner, someone that can help them start fights, get involved in the engagements for them. Beastmaster gone already, so you're not going to get free vision. Maybe some Mars, you have the additional circle to set up for the IO relocate with the Monkey King coming in.
Yep, that would be fine. I think there's that. Like if you don't care about the Rubicon, the Black Hole, there is Enigma as well to really win the lane hard. There is the Tide is banned, Beast is banned. There is Centaur maybe. You can lose the Stampede easily, but it's an option. Pango as well. Doom is also a good one. Still in the pool. Out of all the ones that I called, I didn't think of Doom, and he's probably the best one actually.
Doom is always one of these heroes that whenever you're always surprised by a 24 pick Doom. There's something in our brains that just assumes that if it's a meta where Doom is playable, then he should be banned before you get to 24. So him being here, already a lot of good stuff, right? Doom onto Quap ruins that hero. DK can't heal up anymore if he's doomed up. I guess Underlord doesn't care that much about getting doomed, but also this Doom can't get muscle out of his lane. Like Doom Hoodwink, it might not have like the most out-and-out kill threat in the world, but it's extremely hard to muscle off the lane.
Yep, absolutely. And eventually you get some extra control, right, from him as well. Like dooming a Quap usually seals her fates. Like dooming a Dragonite might not be the best, but it's still not terrible. So overall, yeah, I like it. I feel like it rounds up their draft nicely. They will be putting who on mid lane then? It's Monkey King, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's a bad
Personally,
matchup.
I do prefer Monkey mid than Monkey carry nowadays. I just feel like Monkey... The carry heroes that I really like are the carry heroes that can accomplish two things, right? In my opinion, to make a really good carry in this meta. One, be able to fight earlier than like your massive power spike. Even if you don't get like deep in the fight, you must be able to get involved in some fashion. And two, you need to have some scaling potential as well after that. And Monkey King, whenever I see Monkey go into the safe lane, he spends so much time farming and not enough time fighting. And then even by the time he gets his items, he doesn't feel as strong as other carries might be with that exact same amount of net worth. However, he doesn't need that much net worth from the mid lane if he just gets an absurd amount of levels to start moving around and making an impact in that fashion.
I completely agree with you on most of the things that you've said. I think you're correct. I think Monkey King is, in general, a better mid laner. He can itemize as well accordingly and be a bit more active. Just moves on the map much faster than he used to as well. Like overall, the build is allowing him to not die while being active, and that build means basically an early shard. Why did I kind of... So basically why I wasn't sure about who goes mid, him on Tiny, is because both of them shouldn't on paper have a good time versus Quap. Like Quap can actually mess you up on the mid lane. But I have to say this guy did go for Masochist on Quap. I feel like the new popular thing among the kids is to go Bondage and max out Shadow Strike if you want to dominate the lane. And versus a Monkey, if you get a few points of Shadow Strike, he just cannot lane against you. So it's it was an option. Maybe he still goes for Shadow Strike. We'll see.
Perhaps the idea is that if you go for the Bondage, looking at the enemy team, they don't have that much like absurd magic damage, right? So they have Sharpshooter. That's kind of annoying to deal with. You have the tiny spells, but you know, you're not super overwhelmingly concerned about that, perhaps. But yeah, I'm with you that like mostly what I've been seeing lately is the Bondage getting spammed level 3 Shadow Strike. I hate that shit, man. It's so annoying.
Yeah, like old school Quap. Just coming into the lane and you can't even go low ground to hit the creeps.
The battle begins.
Well, that's a level 1
I see
lift.
them being able to zone back for the bounty, but unfortunately they committed a little bit too heavily, Liz, so they're going to end up losing 3 for 1, despite looking decent in their positioning there.
Yeah, well, they lost more. They lost more than 3 for 1. They lost Rubik's ability to lane. He went for lift level 1.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
I think he thought that we might have a kill if he lifts into cogs or something like that. I'm not sure. In any case, it just makes your lane a lot harder and you can't secure the range creep as the Rubik. We'll see. Maybe it still works out for them.
Well, for now, to kick things off, as you mentioned, you should be expecting some degree of action to happen in this mid lane. Pastel, we were talking about this in the previous series that they didn't get to play. That Crab Restaurant, this Celerity guy, despite playing up against Loranov yesterday, wasn't getting dumpstered in mid, so in a favorable matchup, I'm anticipating this Queen of Pain able to do quite well. And indeed, she did go for the Shadow Strike level 1.
No, he went for Scream of Pain, but now he has Shadow Strike. I think, unless I'm completely wrong, which also could be the case. We'll see how much he does. He's already missing a lot of mana, and Pastel did get his Jingu stacks off on mid lane, so this is looking all right for the Monkey King, so far at least.
Right now, we're looking at what's probably going to be the most boring lane of the game. If anybody dies here, they made a mistake. There's no other explanation.
Yeah, a lot of nice stuns from the Clockwork or Cog connecting. Kachal went for Infernal Blade, by the way, level 1. That's also, I mean, not that crazy, right? Like, you can go for Scorched Earth or Infernal Blade. Both works.
Still got to his level 2 at a decent time, so it's not so bad. On the other side of the map, thank God, Reflect is playing a real off-lane hero on the Thunderlord. We'll see what kind of impact he's able to have in this game, and despite the fact that they did go for that early point into the telekinesis, doesn't seem like they were punished for it that heavily in the lane. Reflect CS still looks decent. Malfurion is ahead a little bit, but not by so much that you feel terrible about the start.
Yeah, he had a big problem playing yesterday, as a Viper died like 15 times in that lane. It was rough to watch, but this time around, I think he'll have a much better time.
Should be all good. He's gonna have the IO bother him a little bit by being able to heal up some of the harass going the way of Malfurion, but overall, Reflect should be fine here. There's some creeps coming under the tower. Shouldn't miss any of the CS. The life is good. Mid lane, this monkey is doing not just well, my friend. He's doubling up the Queen of Pain. How? What the hell? Pastel is just putting in the work right now. Celerity is in some danger. Pastel thinking about diving forward here. Unfortunately has to deal with the tick damage on the Shadow Strike. Can't progress past the tier 1 tower, but nonetheless still feeling very happy about how he's performing in this lane.
Yeah, Monkey is a strange one. Especially if there's like a small skill difference between the players, Monkey can win almost any lane. Because usually as co-op, I think you start off level 1 with Shadow Strike and maybe you can zone him immediately. I don't think so, actually. With Scream of Pain, I take that back. You can secure the range creep. However, he got too close a couple of times, got the Jingo Masteries off on the Monkey, and then Monkey just heals up, right? Like, I think that's something that you cannot allow to happen. Like, you can't let him get those Jingo stacks off. If he does, your lane is probably gonna go really badly. He denies everything from you. He heals up with Boundless Strike. Yep. He wins a lot of these popular matchups, like versus a Puck, Monkey dominates as well. There's a lot of matchups that he wins against right now. Quap shouldn't be the one, but I might be wrong.
Speaking of, actually, do you think... You remember what happened with Kunkka, where they changed the... You could no longer deny with the Tideringer? Should they do that to the Monkey King, where you no longer get the bonus damage if you're denying from the Jingo?
Well, I don't think that would nerf him so hard, but keep in mind that he does lose a stack, right? When he... I'm not sure if he does, actually. Never mind. Yeah, maybe that would be a nice thing to give. Like nice way to nerf him. He's been strong for quite some time now.
Kill gonna happen. Reflect gonna end up being the first blood. Liz, how did that happen? How does an Underlord die to a tiny wisp? That's very surprising to me, honestly.
No mana on Rubik. Like he didn't have Fade Bolt or Lift to work with, so couldn't help. Like one of the reasons why when you're playing Rubik on a 4, sometimes you want to just go Aura and Fade Bolt early on because you just don't have the mana to sustain yourself at the first couple of minutes of the game. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not Rubik's fault that he dies, but he couldn't help him as well. Maybe miscommunication.
It's going to give now Fury Storm Rage. It gave him time to farm as well, and he finished off his power treads. And they're actually going in again, but that's not going to be so much damage. He's fine. Down bottom. Yet again, still the most boring lane. Literally nothing is going to happen here, Liz. DK Doom, bro. Like, I can't get a less action-packed lane than this one.
Yeah, DK Doom, and there's a clock as well as a support for DK, so literally no damage between those two.
Still, this game, despite the fact that they did find that first blood, probably the first game we've had all qualifier that has been this quiet. Nobody's been running at each other. They're going to try to go for Reflect right now underneath the tier 1 tower. There is some support coming in. It's the Rubik. The lift back will be there. Do they have enough damage to properly punish Malfurion? He's caught right now inside of Pit of Malice. Just a couple of more right clicks is all they need. But the Blood Grenade provides an immaculate slow from the IO, prevents them from closing the gap, and Malfurion will live.
Yeah, they were close, I have to say. A lot closer than maybe I expected. Almost getting the tiny.
Celerity literally leapt away just before the final right click came in. But now, unfortunately, Reflect died top from IO. Was that? He doesn't have wisps, so is this a final right click? I'm not sure how that happened. Bottom. Finally going to put some pressure onto the clockwork. But as mentioned, this lane is where action comes to die. Neither of these heroes are really going to find themselves falling that easily. Eventually, they kill the clockwork, but that's cost them a lot of mana and a lot of HP. Can revenge be found by this DK? I'm not entirely sure. TP out right up in front of his face. Kachal is out. Goes all the way back.
Pops here though, maybe a kill on... Oh, he was about to use Sonic Wave, it looked like. Or was that a blink animation that got cancelled?
I think it was a blink animation. He doesn't have mana. He's out of mana right now.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna get the shrine, it seems like, unless this double damage monkey can stop it.
Pastel has the vision, doesn't have the Wukongs, but they do have the Doom coming through as well. Celerity takes it, and they get out. Pastel doesn't try to interrupt him in time. He's finally gonna go back in, trying to use some of the body blocks. There's gonna be the Boundless Strike, and there's the final right click. The Amplified Damage rune giving him the damage. And in the meantime, on the other side of the map, they do manage to bring down Reflect yet again. They isolate him away from his team. They bring him down. So 2 cores fall on both sides of the map.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for the Quap to die there. Maybe could have blinked in the other direction and TP'd out. But then again, a bit unfortunate for Winterbear to lose their Wisdom Shrine that way, right? Like another thing that they probably could have prevented if Monkey just went down and fought her. In any case, Winterbear 3k ahead at the moment. The biggest difference, of course, is on the offlane. I feel like Doom versus the Underlord.
Who needs a cloud?
You Reflect right now already being forced to farm into the jungle, just trying to catch back up. Thankfully for them, though, they were playing into a tiny IO lane. Despite the death that he suffered, their tier 1 tower is still extremely healthy. Wasn't that much pressure on the hero, so the space across the map, they're gonna de-ward their triangle. And this is a good thing. Monkey was literally spending the last like 90 seconds, not 90 seconds, like 45 seconds in this area trying to hunt, but didn't find anybody. Sees the clockwork now, but will realize that all his time has been wasted and might even die for this Liz. Gets lifted back. Sonic Wave is available. Do they have the damage is the question. He's gonna try and TP out right now. Sonic Wave committed, but it comes a little bit too late. Not enough damage to kill. they will at least be able to bring down the IO, but that is certainly a trade you will take all day, every day if you're Winter Bear.
Yeah, absolutely. Saving the Monkey King is what matters there. It's crazy how leveled these supports are on Winter Bear side, considering they didn't even get the Wisdom Rune. Like, Hoodwink is almost 6, 5.5. IO already 6. This map is absolutely open now, and if you get doomed, let's say on the DK, maybe a relocate happens.
Scary time to think about. We're gonna probably see DK playing a lot more carefully behind this tier 1. Monkey is here, hunting down bottom.
They know,
nice
though.
Big rotation, and they actually go onto him first. The Doom is far away. They might not be able to reach him in time. Here's the relocate coming in, bringing in some reinforcements. Doom flies in onto the Rubik, but the fight is still ongoing, and now focus underneath the tier 1 tower. They've interrupted the jump onto the Monkey, but they haven't done too much damage onto these Radiant heroes themselves. Kachal is the one that's falling low first. The relocate is now over. Kachal is going to end up dead. Rubik managed to steal a Boundless Strike, and they got vision. The courier flew over the tree. It saw Pastel, but unfortunately, they don't deal enough damage to prevent him jumping away. He is still going to keep living. And will they actually be able to find him? Silence has an idea of where he's at, and now they got him. They know where he's at. The question is, do they have the damage to do anything about it? Pastel falling very low, surprisingly low, but he is still a Monkey. Almost got that secondary right click. That would have killed Rubik and healed him up, but sadly the animation is too long. He loses his life, and Crab Restaurant not just keep the tower, but finally make a successful play.
I actually think that right click, the last right click, he switched the target. I think he was supposed to kill the Rubik there. Even with the battery assault, I think the Rubik was dead. I think he switched his animation on clock. I'm not sure. It looked that way. But in any case, this looked like a fight that Winter Bear should easily take, considering what an advantage they had with levels. But their spells weren't really all used to perfection. The Doom on Rubik was kinda unnecessary. Pop was TPing in. They wasted a lot of damage on her, and then she just links out. If you Doom her, you kill her instantly, but yeah, they don't. And the game looks a bit more even now. I have to say, you did hype me up on the fact that Winter Bear are favorites. They are, still. You can see that they're a bit better. But it's not a massive difference.
On bottom, they're trying to go into Kachal, but he does have support from Delight, as well as the relocate. The sharpshooter out onto the DK has broken his healing, so he's going to end up being brought down here. Nothing he can do. Now Furion making a good reload there. Sadly, though, he goes back. This is one of the main issues with Wisp for me, is when you show up to the other side of the map. Let's take the case of, like, let's say a carry hero like Nature's Prophet, right? Nature's Prophet shows up, provides the additional numbers, but can also stay there long enough to take the objective in front of you.
Well,
and with the relocate, you can't really do that.
Well, you can. You just break tether, and that's it. And he could have.
And then
like,
get reported. No, bro.
No, I expected it to happen there, actually. Like, looking at Ayo, I'm not sure why he doesn't leave the tiny bottom.
Bottom? Well, this time around, Tiny's probably saying to himself, it's fine that I'm not there right now, brother, because the first Dark Rift of the game comes through, and they show up, they kill him off.
A minute later, yeah, sure. I agree.
almost feel bad.
But, no, for sure, like, if they wanted to take down the tier 1 tower after killing DK, they could have. Or they could have at least pressured it. But they want to continue farming. The Tiny is closer to the Shadow Blade. He's getting there, at least Malfurion is not too far.
Tier tower being sieged upon right now. MMD, he himself is going just straight in for that Mjolnir build. Mjolnir, D-Lance, presumably into... Is it going to be BKB or SNY? In this game, SNY I think is better than BKB.
Sorry, on which hero? Monkey?
DK. After he finishes his D-Lance, because he's going to go Mjolnir, D-Lance, and I'm thinking, what's the defensive item? BKB or SNY?
Well, he has Mjolnir and Pike fully charged up for now, queued up. This game, SNY might be just as good. You are playing into Doom, BKB TP out, or SNY and just run around. I don't know, position 1, I like the SNY a bit better. On a position 1, but we'll see.
Made an attempt on the Hoodwink slide middle, but they fail. Can't get to him in time. So the game has slowed down somewhat. Winter Bears still maintain their overall gold lead. It's expanded a little bit from 3K to 4K, but the balance of the game does not feel like it's a 4K 14-minute lead. We've seen what games normally look like when you have this kind of lead at this stage, but it doesn't feel like it's that decidedly in their favor.
Yeah, it most certainly does not. It's a very close game. Considering the way these two teams are playing, I feel like we might be in for a very long one. 0 tier 1 towers are down, besides the top that they took during the laning stage. And the bottom as well, I guess. So never mind, I was wrong. 2 out of 6 are down. They have a lot of stacks in Winter Bear. Yeah, close enough, close enough.
So who takes these stacks? Doom, the Tiny, or the Monkey?
I feel like that these three heroes are gonna take a Doom, Monkey, and the Hoodwink. And they're here at least, so it looks like they'll go for it. Tiny takes it the easiest with the Wisp, but you can just take it with the stack of heroes, the way they're probably gonna do now.
Not as many stacks on the opposite side, but there's still a fairly decent one. That Reflect could start farming up with Silent. We are slowly but surely seeing this Underlord have some degree of impact in the game, but it's still going to take a while. So far, its impact has been limited to the Pit of Malices and the Dark Rifts. Why am I saying Dark Rift? What's a new spell called again? Fiend's Gate. Yes, not Dark Rift. That's the old one. Really old one. Let me know in chat if you know what a Dark Rift is. Also, you'll be revealing that you're over 30 for sure.
What do you mean? Over 30 in Dota chat? Never. We're all young, 23 years old.
Your name offends.
No one here is over 25, right?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. All of us still get carded when we go to like bars and stuff.
Exactly.
Dude, I still can't believe we had to like hustle you in that bar that one time. Because they couldn't believe you were over 18. What the hell was that?
Yeah, what can you do, man? Also, I remember that time when you borrowed me $1,000 so I can get out of problems. Dude, you're such a bro. Like, so young and also such a bro. Thank you for that.
Well, back in the game now. Indeed, as you said, these three heroes are going to farm the stacks. Seems like... let's see who got the bulk of the gold here. A decent distribution. Delight unfortunately ended up taking one of the bigger Thunder Heights. The Acorn shot bounced around too much, did too much damage. What can you do?
Well, nothing wrong with that. Having a bit more gold on a Hoodwink position 4 is always nice. He's gonna bring them some more catch, the ATOS and stuff, so not too terrible. Another pause.
Your name offends me. What a surprise.
You know, whenever we see situations like this where like farm is being distributed in like an ancient camp or whatever, you can just tell that you play support much more often than me, because I'll get viscerally annoyed that the carry is not getting all the gold. And you're like, nah, bro, it's good for the team. I don't care about the team, bro. I want to juice my stats.
Yeah, it's not really not that bad, especially right now when stacks are being contested a lot. Like you can take them with anyone, whoever is around, to farm them up. There's enough farm on the map for basically everyone. So if you are taking the stacks, it's not like your carry is stuck somewhere without being able to farm. He's farming, and they're even farming ancients just on the other side of the map. So it's, who cares, you know? At this point, it's not the only ancient stack. Farm away, bro. Do whatever.
Like you said, Leipnir. Well, you might not get to Leipnir early, but just simply having Atos against Queen of Pain, Clockwork, Rubik, Underlord, this is a really good item for this game.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for Leipnir even. It's good. I don't mind it. It's not as great on Hoodwink as it used to be, but definitely one of the options.
How do you feel about Force-Staff instead, because you're playing against Clockwork?
It's alright. Versus Pit of Malice and versus Cogs. He does have expanded armature, but I wouldn't mind seeing that. Wouldn't mind seeing a Force-Staff on someone. Maybe just Solar Crest, really. Maybe something that Io can buy as well. Buff up this tiny, create him a beast. Turn him into a beastly stone.
Make him a rock. Actually, now that you mentioned it, I'm surprised that we're not seeing a crest anywhere right now. But we shall see. Still have time to go. Admin is getting involved, asking some the questions that the teams don't want to answer right now. You know, nobody wants to say, nah, one player is just downloading too much porn at the moment. You have to stop the torrents. Our bad, bro. We'll be back in a sec.
Yeah. Good old. Check your downloads.
What a surprise.
Has that ever happened
Sorry,
to you, like,
man,
when
I
you're playing
can't.
with the team?
Sorry, man, I can't resume. There's a pop-up on my screen. I'm trying to close it, but it keeps on moving from one side of the screen to the other. Every time I press X, another one shows up. Help!
Like, sorry guys, I can't play. There's too many local singles in my area that are waiting for me.
Yeah.
Well, looks like he's taking care of the local MOFs. He's back, and we will continue with the game.
Ready to strike once again. Let's see. So far, the game is quite eventful. 11 kills, 15 minutes in. It's a massive amount of work being done everywhere on the map. How's my boy 03 Reflect doing? He's actually finding some farm as well. Got the double bracer, going for the ATOS next. He's going for that bit of malice. ATOS contain. Not that bad for him. Like, Leipnir is actually pretty solid on Underlord now, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. A lot more stats, you know, tanks the hero up, lets him do his
Bot
thing.
lane. We're gonna have a reload, right? Where's the reload?
Yeah, we are definitely. Where's the reload?
Where's the reload?
They didn't. Oh, they didn't have mana. No mana on the Hoodwink, so they couldn't really lead in with the Bushwhack. But he had 10 one-charges as well.
No, dude, he used all his spells. They had the Bushwhack, they had the ATOS. It was all used. They just didn't reload. He was dead. If they reload, he's dead. But yeah, what can you do?
That's unfortunate. Maybe they're gonna go mid onto the Queen of Pain, but sadly, oh man, did you see? Dude, the Doom literally had his arms raised. He was about to doom the Quap, but she blinks away at the last second. That's so sad.
Malfurion trying to be sneaky, but there's a Wisp following him in tether, so your Shadow Blade does not work. The same, my friend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Malfurion now will show himself. Unfortunately, because he is playing this carry tiny, there's no blink coming through from him, so no easy way to try and reload. I wanted to say relocate, but that doesn't make sense that there is a relocate in the game. Reposition the enemy heroes. There we go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But they will finally come bottom, and they will finally take this tier 1 tower. I feel like given how good the advantage was early and how early they were fighting in this area, it's a win for Crab Restaurant that it took them this long to eventually bring down the building.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a Dagon now on the mighty Queen of Pain, and they have the Fiend's Gate. The Fiend's Gate.
They come through with that gate with the Dark Rift. They do maybe look towards Pastel. They miss with the hook shot going forward. They're finally able to push him back with the cogs, and now Doom flown in, but it's only on to Reflect. They're still able to kill both him and Silence extremely quickly, and now they dive forward. Monkey King drops a Wukan. Doesn't really connect onto anybody, but it does separate the DK away from his team. He is certainly going to get killed down here. Everybody else forced to flee, but Crab Restaurant, they took that fight of their own accord, Liz. They came through the Finn's Gate. They had multiple heroes positioned for the fight, but they ultimately just lacked the vision on the Monkey to kill him first.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's a mech on Wisp, so kind of hard to get some big kills going when this little light bulb heals everyone around him. Nicely done by Clock, I have to say, getting those cogs to take down the Monkey King. That was cool. Good job, Mr. Subhuman Silent. Unfortunately, it was not good enough.
Now they might be able to bring down the Queen of Pain. Oof, she blinks away just in time. That boundless. Honestly, I thought it connected, but she got herself away at
did.
the last minute.
It did. It connected. She just linked after. They had no avalanche or toss to. Or am I crazy? I mean, I don't know if I'm seeing the things anymore. I think it's connected.
I'm actually starting to wonder. One of us might be seeing things. Okay, and we need to do. I want to do a rewind, but okay. Question. Do you want to buff Boundless Strike, right, so that it can add orb effects on top of it?
Does it not? It has True Strike already.
What I mean is that, like, any orb effect. So I want what we'll talk about in a second, mid lane, to have an attempt onto the Queen of Pain's life. She blinks towards the Hoodwink. What? Now she dies. She's gone. There will be a Pit of Malice down. The DK will be there, able to at least get the kill in retribution onto the Hoodwink. But now here comes the Monkey King. Blinks in, immediately gets stunned for his efforts. Wukong's command will be coming out right now, but he still ends up dying within it. Now Fury and Stormmage comes in with the relocate, but it's so late. They retreat. They don't have enough damage. All of a sudden, Kachal stunned out on the far side of the fight. He's going to get brought down with the right clicks. The Rod of Atos made sure he could not run away from the DK. He gets a triple for the Dragon Knight. What a fight, and that was not supposed to happen. Winter Bay, they started things off, Liz, by killing the Quap before she could even cast Sonic Wave, and you still go down 3-1.
Yep. They are having some issues with the Quap Dragon Knight being a mean hero, by the way. Frost Dragon, Mjolnir, and he's already able to 1v5 this game, it seems like. So, rough stuff for Winterbear. They need to find a way to deal with DK. But in general, what happened is they didn't have mana. Io is not working with a lot, so he needs to be careful. He needs some maybe arcanes or something similar, because this isn't working out. Our friend loses connection whenever he gets a call, and someone is spam calling him.
Oh, no. Wait, what do they mean? Are they calling him on Discord? Are they calling him... Where are they calling the homeboy?
I have no clue. Could he be on, like, data? Could he be using, like, a hotspot on his mobile phone, actually, and someone calls him and then he loses connection? I don't know.
Ah, I see. And if he is using the data connection, then he can't just turn off the data on his phone to try and stop the calls?
Yeah, yeah.
And if I remember correctly, when you receive a normal phone call and you're not connected to, like, if you're using it as a hotspot and you're not connected to Wi-Fi, if you receive a normal phone call, it does, on a normal phone at the very least, it does disable your HSDPA/LTE connection. So that maybe could be the case. If that is the case, that's such a dick move. Have you ever had to play tournaments with a mobile connection?
Well, I had to cast recently, but my ISP throttles the connection when it's shared on hotspot, so I got wrecked. Basically, the only reason why I'm paying data is for those situations, and I got throttled and it didn't work. Made me a bit pissed. I think I'm switching providers soon, but yeah, I don't know what this is when it comes to him being called. Hopefully it won't continue. Hopefully Salerty can have a normal game, you know, because Quap, it does hurt if you lag. Like, this is one of those heroes where it's almost impossible to play with high ping.
What's your description of these kind of heroes? Volatile heroes. Yes, yes, yes. She certainly is chief among them. But she's back in the game now. Does have the Dagon building in towards having a Kaya. On the other side, though, Malfurion getting closer and closer towards having himself access to a BKB here. And I imagine they want to try and make things happen as quickly as possible thereafter. But that does mean there's at least a couple minutes the Crab Restaurant don't have to worry about a big fight breaking out just yet.
He's gonna go for SNY and then BKB after. Or maybe he completes the BKB, I don't know. Because he went Yasha and then bought a Mithril Hammer. So you might be right, I might be right, we'll see. I wouldn't mind one, or I actually would like SNY more, maybe.
Can't
really
want
not
to
sure.
say this, but
Yep.
BKB needs a slight rework. Just a slight one. Just a slight one.
What would you do?
Okay, how about this, right? We change the nature of the charges, right? So we go, instead of going from 9 to 5 to 6, we go 10 to 5. 2 second depreciation in between. But then you get that extra second, you get a little bit more HP, and maybe we add like, we change the recipe. So instead of buying a Ogre Axe, you buy a Sange, so you get a little bit amount of status resist, but you also have 2 seconds minus. So it's worse at the very end, but better at the very beginning. Down bottom, big fight happening onto this Dragon Knight. They have a Wukong's and a Sharpshooter out on top of him, and they are able to get the kill. Reflect gets himself doomed as well. And with the right clicks from Malfurion and Storm Rage, they are able to find the kill onto the Underlord too. So that's a 2-for-0 exchange here. They came through the Fiend's Gate to make this happen. And in the ultimate move of PM, the Doom takes his own Fiend's Gate to go to the other side of the map and farm his camps. That's just rude, Kachal.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue pushing together with Io and Tiny. Perhaps they can take down the tier 2 tower, we'll see, maybe not. Right now it's looking like he will have a BKB that you talked about, the fresh one. Wait, is he just gonna keep the Yasha, by the way? Is that the thing? Because it looks like he might. Never mind, he's gonna finish off the full thing.
I was gonna ask you how bad, what do you think of Manta Tiny perhaps, but not gonna happen sadly.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time to see it. It's not that bad. It's okay on Tiny, but if you need it. But in this game, you don't really need it. It's not like one of those games, even though in general it's not like the best item on him right now. There were some metas where it was okay. This not being one of them. They are trying to hunt mid. There's the hookshot.
The catch, Pastel. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Okay. We are able to find these heroes separated from the rest of their squads. They do have the capability of blowing them up at this stage now. There's a lot of damage that has been coming in. But unfortunately, it's only available for like one target at a time, right? I'm not so sure they could do that against an entire team at the moment.
Yup. It was nice. It was also Hunter's Boomerang from Rubik, and then he stole Boundless Strike. Just nicely done by 404, amping that damage up. From position 4, the light going for which blade next? That's sweet on a Hoodwink, kinda cool. Not something you see too often.
Okay. Erasma Hoodwink, I'm excited. I could see that. That'll be fun.
Yeah, they need this Reverence Brooch on Tiny. Once they have it, the Dragonite suddenly is not as tanky of a beast, and you can actually fight him in these fights. Take him down before he takes you out.
Hook.
Nice
They're
hook shot
gonna go for the
again,
Doom now, but there's no follow-up. It's just silent by himself. Well, just trying to strike fear into the hearts of the enemy.
Yep, Dragonite was around, but was not able to connect on time.
He does not have Blink, just has the ultimate available, doesn't have even a Shadow Blade or something for mobility. So couldn't get there in time. Does move bottom though to just dissuade the push onto the tower by the Tiny. I must say, echoing a similar sentiment from earlier, it's 11k for Winter Bear right now, but it's not uber oppressive. They certainly are ahead though. You can definitely sense that Crab Restaurant do not want to take a 5-on-5 fight at the moment.
Well, I'm not sure when they will want to. They are moving towards the Quap Agonyms, which might be helpful. Reflect on top.
Lord, Bushwhack will be there. There's the Boomerang, Sharpshooter. They even reload for this one. They do find the kill. And then... this is going to be such a like a head scratcher. Like you die as Reflect, and then like a couple seconds later you see Roshan is falling. You're like, what? The hell is this, bro?
Yeah, they reload out of the pit. Kachal was caught on mid lane, but no damage between these three heroes. I mean, there is, if they wanted to commit with all of their stuff, I feel like maybe they could have even killed that Doom. There was no reload. He has a BKB though, so killing him before he pops the BKB probably is not gonna happen. So what we're doing here? There's a Pike on the Dragonite, it seems like. Some extra mobility. So I would like Tiny to... He's going for Silver Edge. Maybe he can get himself a Harpoon as well soon.
Reflect very aggressive Fiend's Gate forward. Needs to get the Pit of Malice out onto the IO, but what's really interesting about this is that they don't know that he's actually all alone. At the time, they could have just straight up killed him, honestly. They have, with the Silver Edge on the tiny SNY BKB Echo, he would have died for sure, but
it's scary though.
Safe. They get back to it.
It's scary, man. Like, there's some beast. Imagine a Fiend's Gate shows up behind you and like some lights come through it. Wouldn't you be afraid? I would.
Not as afraid as this Monkey King is right now, because in the middle of all of these heroes, oh no, the reload, they weren't able to tether him in time, Liz.
They did.
They do get back into him now. There's the heal, but it's not going to be good enough to get him back to safety. Now all of a sudden, Malfurion and Stormrage coming in for revenge. BKB activated with the Doom laid out onto Reflect as well. They are able to get the Underlord. Now they turn their attention to the DK. Doesn't have a BKB of his own, so he cannot stand his ground. He will end up falling. Toss up into the air on the Clockwork. With the full avalanche combination, Malfurion gets that kill. Kachal wanted to chase down 404. Sharpshooter will connect. Glimmer Cape will be there. Rubik, 404, not found. He is still alive. They cannot catch him, and so he will live.
This fight went, of course, really well for Winter Bear. They might even win a side off of it, but I have to praise these guys that are the underdogs. Clockwork, actually, his hookshot is the only reason why that fight wasn't a disaster. Like, he cancels Wukong's command in half, so he has to wind it up again on the Monkey King, and he can't BKB, of course, because he's stunned. If he manages to use the Wukong's command a little bit faster, that fight is even worse for a crab restaurant. So nicely done by the Clockwork. Unfortunately, it's still pretty bad in general.
Bottom, Malfurion hunting this dragon knight. There's no relocate for another second, but now it's online, but there's no one nearby. Oh, Monkey King's gonna get reload. They got the monkey. They're coming, Liz. Here they come. And here we go. DK, sorry to be you, my friend. You are about to lose your life, and there's not really much you can do about it. We'll try with the Hurricane Pike, but it is a vain effort in the end.
Yeah, they're just farming up, trying to split the map, but they're splitting it a little bit too much. When you look at Crab Restaurant, everyone is farming their own place, so you don't have a way to connect if one of you gets gone on, and usually you will get punished if you're playing like that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower gonna get taken now by Malfurion and Io.
Dire's top
So,
tower is under
the crazy thing about all of this is that this has been happening before the Revenant's Broach arrives.
Can they get him?
Please reflect. Rod of Atos will be there. They're going on top of him now. Hunter's Boomerang is out. Ushrak kept him in position, and his allies are nowhere to be seen. He's gonna try and get himself out with the Fiend's Gate though, and he will succeed. Nicely done. In fact, he goes right back in for a fight. Malfurion caught right now inside this Pit of Malice. The DK going on the backlines, wanting to try and find the IO first, and they are able to bring him down. First life taken away from the Aegis. Malfurion did manage to take away the range racks, but let's see if he survives this fight. Yet again inside the Pit of Malice, but he does have a BKB, trying to escape from it right now. Walking away for the time being, as we see Pastel going on the backline, trying to look for the Queen of Pain. BKB TP out. He will force them to stop their pursuit on the back edge of the fight. In the meantime, Malfurion able to bring down Silent, who was a little bit isolated from the rest of his squad. They do defend the base though. That's the most important thing. You lost range racks, you lost a tier 3, but you do not get yourself a full lane of super creeps.
Reflect God on the Underlord, TPing back with the Fiend's Gate, man, into a fight. Imagine how calm, cool, and collected he was to go back straight into the fight. Kachal, on the other hand, even though he has way more farm, does not click R and press on the crop. It was tossed onto him, but he did not take that as an invitation to doom her. Instead, he lost himself a little bit. Unfortunate.
Wow. Oh, that one is your fault, fam. You were just gassing up Reflect God, so that was
I'll still do it. I don't care. I'll still gas him up. Reflect, absolute beast. Does die a couple of times, but it doesn't matter.
I will say today is definitely a night and day difference in terms of his performance in the game. Yes, he's still dying a lot, but you can feel his impact in these fights relative to what we were seeing yesterday on the Viper and the Razor.
Absolutely. They can win this. I'm telling you, like, you can see that Crab Restaurant are definitely the weaker out of the two teams. They're probably like low immortals, maybe not even immortals, and the other guys are like ranked 4,000 immortals or something. Maybe even lower, I'm not sure. Like, they're somewhere, maybe higher. But you can see that Crab Restaurant can win this. They just have to have faith. They have to believe.
If you just believe.
Where's
There's
the
some
Nags
belief right
and
now
Ruby
because they're smoked up. Does he have axe? Nice.
Yeah.
They're going bottom for a fight. Fiend's Gate's coming out here. They see the Hoodwink. They interrupt the escape from the TP. And they do manage to catch her. Very nice grab there. And at this point in the game, the delay tactics certainly feel like are necessary. And look where these heroes are on the Winter Bear lineup. They're playing to the north side with the Iode and Tiny. The Monkey King is towards his own Ancients. It feels like for the first time in the last like 3-4 minutes that Crab Restaurants actually have their own side of the map to play on without having to be fearful of getting jumped at any moment.
They're getting there. They're itemizing to kill. Winter Bear are itemizing to sustain through these fights. You know which side I like always better? The one that itemizes for the kill. The Squap now with an Aghanim's Dagon. I want to see her jump some targets. I want to see a smoke coming from Crab Restaurant. They are losing a lot of their time chilling. Is this a smoke? They're kind of hugging. Yeah, let's go! Crab Restaurant!
The smoke is going to find somebody very, very quickly. The fight's about to start. They get the dust back, but they lift back the Doom. He doesn't find the initial stun just yet. DK in his ultimate form. They have the stun out onto this Tiny. Tiny falling very low. The Sonic Wave whiffs completely from Salary T. They still get an amazing hook shot forward though. Can they have the damage to bring down the Tiny? Relocate. Drags him just up the hill. Not that far away from the fight. In the meantime though, Wukong's command dropped onto absolutely everybody with the Doom onto the Dragon Knight too. He's going to be forced to run away from this fight. In the meantime, on the back edge, Malfurion has enough damage to bring down the Queen of Pain. So they end up losing to make that a third because the Clockwork might die. No, the Cogs. The pushback prevents the chasing from Kachal, but he does have a Blink Dagger. Follows him, kills him, and brings an end to this fight.
Stop hugging.
Malfurion Stormreach almost died.
Stop hugging. You have Aghanims on you from Pop. God damn it. Ah, insane. They almost... fed there in the end, but nice relocates from Johnny Pro. This little Wisp managing to save this big rock with the reload, waiting until the last moment, and he kept him in the fight as well. What a god, what a beast, what a player.
Is it wild to you to think that
Tiny, but only due to Io. Huh?
If they didn't whiff that Sonic Wave, he would have just died. They'd probably win that fight if they get the kill on the Tiny.
Probably. Probably.
Oh boy. Now the lead sits at 22,000 gold, 19 levels in experience, and Gaben is affording Winter Bear an 88% chance of victory right now.
I don't know, I'd still say this is a game where anyone can win if they find the right steals on the Rubik. If this DK gets an extra item, he doesn't hit hard enough, that's the problem. He needs this brooch. You need to hit hard. Like, how can you kill someone if you don't have the damage? You need the damage. That's my professional analysis.
Lizard School of Dota, hit them harder, bro.
Just kill them. Just kill them, lol. Why aren't you killing them? Malfurion.
Got the Io behind him, so he's fine. Stolen Doom though, how did that happen? Coming in from the Rubik. Managed to get him back, and here's gonna be the Wukong's command. Sonic Wave does connect this time around, but Pastel does have a BKB, turning his attention towards the Rubik, who's caught inside the Wukong's. Cannot escape as you are slowed by the Sharpshooter, but as soon as the DK gets outside of the Wukong's, he just eviscerates this Monkey King. There's no Doom to apply anymore by Kachal. He pops his BKB, going in onto the high ground, but nobody is here. This is not looking the prettiest. It's still 2 for 1 overall, and now hookshot back onto Kachal. His BKB is down. Look at the damage output coming in from the Dragon Knight. It's not enough to kill him though. Glimmercape keeps the DK alive for now, but eventually he will fall. Now, okay, he succeeds in this effort. Also going to be able to catch up to Salary T and kill him too. Despite the fact that they find 3 heroes, it still results in a team wipe in favor of Winter Bears.
Yeah, Malfurion just too big. This rock hits hard. Nice little Doom steal, by the way, by the Rubik that you talked about. Yeah, it wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough. Monkey King traded his life for the Rubik, and it still works out in the end. What can they get here? Toss now stolen by the Rubik. There's no crash landing on the other side, of course, so it's not as massive. Let's have Avalanche too.
Doesn't have the range, unfortunately, so not able to catch up onto Malfurion. And they know that Johnny still has the relocate, so it's a very tough kill to try and find right now. They got some vision on him, so they're chasing Malfurion, but I don't know about this one, Ken.
They have relocate, they have Mech Glimmer on IO, there's a Satanic on Tiny. You gotta be careful if you want to fight this one, because Malfurion is angry. You slayed his brothers. The Doom, the Hoodwink, the Monkey, he wants revenge. He's ready to fight you. Or Rosh. He's ready to fight Rosh as well. Who's the bigger rock?
I mean him, right? Roshan just has a, you know, a carapace-like exterior. Just scales and stuff everywhere, so definitely as a rock, it's gotta be the tiny one. Gotcha.
Why is there a BKB Doom running past them? I'm not
just
sure,
testing
but there's
out the button.
Yeah, just testing. 1, 2, 3.
That Doom does have an Octarine core now, so we're looking at a very scary Doombringer going forward. Aegis in tow for the Monkey, so they didn't give a cheese or an Aegis or any kind of additional defense from the Roshan onto Malfurion, given that they probably feel, you know what, is this guy really going to die? He's 14-0-8. As long as the IO doesn't mess up, he should be fine.
Well, I'd give him the Aegis, because if he dies, you might lose. If Monkey dies, who cares? But, okay. Okay, they want to take their shrine. They see Kachal. He has no BKB. Doom, you better run.
Oh my god, no way, dude. No way. Is he actually gonna die from this?
He actually
That mistaken BKB around the Roshan pit actually got him killed.
Unbelievable. Actually very believable, but okay. He does die. They'll have to wait for him for an extra minute. And then probably an attempt on the Radiant base will be made. How's my boy DK doing? You see, this is what I don't like. He's going for BKB. That's the sensible approach. You know, Broach was the way.
I don't like it.
Tossed onto the
Might get a
Hoodwink.
kill,
Nice
though.
play.
Oh my goodness. Nice play from Delight, but unfortunately, DK does have a Hurricane Pike, so you can catch up to him with that absurd range on the Dragon Tail and still get the kill. I'm with you. I would have liked just big damage as well.
Yeah. Delight is probably their highest MMR player, by the way, on the Winter Bear side. If I would guess, I would say he's the highest. Him and Tiny probably. And on the other side, I think it's probably the DK as well. I mean the carry as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That carry now has a BKB in his inventory and goes Super Saiyan to try and evade some of this damage. And they still have to deal with 3 minutes of an Aegis available on Pastel. Thankfully, 40 seconds without a Hoodwink does take away from that timer quite substantially. And what's he building here? He's getting himself an Eye of Skadi. So full Skadi now available for this Monkey King. So you have 2 sources of heal reduction to counteract the DK as well as the Guardian Greaves from the Thunderlord.
Yeah, tanks him up a bit. They need to use the Sages though. It's time. It's time, boys. Nothing to wait for. Doom is back up. Is the butterfly done? Malfurion is saving his slots. Setting up on this Doom, actually. Trying to bait.
Fortunately, since he has BKB now, they're not falling for it. It looks like they're gonna dangle him in the exact same spot he died last time. But nah, they get back. Unfortunate.
Dire are scanning.
They will smoke though. No monkey with them.
We'll steal the shrine right now, take away that experience. We'll see if they want to go forward. Monkey did port to the tier 2 top and he's making his way towards them. Simeon Stride will certainly cut this trip drastically short. And he's already here. So we'll see if they want to go high ground with the Sages.
Might be a bit late. 1 minute and a half remaining. If they could get them outside of the base, that would probably be nicer. The Dragonite is the only one out, but they don't have any vision in the Radiant jungle to catch him.
Pressure also picked up now by this Doom. So it is go time, baby. He did get the... DK did buy out. BKB and Raven's Brooch is now available from him. So he's going all in. And here's the fight. Hook shot forward. Silence. Can he find anything? They got the Sonic Wave onto multiple heroes. And now they're looking to take away the first life from this Monkey King. And they will succeed. In the meantime, Respect went to the backlines. Dropped a massive Pit of Malice. But he does die underneath the auspices of the Doom. Monkey King back online. Doesn't have any way to get out of here easily. But does have BKB. Will just start walking out of the base. And they don't really want to chase too far out from him. What a great use of the bushwhack. It connected onto Silent. They kill him off. And now the secondary Doom laid out onto the DK. He is running back to base, trying to get to safety. Glimmercade buying space and time. He tried to get in with anything, but sadly dies right in front of the base. He will go down without buyback. The rest of Winter Bears will now just clean up the final lane of racks and achieve themselves the megas. In the meantime, Queen of Pain are trying to bring down Pastel. Fails to do so. Dies back in the process, no less.
Deny him,
2 minutes in the grave, but no, actually gets it. The Shadow Strike, it persists beyond her death, and
nice,
it does
Kachal.
bring down the monkey inside the base.
Kachal
tried to deny him as much as humanly possible, but what can you do?
Oh, he tried to kill him. He didn't have to deny him. The guy was alive. He just TP'd, but Kachal brought him low enough to kill him. He probably would have lived if he just TP'd. Maybe a Fairy Fire and he's fine. But, yeah. A crazy game coming to an end. 44 minutes. This is the longest game that we have had in the MESWA tournament, at least in this call. 44 minutes. Absolutely magnificent. Magnifique.
Bro, this one game was longer than some of the series we've covered so far, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Not some, all of them. All of them together. This game was longer than all of the series that we've covered. Yeah, much closer. 2 teams, of course, so they allowed this to happen.
This was a very fun game to watch. Crab Restaurant, unfortunately, they were just unable to contain Malfurion and Stormrage. For me, these are one of my favorite kinds of games where, yes, Winter Bears won. Yes, they were, for the most part, ahead of the game. But there were so many flashpoints throughout this game that you are like, if Crab Restaurant had done 1 or 2 things a little bit differently, they win an engagement here, they kill a key target there, they take a tower in some other location, and the game looks like radically different. A couple of missed Sonic Waves, we remember, a couple of bad stuns that didn't go onto the correct targets, maybe some, not the best Fiend's Gates in the world early on, but this was... Winter Bear, although they won, I guarantee you, they're not feeling very confident about the nature of this win. They're like, guys, how did we let it get that close?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Winter Bear, I thought that they were the favorites. You also hyped me up on that one. I'll blame you for it. And they are. You were correct. But not like these clean favorites. This game is more of, yeah, if we do everything right, it should be easy. But if they make a couple of extra mistakes, the Crab Restaurant might win game number 2 and we might get the full series. We'll see what happens, of course. We're still... there was a score that said 1-0 already for Winter Bear. That's wrong. The score is 0-0 and only now it's Winter Bear with 1-0. So the best of 3 is not concluded just yet for everyone wondering in the chat. That was a mistake. So... gonna be a cool game number 2, maybe even a cool game number 3. Crab Restaurant can win this one, but I feel like they need a cheese pick. They need something to, just give them that edge.
I think for me, what could have really been different if they had the Hoodwink instead of the Rubik. We saw how badly the mid lane was going, but Rubik is not really the kind of hero that can rotate mid to help against a Monkey. If it was like one of these heroes that could do that, maybe that can help make the difference. But I'm with you. Like the cheese pick or some kind of way to throw Winter Bear off kilter is necessary heading into the second game, because if we have a normal game, does feel like Winter Bear should be able to reliably win out under those circumstances. So we're going to see whether or not Crab Restaurant, they're going to go to the back room. They're going to be like, SpongeBob, bro, we need a new recipe, gang. This Krabby Patty formula not working no more, man. Give us something new. So we'll see if they can have that in their back pocket, or if it's going to be Winter Bear yet again getting themselves a victory here in the lower bracket of the MESWA qualifiers. But we find out in just a moment. So Dream League 26 will commence and continue in just a few minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Welcome back, one and all, for some more Dream League Season 26 action here in the MESWA region. We have ourselves Winter Bear, one game up on Crab Restaurant, but it's not necessarily the cleanest win that we've ever seen in our lives. However, it was still, at the end of the day, a very comprehensive one. Brother Lizard, going into Game 2, you were talking about them needing to do some cheese picks, perhaps. Which lane do you want to see those cheese picks? Do you want to see it in the safe lane, or do you want to go back for the old tried and trusty Huskar mid?
Yeah, I think that's the good option. Huskar mid is always a good way to get your team an edge. I feel like maybe something on offlane could work. Maybe they can find some hero that is really good for Reflect. I know they got stomped when he played that Viper, but I feel like it could be an option. Like, Viper is a nasty hero to play against if the game is good for him, and if the lane is good as well, and if position 4 can cover him nicely. Like, when they picked it into VP's lineup, it was terrible. Like, you played into Jakiron terribly. They just cast one spell, you lose half of your HP. But if you can lane it versus something that doesn't have any damage dealing spells, that can't get on top of you easily, suddenly as Viper you just stand there and hit. So you stack up your stupid poison and you own most melees. So maybe one of these picks is possible for them. Maybe some Veno in the jungle as well that comes out with level 10 at minute 8 or something, you know, like these kind of things. I wouldn't mind seeing.
By the way, small tangents. Do you miss that era of Dota? Well, probably not, but do you remember the era of Dota where every now and then your team would have some of these heroes, it would usually be the safe laner, some lifesteal or whatever, who'd be like, all right, I hope you're a self-sufficient 5. I'm going to see you in 10 minutes, brother. I'm just going to go jungle. I lost my life after 3 minutes, so I don't really want to talk to any heroes. I don't want to see anybody until later in the game.
It's hard to miss. It's hard to miss those kind of times, isn't it? I feel like they're better left in the past. You remember? So
you don't want to bring back Iron Talon. You don't want Repair Kit. You don't want.
Well, it's back. What do you mean, bring it back? We have the Iron Talon. It's back.
No, it's not the same as the old Iron Talon, bro. That old Iron Talon was something. That item was something.
Well, you can't start the game with it. That's the difference, right? Like, you don't get to run to a lane and just one shot level 5 creep. It's definitely something different now. A little bit later in the game that you can get it changes everything.
Let me think. One thing I would kind of like to see back. They should. I don't know. I don't want repair kit back, but I do like the idea of you being able to affect buildings in some way. Maybe there should be like an item you can buy that for the duration of the item gives like a tower the glyph buff without having to use your own glyph, you know? So one of your supports sacrifices his own game just to make sure that there's going to be some additional defensive security for the team.
Well, Wyvern can do that with the facet now. Like it's an option. I feel like that facet is actually not that bad. I'd like to see more of it. In pubs though, the curse is way too strong. If you can get it on one target, you're probably getting it on another. But in pro games, I wonder if people are gonna start taking the Cold Embrace facet. I feel like there's some potential to it, right? Like you can save your towers, you can give some damage to your allies. I don't know. I honestly feel like it's playable. Like it's a playable facet that isn't picked up enough.
Unfortunately, Team Liquid is at DreamLeague, so if anybody's going to do it, we'll likely see Insania try to draw that one out. And I believe Tundra just qualified, so Whitemon should be able to do that as well. But that's in a different region. Right now, we're still focused on this one, and we have our second and hopefully not final draft of this series coming before us. Radiant side is going to be the side of Restaurant Crab. They have the first pick, and then Winter Bear yet again has second pick. By the way, do you have a preference for first or second pick right now?
A second probably is better. There just isn't one single hero that makes first pick completely busted. I think most likely I think second is better. Like you get to counter like your last pick, you get a better mid laner. On the opener, you can also counter pick immediately. So in general, I feel like I don't see anything that makes first pick stronger. Maybe some teams see it, I don't.
Makes sense. Restaurant, they have their first pick, and let's see. Last time they expanded it on having a clockwork to open things up. They just banned Warlock, no Beast, no Tinker. For Winter Bear, they've actually put in some respect bans. Despite winning the game, they felt like the DK and the Rubik were a bit too problematic. I will say early on, I wasn't really feeling the Rubik, but he got a lot of clutch steals. Even if they didn't like change the tide of the game, you can easily see how it could have in those circumstances. So you can sort of respect why Winter Bear would still decide to ban this one out.
Yep. I think it's like he did well with the Rubik, and they get the profit. I feel like
GG.
Yeah, this is maybe not something that you want to give away. Marcy can jump him, sort of. Isn't that bad? If you could get like a bounty or a storm or an ember, like these kind of heroes that get on top of him easily as well, it would probably make your game a lot easier. If you are Restaurant Karchang, they didn't put the right name in. I guess Karchang means crab.
I'm gonna go check.
Radiant team
Karchang is a village in Iran.
Yeah, it's not crap, but still, you know, it's this is the team from Iran, right? These guys.
I think so, yeah.
Restaurant Kachang. Yes. This is the Iranian squad, so okay. So they're just shouting out the local region as well, making sure that everybody knows what's going on here. Love to see it.
Shouting out the local restaurants as well, apparently.
Maybe there's a crab restaurant they all work at, yeah.
Maybe they work at the restaurant right now. You know, maybe they're in the restaurant and it doesn't have too many visitors, so they take turns. They cook in between when they die. They go in and they stir the pot a little bit. You know?
So whenever Celerity had to disconnect, is because he had to go deliver food, right?
Exactly.
Orders up.
Exactly. That's the case. He needs to get greet the people coming in, going out.
Well, already I'm thinking this game is going to be, well, maybe not more entertaining, but it's going to be a bit more chaotic because we're going to see some variations. I was complaining about the nature of their moves with the IO, but you can see why they went for the IO, right? They just have this understanding of how to play with this +1 type of hero in the carry role. Tyranta follows up, but Timber This is some cooking right now. Timbersaw to get rid of these trees, get on the Prophet like you talked about, do lots of damage onto the Tidehunter. And so far, even if you do have to lane it into Nature's Prophet as Timber, you're very happy with that matchup.
It's a fantastic hero into the Prophet. It's not played a lot though. There's a lot of good heroes from the mid lane against him. And in the side lane as well, you can be messed with by supports. I feel like something like a Silencer would be, or even Ancient Apparition would be pretty damn good. Even though you get on top of AA, you can blow him up. It's not as easy for the AA, but it's not terrible too. Like you'd get some good combo with the Tidehunter, Ravage, and your ulti. Like overall, just Jakiro is in the pool, AA is in the pool, Silencer. All of these three heroes are in the pool. They need to get one. Just choose which one you want on Winter Bear and which one you want on Restaurant Karchang.
What's it gonna be? What order are we placing today? We're looking through the menu right now of all the 5 positions. This is presumably going to be the lane, right? The Mossy Timber. So now we need to set up for the other side of the map. And they are going to be going for the Jakiro. All right. So nice and classic. Some attack speed slow. Some damage. Also, they found themselves in this game really struggling to put pressure on the towers. Only the DK could realistically do it. But now, even if they do get close to the towers, they can at least do a little bit of just peppering damage without having to commit their full bodies forward.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of damage, by the way, not a little bit. Like, this guy is just absolutely ridiculous when it comes to the deeps, even though you're usually a position 5. Let's see what the response is. I'd still like maybe a Silencer, maybe an A. Both of them are fine. Like, both of them do wonders against Timber. So, not really your supports with Prophet. Maybe they'll go for something like an ET or maybe even that clock from the last game, just because you are playing into a Timber and you are with a Prophet, so you might need some front lining in that lane. This Prophet could be mid as well, but most likely will be on the safe lane. If you want to put him mid, you can go Ursa and +1. Ursa plus Silencer and make this Timbersaw very sad in the lane.
I could imagine them also going for going back for the Hoodwink that they just had.
Yeah.
Keeping the break mechanic, making sure that they have a solid lane with the Tidehunter, and then just doubling down the... So you fight in 2 different places, Nature's Prophet and the Hoodwink. Timbersaw can't isolate you both simultaneously. You could certainly see that happening.
Yeah. For sure. They get the Abaddon. It's nice because of the Withering Mist into Timber. Like, Timber should be, on paper, really strong into Abba, but you do get that, at least, Withering Mist to lower his healing and regen on Timber, which can come in handy. So they opened up their 3 cores. That's interesting, unless they switch up. Actually, that means, if these are the 3 cores, that would mean the Prophet is mid. And I'm not sure that's the case, so maybe Abba and Muerta are actually the supports.
I feel like they want to run the Abba 5. I don't know why, but I just have that intuition about it. That I guess also because they have second pick, it would be very atypical to see a team that has second pick expend that second pick, or the final pick rather, on a support. So I imagine this Abba will be a position 5 in tandem with the Nature's Prophet. But on the other side, you were calling for Ursa potentially for Winter Bear. They get it instead, so you want to be able to rip through the tide. It's a hero that naturally can buy the Blink Dagger, so he can also close the gap onto the Nature's Prophet. He also buys Nullifier, so he can be extremely effective against Abaddon as the game scales. I like this a lot.
Oh, it's a good pick. The lanes on Restaurant Karchang are looking much, much better in this game number 2. They have it all, like the Timber on one side, Ursa Jakiro on one, Timber and Marcy on the other. I feel like the lanes are stronger for sure. So, yeah, I just don't get demolished on the mid lane, and I feel like they're set. They have a good pick. They don't have the ultimate last pick though, so that's a problem. They banned out the Sniper. Tiny and Puck got banned out. I feel like the Puck was... maybe, is this a Huskar maybe last pick? Let's see. Maybe Timber is mid as well. Who knows? Maybe they just last pick off lane here. Yeah, it's a Huskar.
Well, I mean, what you wanted. I asked you before the game, do you one hot, and you said yes, they delivered. Shout out to.
Well, there. Yeah.
You went into the restaurant and you made an order. You're like, can you please cook me a Husker middle? And they said, okay, bro, don't worry, I got you.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. With this Huskar, I feel like they honestly have a good shot at winning the game. There's nothing crazy strong against them. Like, you could maybe get an Invoker here. That does all right. What else is okay-ish? I wonder. Some long range. What do you have? You have Alina in the pool that is not great, but kind of playable, I guess. Invoker probably the best option for them if they can play it. And then there are some heroes that aren't really played on mid that much, but that are also an option into Huskar.
There are some games where I've seen like Nature's Prophet Invoker play around like the Sprout for the Sunstrike timing. But in this game, everybody has a way out, right? They're so difficult to keep these heroes within trees. Ursa's always going to have a Culling Blade. Timbersaw is Timbersaw. You know, are you realistically expecting to keep Huskar in that position long term? No. Jakiro, Macropile destroys them instantly. Marcy can... Well, Marcy's maybe the one that you can find more reliably.
It's not about the Sunstrike setups. You have Cataclysm into Ravage, or Ravage into Cataclysm later on. I think that's the idea, but it's not about that. It's about Invoker actually being able to lane. Like, it's one of the heroes that can actually play against Huskar in the mid lane. It's not incredible, but like, you can lane at least. Other heroes usually can't even accomplish that. We'll see if this is Quinn from a year ago Huskar, or if this is Quinn 2 days ago Huskar 012. We'll see. Oh, it's actually Reflect playing the Huskar.
What? My God. Reflect God, bro. Alright, okay. You were just saying right now that one of the reasons why they would have picked the Invoker, right, is to try and counteract, be able to lane against the Huskar effectively. Perhaps Restaurant Kachang knew that was coming. They were like, well, they're probably going to go for Invoker. Reflect, bro. Can you play Huskar? Can you be the one to cheese it out for us? And he says, alright, boys, don't worry about it.
No, I think you still put Reflect on mid lane. I think maybe this guy is just a Huskar spammer, and they're gonna put him mid on Huskar and put Celerity on offlane. Because if you put Huskar on offlane and Timber on mid, you're probably losing both lanes. Like, Marcy Huskar versus Prophet and Abaddon. Okay, they won't lose it, but they shouldn't be completely winning it as well. And on mid lane, Invoker will do better against Timber than he would against Huskar, so... Maybe... No, let's see how they do it. Maybe they switch up the lanes, maybe they don't. It won't be the first time that we see... Yeah.
No, you're right. He's got the ward in it and he's going mid. You're right, you're correct.
Yeah, makes more sense.
You are correct, yeah. And with everybody tipping him, they're probably like, they're trying to gas the boy up and be like, bro,
yeah.
It comes to the game, gang.
They truly are. They're hyping him up, man. He's probably had the worst time out of all of them on Crab Restaurant, you know? And I like this. I like this, trying to hype him up.
Okay, honestly, just because they've done this, right, I really want Crab to win this game. Crab Kachan in the Kachan Restaurant, please win this game. Like, just for the sake of Reflect, you know, this will literally be a generational moment for him, bro. Being able to win a game after having such a torrid time from mid, after you've been off lane getting dumpstered, man, he would feel amazing after this.
30 seconds to
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's like a nice bonding thing for friends as well. They believed in him, they put him mid, and then he actually delivered. Maybe he's a mid player as well, just put in the offlane because they couldn't find anyone else. That could also be the case, by the way. They are running here. Like, really deep.
Indeed, they even dropped the blood grenade onto John, but here comes the rest of Winter Bear. Big dual breath from the Jakiro. Unfortunately, silences the one falling low. Sunstrike connects, and Pastel able to draw the first blood. Celerity, unfortunately, not really able to threaten John that much. And 404 slowed down by the Gush, getting body blocked by the Treants as well. He has no way out of this one. He's certainly going to lose his life. So this is last game. Winter Bear had an incredible start. 3 for 1 on the bounty. He's Frubik to go telekinesis, but this, by some miracle, is even better. Despite the fact that they do lose the bounty trade 3 for 1, they get themselves 2 kills in the process.
Yeah, unfortunate. I don't know, like I thought maybe they had what it takes to fight here. Because you have Timber, Kiro, that's a lot of damage. But they went on the wrong target. This Abaddon, by the way, has a passive. Like he went for, I kid you not, he went for Curse of Avernus level 1. And it worked. And it's working right now. Yeah, it might not be working anymore.
Yeah. Though it stopped working. It stopped. Oh, Salary Team missed the Timber Chain. That actually gets him killed. If he'd gotten the Timber Chain, he would have been able to go on the far side of the trees and survive, but he misses it, eats 4 straight right clicks to the face from Malfurion. So Abaddon is like, bro, do that again, please. I'll happily take that trade.
Yep, exactly. Probably very happy on the Abaddon. We'll get some items back to Malfurion. So when the lane starts, at least it might be okayish for Winter Bear. I feel like Salarty and 404 should do a bit better with level 2 and 3, especially when you get Chakram. Rolling that, I mean, on Timber, sorry. Then you can even kill off the Abaddon if he comes too close.
Now middle, reflect. It's all you, baby. Your gang was gassing you up. The crew needs you to perform, my friend, and so far in the CS department, he is doing okay, but you don't pick a Huskar to do okay. You pick Huskar to dominate. So we're going to see how that starts to play into effect once he hits level 3 now.
Yeah, one hero that you don't completely dominate is the Invoker, but he's doing alright. Invoker is kind of feeding the Fourth Spirits away, not using the Cold Snap to mess with Huskar a little bit with the Fourth Spirits. So far so good from Reflect.
Bro, this would be the greatest character arc of all time. From feeding offlaner to superstar mid. That's a story I want to see. Down bottom,
Sunstrike.
they are going to try and put pressure out onto these heroes, but no. The Sunstrike was on to Reflect middle. I happen to have my camera there. It missed, so he's fine.
Yeah, I didn't. He was really low on Huskar, but as all Huskar players, that's where we want to be. Top lane 404.
John is out here. Dual breath out. They should be able to find this kill. Aphotic Shield is going to be enough to absorb most of that damage from the Jack. And Saladin! Oh my god, they almost lost the Timber Sword too. This is not something I'm used to, but there's a reason why Malfurion started this lane with the blight, with the Orb of Blight.
Oh, Huskar mid.
Blight Sword. Huskar, oh no. He's fine, dude. He's fine.
He debated a little bit. Almost got killed by the Cold Snap.
Alright, but that's what I want to see. He's starting to own in the CS department now. Like you said, Invoker is feeding. Oh, wait. Uphill miss! No! No uphill miss because they were on the same plane. The attack went all the way through. That is a heartbreaking situation for Reflect because things were looking so solid just before that.
Yeah, thin is the line that you have to tread when you are playing Huskar. And bot lane, they're gonna get the Marcy. Ursa also zoned out. So, yeah. Lanes not looking that bad anymore for Winter Bear. Mid, top, and bottom, all doing fine.
Well, I'm gonna steal that line. Thin is the that line of thin is the line you have to thread. I'm gonna use it when like I'm at a bar and like they're like, yo, bro, why are you having tequila and a beer? I'm like, thin is the line that you must thread on a party night.
And I'm a weaver. I'm a master weaver.
One of my most played heroes still to this day, so yeah, exactly.
There you go. Kachal down bot. They want to get the tide, but he's big. A big boy.
He's very big, but it's Ursa. Ursa, it's a bear. The bear is going to rip through you, and indeed, the bear succeeds. Silent ends up being credited with the kill, but most of the work being done by MMD Gorbe.
This is where you report your mid for not having Sunstrike. Help you out.
Bro, where was the Sunstrike, gang? He's like, sorry, bro, I tried to use it on the Huskar. I'm struggling. Top lane, John. Almost able to bring down Salary T, but now that they're close enough to the tier 1 tower to get away safely, they'll be okay, but they are struggling in the experience department in the top lane.
Yeah, they're just being completely zoned, absolutely pressured. Malfurion almost level 5. Salary T Salar T getting closer to 4, but yeah. Not in a position to be left alone, which is something that you can do to Timber in some games.
Ooh, so you were just saying that like you flame your mid for not sunstriking. Do I flame my carry for not teleporting in? Oh, forward! They come through bottom lane. They want to kill Delight. They are going to be able to do so. One more right click is all they need, and they find him. Kachal looking for revenge. Gush out with the anchor smash, able to find this Ursa, who did not have any more charges on the magic stick. It was on cooldown at the moment. So massive win for Winter Bear. Like, this is not something that I ever expect to see. Like, my Tide Hunter killing the enemy Ursa. This is the best case scenario for me.
Yeah, it can happen if he has a stronger position 4 than the enemy 5, and you go with Gush level 1 and you pressure. But usually when you get to level 5, Ursa is already Orb of Corrosion taking over. Something that MD Gore didn't go for.
Top, hold that thought. Another offlane is in peril right now as Salary T trying to get himself away. Sadly, not going to be able to do so. And
yeah, bot lane, Kachal, the Tide Hunter.
Is King died. He's getting killed. Nice. They got it. And this time around, it doesn't cost them any of their lives. So they trade offlaners on the map, exploiting the fact that they repositioned the support of Delight onto the top lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they're gonna take the Wisdom Rune, it seems like. On both sides, a snatch is being attempted.
Let's see, Pastel is able to get killed off by Reflect. Loses his killing spree, but they're contesting over this Wisdom Shrine right now. They did manage to grab it for Delight, but Delight might lose his life for this one. Here comes Silence, looking for a way into the fight, but not able to find a clean angle. Too much damage coming in from Malfurion and Stormrage, so they're gonna back off from this. And unfortunately, the Huskar did die, so he's not able to really complement additional damage here. They are TPing in. The Huskar finally does arrive, looking towards Johnny. Life break onto the Abaddon, and we should see a dead Abba. No freaking way, dude.
Why didn't they go on the Prophet though? Like, kind of a bigger target, I think. But yeah, they let the Prophet run away, and they let the Abba TP out. The Light is kind of caught in no man's land for now.
They're gonna reposition middle. I think they're gonna go for Reflect. There's no tower. They can't defend him. Reflect, you're dead, brother. Reflect is gone. Cold Snap, Tornado,
take it easy,
Chaos
baby.
Meteor. There's the calling. Now he's dead, brother. There's no way out of this one for him, and he's gone.
You call it way too soon. You never know. Maybe he has got something in his pockets. If he moved to the right and used his ulti, like maybe he'd actually live. Like he had some plays that weren't played. Look at this though.
Nice dispose bottom. The first Ravage of the game will emerge, but it won't help. The Ursa popped in rage just before the tentacles connected, so they have more than enough damage to kill. Also, I'm going to repeat what I said in the previous game, Liz. From when we met until now, right, I cannot believe that now you're the optimist and I'm the one that's cynical about what's going to happen in the game.
I'm not optimist. You very often make calls before the thing happens, and I like to wait a little. You know, it's not about being optimistic, pessimistic. If the hero has some things in store, maybe a wand that he can pop. Like
Ursa's dead, I guarantee. Ursa's dead, I guarantee.
No, he's not. He's not. There's a Marcy with rebound and the pick me up facet. You know, like things like this.
Which is stupid, honestly.
It is. It's a dumb facet. It's very strong.
It's way too stupid. Now I was just trolling. You know what my voice sounds like when I'm genuinely expecting a kill.
I know.
Tier 1 getting sieged upon right now. They should be able to bring this one down. 2 Forge Spirits with the Invoker beating upon it. And although it is a 4k gold lead at 10 minutes, this was a similar circumstance in game 1 as well. Unfortunately, just like in game 1, it's their offlane that's suffering the most. Salary T has less net worth than the enemy Muerta right now.
That usually is not the best place to be in. 23 CS, by the way, on the Timber. Minute 10. Like it's my last carry game. I played like that. I did win it though, but it was not great.
This is like when you're first starting Dota and you have to do like the... People tell you, okay, try to get 50 last hits in 10 minutes. And then you're just training, you know. Day by day, just getting closer and closer. I still can't believe that used to be like the barometer for excellence. Like if you're having an excellent game, 50 CS at 10 minutes. Now it's just like, yeah, it's okay.
You didn't have as many options. That's also the thing, right? Like you had to stay in the lane, and sometimes you get tri-laned, sometimes, you know, like you didn't have an option to just go and farm the ancients minute 7 with the hero like you do right now. Like you're some Magnus, you get the Morbid Mask and you're farming the ancients already. You're not even level 6. You don't care.
Actually, on that point, I have a very interesting question for you. After we see this potential death onto Salary T, he's actually going in to try and force the fight. Pastel gets hit with the Ice Path. They do end up losing the Timber, but Pastel now also going to end up dying. Certainly a worthwhile trade for them at this moment in time. Silent disposes back Johnny, but they don't really want to keep fighting. Malfurion Storm Rage being here does dissuade the rest of Crab from really wanting to participate. 404 TPing out. He's going to make it. Reflect able to retreat as well.
Oh, nice death shot, but a little bit late. Nice idea from the light. Well, not the worst, right? They do get the Invoker. He was getting kind of big. Slowing him down is always nice.
They might get the Muerta here as well. She is wandering up onto the high ground. She's going to get herself silenced. She's going to try and survive, but her life is forfeited. Oh no! Marcy! What have you done? She disposed the Huskar forward into a goddamn Sunstrike, and now she's also going to lose her life in the process. Now Fury and Storm Rage, him and the gang beating down onto Salary T. This Timber Saw will easily fall. Almost brought down Malfurion, but just lacks the levels to do the necessary damage. Man, they could have gotten out on the Huskar, but Delight just has to watch happily, smiling from the grave as Silence literally brings the Huskar to his doom.
Yeah, maybe should have deactivated that pick me up. Maybe should have. Unfortunate, he wanted to keep Huskar involved, and he does die in the end because of that. Both of them do.
Alright, I have an interesting question for you. I'll have a little bit of a lull in the game right now. So, you were talking about how we didn't have as many options in older Dota that we do today, right? Of the old Dota, like, pro legends, let's say up until TI 4, which players do you think would have been extremely successful if they started their careers now instead of then?
I feel like when it comes to these big names, all of them would be successful if they started off now, and if they were as young. That's what you mean, right? Like,
yeah.
Like coming up, I feel like most of them would be.
Maybe a small skirmish happening here. Macropire gonna get dodged a little bit. They will just go out onto Silence. Also a fair amount of commitment to bring him down. So
it's a Wisdom Shrine, right? Like it's showing up in a second now. Nice little death shot, by the way, by the light once again, getting that hit. He's going for Aghanims, also very nice. This item is too cool. The ricochet from the death shot with the fear comes in handy.
Just got his Battle Fury, 14 minutes, 22 seconds in. Fairly slow, but he has it now. He can start to increase his farm speed. Try to involve himself in the game.
I mean, it's 14. It's alright, right? Like nothing, not too bad, I would say. It's solid. Phase Boots and Battle Fury.
I can tell you it's the 12th slowest this patch. By surprise. Out of 44
slowest.
Games, so 12
years.
Yeah. It's only been 11 times that it's been slower than this.
How many games?
44. So not that.
Yeah.
Enough, I think, that we can still determine that it's a little bit slow. And unfortunately, his farm is about to slow down even more because they have caught him surrounded by 4 heroes. Well, this is his Derecho death. I'll allow this. It's the Derecho death. It's fine. You're farming the dangerous area of the map. What's elsewhere? What can you do?
straight into the Tormentor. Not the best shard. Probably the worst shard that he could have gotten, but what can you do?
Dude, why does a shard even exist? Oh, Malfurion! Malfurion? Malfurion? Went 1v1 versus Reflect and died despite Malfurion having 3k net worth advantage. Yes, his team is able to bring down the Timbersaw on the top side of the map, but overall, anytime you kill Malfurion, you feel amazing right now.
Yeah, it's a Huskar, right? Like, he can still 1v1 any of these heroes if he gets on top of them. Maybe the only one that could possibly survive would be Invoker with some Ghost Walk and getting away from you.
Well. It's a 12k gold lead right now. Even more stock than in the previous game, but like you said, there's a Huskar. And for me, it's not even just a Huskar. There's heroes like Ursa. You know, there's these carry heroes that just have this X factor about them that you can never just really just sit, rest, and be like, yeah, we've beaten this guy, whatever, who cares?
By the way, Johnny Pro is basically doing the carry or offlane build on this Abaddon, like maxing out Curse instead of Mist Coil. He went 1-4-3, now he's 2-4-3. I mean, why not? He's doing a lot. He's got 1200 gold as well now to work with.
You know what's crazy to me is that he leveled up that Curse, right? When he was being ganked by 4 heroes, levels the Curse, gets that kill for his team, and then immediately goes... What, he went 1-2 in the lane, bro. Who goes 1-2 in the lane as support ever? Johnny does. That's why he's got the pro in his name. What a guy.
Sunstrike. Yep.
Wait, how did they get
vision.
this?
They had vision.
Oh, they just
on the triangle. Yep.
But they are pinging on the wrong side. They're pinging on the cliff right now. We'll see if 4-4 is going to find this D-Ward. Just a little bit forward. There you go, brother. You're good. You're good.
It doesn't... Ah, it does scout it. Okay, it was so close. It's basically that 50 range buff that Sentry got in one of the previous patches that allowed him to see that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
9-21 is the kill score. We're encroaching on 20 minutes into the game. Fury and Storm Mage, of course, the most farmed. And down bottom, they might have a particular beat onto Johnny here. They force the triggering out of the borrowed time, but we need somebody. Pick me up, drag them forward. They're so scared. They feel like there's somebody here. Little do they know, they're actually all alone. They could have gotten that kill, but now it's too late. Malfurion has shown up. Sadly, though, they don't have a way to lock down this young Marcy. Unfortunately, on the other side of the map, still ends up getting a kill off Reflect. I imagine a Sunstrike was dropped in that instance.
Yep.
Very easy bring down. Now, they also find the Marcy in the jungle. Pastel involved in 2 separate kills. Now showing up to pressure the tier 2 tower.
Yep, it was Ravage Sunstrike Meatball on the mid lane, killing off the Huskar. The tier 2 has fallen. They're gonna pressure high ground, it seems, a little bit already. There's no big team fight on the other side, so I don't blame them from testing and seeing how it goes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think we still don't have like big items on the Huskar. He has S&Y armlets. Not the world beater that you want this hero to be. And even the Ursa. The big problem is the Ursa only has Battle Fury. No Blink Dagger, no Basher, no BKB. Nothing else that actually makes this hero threatening in these fights.
Yep, they're 16k behind, but once they get these BKBs, like, if you use the pick-me-up on Marcy instead of the Blink to get on top of the Prophet, I feel like you can kill him. Same with the Walker.
Holy shit! Bro, he just dove forward! Just out of nowhere. What the hell was that? And now Malfurion Storm Rage has got the Sprout onto this Ursa. They ran to isolate him. Reflect very low on the HP. Armlet toggling for all his worth. But he needs to get back very soon before he dies. They did get the kill onto Johnny with 404. But they also lose Reflect in the trade. Not worth for Crab Restaurant, Kachan Restaurant. Well, if I got this meal at a restaurant, I'm telling you, Lizard, I would send it back and ask to speak to the judge. This is not it.
Well, maybe they cook better than they play Dota. Let's see. They're gonna go maybe for Karchal, but he TP's out. Never mind. It's not gonna happen. Abaddon, of course, did die in that macro pyre, so they couldn't finish him off. The light, though.
Dude, Celery! Bro, go on! What the? Look at Celery taking so much damage. Yet again, he's gonna die. Chased by a right click. Following him from Malfurion Storm Race. They get the Yules out onto the Smarcy. Hit her with the Chaos Meteor and a couple of right clicks. Pastel now on our wicked 6 streak. Ursa goes in, but this is not a bear. This is a teddy bear right now. Look how soft and cuddly he is. He ends up dying almost immediately. Huskar TPs into a Ravage. Dies so fast, the Cataclysm doesn't even have time to connect. The triple kill for Malfurion, and honestly, Lizard, I feel like you should just call GG right now if you're Crab.
Well, they just might. Timber is up, so maybe they can def a little bit longer. They tried fighting without the BKBs. That was the problem. No Glimmer on Huskar, no BKB on Ursa. If they just waited a little bit longer, maybe they could have had a good fight in them. But now, 25k behind. Indeed, a poor defense.
I will say, one thing I like to see from Winter Bear, in previous qualifier runs, we've seen them get like a little bit too enthusiastic when they're in a winning position, but this is probably the most disciplined that I've seen Winter Bear, except Malfurion. Malfurion is still playing like a madman, but everybody else is actually playing some fairly disciplined in terms of how they approach this high ground.
Reflect. Okay, gets away with an ult. Right, nicely done with the life break. Gotta be careful not to get Sunstrike.
Though. Okay, no. Thankfully 4-4 was right next to him to distribute the damage. He would have died otherwise.
Yep. Yeah, most likely he would have. 99%.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, Gaben gives them a 99% chance of victory for Winter Bear. Do you concur, or is it a bit too steep in their favor?
Yeah, I concur. I think that's it. It's not too steep. These were the... this is kind of a draft you gotta do a bit better earlier.
They are gonna be fighting onto Malfurion. They took away the Aegis. Can they actually kill him? He's still alive. An amazing dead shot. Delight. What a god. But sadly, it's not going to be good enough. They do kill Malfurion Storm Rage, and the kill will grant an obscene amount of gold for Salary T there.
This changes everything.
How much was it? How obscene is the obscene that you were talking about? 1,000 shares, so 250 each, and 600 on top. It's a decent chunk.
Almost 1,000 gold. Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Definitely a decent chunk.
Winter Bear, though, despite losing their carry, they're still positioned around this tier 3 tower. Invoker sending in the 4 spirits. You know, for so long, everybody was like, oh, why don't people play Exort Invoker? You know, we've gotten tired of Quaswex. Honestly, I am much more annoyed playing against this shit, man. Just this cheap, zero commitment push. What the hell is this? This is so annoying.
Yeah, and when he uses that Kata with Ravage, probably everyone dies. They do have a BKB on Ursa, and Huskar has a Glimmer as well. If they had it 10 minutes ago... Oh, Ravage, Kata.
Sadly, Ravage, Cataclysm comes first. Huskar gone, Timbersaw gone, Marcy gone. Malfurion Storm Rage almost dies. What the fuck? Can they get there? No, he can't. Pastel finds an Ultra kill instead. They buy back on the Marcy and the Timber, but unfortunately they're too far away from the fight to meaningfully participate.
Gotta give him Rampage,
They were
right?
a sliver away. I'll just give him the Rampage, bro. Come on. Help the brother out. There's the cold slap to cancel out the Timber Chain. I think the Rampage timing is gone, sadly, so he's not going to get it. He does find melee racks at least. Tornado going forward, stopping the Jakiro from retreating inside the base. No Rampage achieved for Pastel. However, progression in the tournament is almost guaranteed. They have Megas, GG is cold, and Winter Bears go through to the next round of the bracket. taking out the crab restaurant, boys. We really appreciated it, guys, but we might have cooked a little bit too much. Too many spices in the dish. Maybe we need to go back and consult the chef.
It was a cool attempt from them to put the Huskar mid, and they didn't really think about the Invoker counter pick, which did come. It's not really a counter pick, but it played out well for Pastel. It's a good matchup for Invoker. It isn't bad, and it was a 30 level Huskar versus a 30 level Walker. So they both knew exactly what the matchup is like. Of course, Pastel coming out on top 14-2. I think like this kind of a draft for crab restaurant could have worked if only they didn't fight as much. I feel like if they just waited for that BKB and Ursa and Glimmer on the Huskar, suddenly you have some defensive tools to play around with. But yeah. All that said, they didn't. They fought, and Winter Bear, they did demonstrate why they're considered the stronger team in this series, winning with 2-0. The second game definitely much cleaner than the first one. First game was honestly kind of rough. Dragonite doing a lot. MMD Gorb having a decent game. The second game as well, he has the best score together with Jakiro, but should have waited a little bit for that BKB.
I mean, it's very telling that the only fight that they took where they had the BKB and the Glimmer was, firstly, they did not find the initiation, but they immediately got caught with the Ravage Cataclysm combination. So, Ravage Cata, what can you do? So, in a way as well, I think you mentioned how they kept fighting, right? And there was this period of time, which is weird to me, where Winter Bear was leaving them alone. Winter Bear was on their side of the map, chilling, farming, trying to get to their next set of items. But Restaurant, they're the ones that decided, we're going to smoke, we're going to go forward, we're going to try and hunt for these fights. So, especially, in the previous game, it's one thing doing that where, let's say, all right, I'm going to go gank Tiny IO, hopefully we get the kill. Or even if we know a reload is coming, let's say we gank Monkey, we can kill him fast enough that by the time the relocate arrives, we have the additional way to kill the next target. But they just didn't have the damage either in this game, right? Like, they had to itemize immediately defensively out of the laning phase because of how badly things went in the lane. Timber had to go for Halberd. They went for the BKB on the Ursa. They went for the Glimmer Cape immediately after the SNY on this Huskar. But at that point, I'm looking at the items. Like, for example, when these items are arriving, Pastel's getting Octarine Core. Revenant's Brooch is arriving on Muerta of all heroes. Tidehunter is getting a Radiance. It's like, well, all right, guys, you have all these defensive items, but you have enough to actually kill us at this point. Even the defensive items aren't even enough to keep you alive in your own engagements. Ultimately, I am glad that we got to see a Restaurant Kachang play like this, but I can't help but feeling, Liz, that if they'd gone through the earlier game today, if they'd actually played that series, they would have been much better positioned for this one. It felt like, especially in game 2, that they were experiencing a little bit of shell shock at the gap between themselves and Winter Bear.
It was definitely shell shock after game 2. For sure, the shell shock is maybe even stronger. But these teams, I think that they got what they came for. 2 games that were kind of close, kind of even. Second one, of course, was a little bit Winter Bear favorited, but first one was definitely, like a game that you can be proud of on one side or the other. Like some mistakes here and there, but that's to be expected. In general, it was fun and entertaining Dota, and I feel like there is nothing to be ashamed of. You come into these qualifiers wanting to demonstrate your skills, play some good dotes. That's what they did until the next qualifier for Team Crab Restaurant. Maybe they can play some more pubs, clean things up a little bit, get some more cheese picks. Maybe even win versus Winter Bear in a couple of months.
Well, with those words from Coach Lizard, I hope that the side of Crab Restaurant Kachan will be able to take this home, improve their craft, and ensure that they have a better performance in the next set of qualifiers. Of course, that does mean that this series is over and we only have one remaining for the evening, which is the upper bracket final between Virtus Pro and Enigma Galaxy. Sadly, that series is going to be amazing, but it's only happening within 2 hours. So you have a lot of options of what to do with your time right now. You can go take a walk. You can make some dinner, some lunch for yourself. You can drink like a ton of water. I don't know how much. You can play a bunch of pubs. You can call your mama. You can be like Lizard and go play Warcraft 3. You have so many things you can fulfill your time with, but just make sure that you are here with us in 2 hours to have the winner bracket final, where we will be finding out who is the first grand finalist of the Dream League Season 26 qualifiers. Until then, Snare, myself, Lizard, my boy, will be back for some more Dota 2 action in just a few hours.
We twa heeren about the braes, and poo the gowans fine. But seas between us, braid hair old, sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, 5 seconds numbering. Tick tock, and stop. Short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped. Short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them home to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long until we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride qua, un gatto bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those indues fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. August fire marish and crushki in his beak shelan.
Should old acquaintance be forgot, and never brocht he mind. Should old acquaintance be forgot, an old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit, sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes, and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled, sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star star of hope, she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me. Dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind a covey of flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them home to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene a buon monterà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza quando donna mia va di comunque con bello giocondo ciascuna cocchierà, finché in cielo a una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà.
save all you all I had you do not go to. As she does change and yet remain the same. Let all that love return to me no more. Till my love shine as she has done before.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. August fire Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
In
Greetings, one and all. We have returned for the upper bracket final. One of these two teams will be going into the grand final as the #1 seed in the tournament qualifiers and try to figure out who's going to go all the way to Dream League Season 26. My name is Snare. I'm joined with my brother Lizard for some more MESWA action. And brother Liz, please tell all the audience why I'm so gassed up about this particular matchup.
You're gassed up because you know how good of a region this is, and you've been enjoying all of the other games in the MESWA. That's how you pronounce it, right? Region. Yeah. And no, of course, you're gassed up because this is, all jokes aside, the match that you are waiting for. All of us are waiting for to see how Nigma versus Virtus.pro do in the upper bracket, because these are the two teams that will meet later on in the grand finals, of course. All the other lineups should not be like having a say in that, at least on paper. And so far, in all of these different qualifiers, they didn't. It was always like this. It's Nigma plus Chimera in the grand finals of the MESWA region. Everyone else kind of fighting for it, but not really managing to take a game at least, let alone series off of these two.
Yeah, not only have they not managed to take a game, both Nigma and the side of Virtus.pro have managed to post up phenomenal results so far in day one of the qualifiers. Nigma won a game in 11 minutes and 59 seconds. VP won a game in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. So the gap between them and the rest is pretty extreme. But honestly, you know what I'm most excited about this game? Might be the first series we've watched together that the draft doesn't tell us immediately who's going to win. Because beforehand, we've always seen like lopsided matchups. We know which team is stronger than the other, and the stronger team can afford to take a bit more risks in how they draft, right? Be a bit more cavalier in their approach. We only saw it once backfire yesterday with the offlane Alchemist for Winterbear. But every other time, these teams have been just taking massive risks. So now I want to see them put their thinking caps on, because now you don't have that latitude to be like, 9 times out of 10, this lane is actually badly favored, but I'm just so much better than my opponents. I can make that one scenario happen. Now you have to be extremely crisp from minute 0 if you have any hope of winning the series.
Yeah, you have to. The question is, will they be? Because they are in the upper bracket. And like I said, these two teams will meet up later on in the finals. So I'm thinking maybe they don't really have to even show their best strats. Maybe they can experiment a little bit, feel each other out, and save the best for last. Because let's be real, tomorrow, these two teams, they will play each other again.
Yeah. That is almost a certainty. Almost a certainty that they're going to be matching up once more with one another. I do think as well, last season when we were watching these qualifiers, right, or for both Rally and Dream League, both times around, Nigma was able to get the W in the upper bracket and then falling apart in the grand finals. Do you think maybe that they might be the ones who'd be like, all right, guys, not let's sandbag, but let's try and understand what VP is trying to do and then rely on our brain trust to try to have a better solution for tomorrow, even if we lose? Or do you think it's safer to just like go balls to the wall, get yourself in the upper bracket, and then just try and hope that you're solid enough to deal with the counter tomorrow?
It depends what you want to play. Like it depends how many strats you have lined up. I feel like both. You could say that. You could say, okay, play your best and just win 5 games in a row, right? Or 4 games in a row if you can do 2-0-2-0. You can say that, but you're playing versus a team that's kind of on a similar level. It's not like Virtus.pro is a pushover. Like, these guys have strong players, and it wouldn't be that crazy if they even took the qualifier, and it wouldn't be the first time that they take the qualifier off of Nigma. So I'm not sure what's the mindset going to be like. No one likes losing, and because of that, I feel like both teams will go all out. They won't be hiding way too many strats because, let's be real, we're Dota players. We're not mature enough to experiment in one series and learn from that and go into the next. You'd probably be pissed after losing, so maybe for the best, just go, like you said, balls to the wall, pick your best stuff, see how it goes, and come back tomorrow doing the same thing all over again.
I like the fact that we keep mentioning tomorrow because just as a reminder, whoever wins this game ends up in the grand finals, yes, but they're playing tomorrow again in less than like 24 hours, like what, 14 hours from now. They'll be playing yet another game, the best of 5 grand final. Obviously, they'll have to wake up early as well to study their opponents in the lower bracket final to ensure they know exactly what's happening there. So this one, there's going to be a lot of nerves, but mostly it's going to be pressure because both teams know that this is not the final end of the road. However, it does still represent a significant hurdle to get to the finish line. I've always been one of those people that feels like winning is a habit more than anything else. You know, there's just certain teams that feel inevitable past a certain point. And I feel like both of these squads are trying to get themselves into that inevitable scenario for the MESWA region. Of course, we're going to be witnessing how inevitable either of these teams' victories are going to be because our first draft is going to be underway. Radiant side will be Nigma Galaxy with the first pick. Dire side for Virtus Pro on second pick. Let's see how it goes. And my brother from the Balkans, you were saying you like the second pick. What do you want to see in the ban stage from Virtus Pro?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, let's hop into it and see what they do ban. The PA definitely must go. Another hero that a lot of teams are banning out is the TB, but they already used one ban on the carry, so we'll see if they decide to continue this trend. I feel like both PA, TA, TB, these are the kind of heroes that you usually get rid of, but you are playing versus GH, so you're banning out something else as well, right? Like some GH specials. They need to go like the IO, maybe a Phoenix later on down the road as well is an option. Like these guys have been playing a couple of tournaments recently. It hasn't been the best from Nigma, but what it does mean is that they gave a little bit of info, right? So Virtus Pro, they do have something to work off of. You can go and scan some of their games in the last couple of months. Perhaps not in this qualifier, because from this qualifier you probably can't see or learn a lot, but from their game versus Extreme Gaming that they played like a month ago, or Yellow Submarine, like these games maybe can teach you some things at least, like that Sumail absolutely will love playing the Shaker mid.
BP do have the Dahak Enigma banned out against them. They, of course, made sure to remove GH Carl, GH IO. Honestly, you know, one of the things I've always thought about GH as a player is not just like his in-game skill, which is phenomenal. He can play so many heroes at an exceptional level, but there's not that many support players in the game that force bans from the enemy team, right? And GH is one of those players. You just have to ban these kind of heroes against them.
100%, absolutely. He's one of those annoying players on certain heroes, and you just want to get rid of his stuff. But look, like out of all the games and series in their previous qualifiers and previous tournaments that they have played, out of all these 5 players, I would say that GH and Sumail are the most stable too. Like they're the ones that are actually making this team like they're the metronome, you know, like they're always on time. And the rest of them is the question is, will the 3 of them catch that rhythm or not? Like, will they be in tune or not? So, intact, I should say. And if you give GH something that he's very comfortable on, like a Coddle, he's going to make exactly that happen because he can control the pace of the game and lead you where he wants you to be. So far, I know that they've struggled with offlane hero pool. It's something that they've had in previous qualifiers and previous tournaments. Maybe it has improved, we'll see. Noob, of course, has a certain hero pool of his own, like a tiny offlane as well that he's played. But remember the patch Alpha Wolves? Snare. We were casting the same region together, right?
Yeah.
And these 2 teams matched in the grand finals. Both teams picked Leica. Not a single one of these 2 offlaners, I think the Hawk was there as well, I'm not sure, maybe they replaced him, went for Alpha Wolves. I was losing my mind. I want to just tell on them. I want to tell on them on this cast because you can see that they're not always very comfortable on the current state of the offlane meta and what heroes are being picked.
We'll of course see if they have some adjustments now with some new stuff, some new flair. I do think both teams are very happy with their openers. Enigma Galaxy getting themselves Nature's Prophet, one of Ghost's premier heroes. I would say it's this, his Terrorblade, and his PL and his TA are at the top of my list of what I consider him godlike on. And of course, VP. They already picked themselves up the Jakiro earlier on, one of the premier 5s in the game. And where do you think this Abaddon is going? Is this Dahak Abaddon? Is this TA 2000 Abaddon? Is this position 5 Abaddon with the position 4 Jakiro? What's happening here?
10 seconds.
Nah, this is your core Abaddon 99%. Where exactly he's going, I'm not sure, but it's a good pickup as well because it's one of better offlaners into Jakiro. You get that shield to work with, so I'm not sure if it's going to be one or offlane. I prefer an offlane Abba at the moment. I know that some teams play it on one to a lot of success. Like we have seen Skitter play it as well. Basically any team right now plays it on one or off. But this Muerta Prophet combo, I feel like just like every team plays Abaddon, every team needs to play Prophet and Muerta.
And oh my god, look at this pace that Enigma Galaxy have right now. Sumail probably going to be picking up this Monkey King while Ghost is on the Nature's Prophet. Lots of mobility with Muerta being able to supply some additional damage as well. So both side lanes, well, I haven't seen the other support, but there should be kill potential all across the map. We don't know what the mid hero is going to be just yet from VP. So there's a non-zero chance Enigma Galaxy can still flex the NP and the, but in general, I always like Monkey King when he has heroes where if he shows up, somebody will die every single time.
But that's the power of Monkey, right? Like you get a hero that can be mid, can be safe, and you get a hero that kind of throws a problem at VP because this hero is a problem. You have to pick the right answer to him on the mid lane if he is mid, or you might not have a good game going forward. So we'll see what they pick in the end. There are a couple of outright counters to him. There are a couple of heroes that work decently enough. But there aren't many heroes that do well against Monkey and the Prophet from that mid lane. There aren't heroes that just crush both. So that puts a problem. We have a TB, so of course TB and Abba both are flexible, but I would rather see a TB TA 2000 100%, like 1000%, and most likely that will be the case. Like TB Jakiro is a nasty lane. Whatever you send there, you can pick and choose your offlane. Doom is in the pool, Beast Darkseer banned out, but there's a couple of other ones like a Centaur or something that are still in.
Sigma moment.
Radiant team ban.
Right, time for a trivia question, brother. So, my boy TA 2000 right here. His most played hero, despite his name, is actually the Terrorblade, right?
Yep.
I want you to guess how many games he has played and what do you think his win rate is on this?
Pubs or competitive?
Competitive.
I'm not sure. I couldn't guess. I'd say maybe 500 pub games though. Competitive. I don't know how many games he even has. Maybe 100 games on TB.
Not too far off. He has 128 games on the Terrorblade with a 51.56% win rate. So that means he's won 66 games on this hero. Not bad.
Definitely not. Very good ET pick though. Like this hero loves removing your aura, and TB hates playing without it. So Elder Titan and Prophet, this will be your safe lane. Monkey King will be mid. I feel like they are giving it away a little bit now with this pickup and also with the ban. I absolutely adore the Storm Spirit ban. I think that was the best pick that they could have went for. When I said I don't see a hero that works well against Monkey and the Prophet, the only hero that kinda squeezes through is the Storm in my head. Like, just you can hunt down the Prophet through the game, you have Hoodwink to play with, and for Virtus Pro in general, they need a playmaker. They don't have that. Like, these heroes are very, how to put it, like static. It's hard for them to connect on most plays. You don't have an offlaner with a stun, and that usually happens when you draft like that. Your mid laner needs to do a lot, or you play like a snowball esque lineup.
You were mentioning this ET. One thing I love as well, ET plus Monkey. I love this duo together. Your Wukong's command is just obscene. Not only do you get the additional like armor reduction from the natural order, but as soon as ET Splitter comes out, right, the slow that it generates keeps you inside the Wukongs for so goddamn long. So I would like, if they don't have Storm, they don't have Pango, how would you feel about Huck? But we'll talk about that in a second first. For now, Nigma, they presumably need an offlaner here to round this draft together, somebody that can start fights for them. Centaur is still in the pool, Slaughter is no longer really an offlaner, Mars is gone, Tide is gone, Beast is gone. Oh, it's Beast? Yeah, Beast is gone.
Beast
what else
is
do you see
gone.
that I could fit in the offlaner?
Your Centaur call is probably the best one, and it's like a stable combo with Muerta. You get a lot of burst damage. It's not like it's not amazing into Jakiro, but nothing that's left in the pool is amazing. So if they could have had Abaddon, maybe it would be better, but of course it's on the other side. Out of the other picks that you called for, Puck is not that great into Monkey. They don't have a lot of catch, they do have calling, and all of these spirits might have a problem because of that. If you want to be nasty, maybe there's a chance to pick Viper here for Lorenov. If he wants to be nasty and pick that, like play that into the Monkey, it's but the problem is then they can actually switch things up and put the Prophet mid, and he has a much better lane versus the Viper. Like he actually kind of counters Viper, meanwhile Viper kind of counters Monkey, so it would probably be an instant switch from Nigma.
How about the Earth Spirit we've seen a couple of times being banned and picked?
These melee heroes into Monkey, out of all of them,
I mean, I'm assuming you're
Dragonites-
going to lose the lane, right? I'm
Yeah.
assuming you're going to lose the lane, no matter what, for VP.
Oh, well, maybe you won't. Maybe you won't lose the lane. They forgot about the Huskar last pick. Now, this matchup should be, right? Like, it should be easy for Huskar. Unless you mess things up, like, heavily, and you give him Jingu and you don't trade well. But that shouldn't happen because you can just spam Q in these trades and then move back. So I really like the Huskar pick. I think it broke the game open. They don't have any playmaker per se on Virtus.pro's side. They're literally just a snowball from hell coming at you with Huskar, Incendiary, and Abaddon shielding him, and that's it. It's a game where Nigma most likely will have to make a comeback. Like it's a game where you might not have the best lanes. We'll see though.
I agree with that. This Huskar, I'm looking at the enemy team, they will eventually be able to deal with him. There will be eventually enough physical damage, but his lane should be pretty solid. And like you say, they all just corral around him. He's like the focal point of the entire game, right? He does well in the lane, we'll all join up with him, and then we'll all just drive together and try to overwhelm Nigma at once.
How about this? You give him the Quinn treatment. You hit him with a Quinn. You bring Omar.
0-12.
You bring Omar on mid lane, and you go Monkey King plus Huerta into Huskar. I'm not kidding. I feel like that could be a very easy solution. And then you give Noob to the Wolves. Like, you just throw him to the Wolves. You tell Centaur to creep skip, and that's it. Like, it's not going to be fun. You're against the Jakiro, but you might make a massive difference on the mid lane. The only problem is when GPK and the boys were doing the Quinn treatment, they had Darkseer on the offlane, and that hero recovers way easier than a Centaur does.
That was literally the point I was about to make, that like my main problem with that idea is that Centaur, if his game is ruined early, he can really struggle to have an impact all across the map. Like if this was like some Beastmaster, some Darkseer, you know, that fashion of hero that doesn't really care about how the lane goes, I'd feel a lot more confident about it, but we'll see. We shall see. I am excited to see a Huskar because every Huskar that we've seen so far has come from the team on the very back foot, right? Who is expecting to lose. They drag this one out as a sort of cheese pick, but in a sort of even scenario, this is not just like a cheese pick. This is like you mentioned, a game-breaking pick potentially if the lane goes well enough for long enough.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. If it doesn't, though, they have a very low amount of plays available on the map.
like you mentioned. I mean, dude, look at these heroes. Jakiro, Abaddon, Huskar, Terrorblade. The only hero that even you could even remotely put in the sense of mobility is the Hoodwink, but everybody else is... You said static. You are being euphemistic, my friend. They're just slow heroes overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta itemize maybe to help with that. Maybe some pikes, 4 staffs, blinks, who knows. Could be helpful. We'll see. Top rune.
Small contest there. Get the dual breath out onto Omar. Might lose this Muerta early on. Then, yep, he's dead. First blood gonna be going the way of Virtus Pro. They gave it to TA 2000. Or TB 2000, actually, as he should be named, because that is his most played hero overall.
Yeah, not a hero that you usually want to give that first blood to, and also Muerta doesn't have that option now to go mid and play with Lorinov, as we gotta go back top. I think Lorinov is a very comfortable player on Huskar. By the way, they did switch things up regardless, and I think this actually is a big deal. Like, putting Sumail mid on paper should give them an advantage over having Monkey here. I mean, Monkey would have really struggled. So the same thing that they would have done to the Viper, they're now doing to the Huskar. And like, when you think of it, they're very similar heroes, the Viper and the Huskar.
Also with this Ironwood Treant, it does so much damage physically. Huskar is not easily able to play around it, not just in terms of his own like life pool, but you can't reliably just use the Q to always drive Sumail away from you. With the Ironwood Treant and his own right click, he will always be able to get CS in this lane.
What's with people thinking that Ironwood Treant deals so much damage? Oh, Lorinov mid?
It does, bro! Lorinov almost died. Dude, you don't think Ironwood Treant does that much damage?
It's just big, so you think it does that. It has 20 damage. That's how much it hits. Like, it's really not a lot, level 1. I really think there's some psychology behind it. It's just annoying, you know, it's running at you and hitting you. A melee creep has 21 damage.
More damage. 50% more damage than the regular Treant, bro. 50%! That's a lot, though.
Yeah, level 2 it has level 2 it has 42 damage, so level 2 it starts hurting. Level 1 it's like whatever. For sure. Dad's up.
Dota 2 gamer margins. Right now, Sumail able to leverage those margins in this mid lane, doing decently well. How are these side lanes doing? So, okay, which lane is the kill lane? Is it top or bottom? Where's the first or the next kill gonna happen in the game?
Top lane I feel like has a bit more volatility in it. I think there are no defensive ability, it's more or less all in. You can go some dual breath into meta as well. He didn't go for Twin Terror though, so that makes it a little bit harder for Rain to zone the Centaur out. Bot lane, once GH gets level 3, we're probably going to witness an aggressive play from them, but it's not that easy. They have a lot of defensive ways and tools to get away.
Bushwhack, Aquatic Shield. Tough customers in general when you have a melee hero and a Monkey King who's not really a melee hero. I don't know what this hero is, but he's something.
Something in between, I think.
It's actually kind of unfair because at least heroes like TA actually have to, you know, do something in order to get that additional range. It doesn't just come for free. She has to go out and expend skill points. But Monkey King is just like, from level 1, bro. What's the problem?
Yeah, I don't see a problem. We'll see if they'll have any problems when it comes to itemization. I want to see what exactly are they going to go for on the Monkey King and what the build will be on the Prophet. There's a lot of variety, but right now I'm seeing a lot of monkeys just going Mjolnir, Maid Slayer. But it's kind of different, I guess, if you're playing a position 1 than a mid lane.
I think the Mage Slayer definitely might be one that's not necessarily on the cards. I'm also curious to see if Sumail is going to build Parasma. That's one of the things we've seen from a lot of these Nature's Prophets, but not necessarily from the mid lane. So, still a lot of time for that to be decided. For now, though, not
maybe
really much in it in the game.
Yeah, maybe far down the line. I doubt it's one of early items. You basically just tank up, you get the Orb of Corrosion, you get Power Treads, you can already start moving with the Prophet. You can also go for Mjolnir if farming is the thing you want. And most likely it will be a Mjolnir game from Sumail as well, we'll see.
What about on the other side? What do you want to see from the builds of VP?
Well, they don't really have any heroes that are kind of out there. It's all very meta. The only hero that has differences is Hold That Thought, top lane noob. You might get him here.
Might be in some danger here. Oh, they're running him down. He's still alive. He pops the magic wand. He will be fine. Retreats beneath the tier 1 tower, gets the bonus armor, so he lives.
Sumail, by the way, coming out on top in the mid lane. 15 denies versus 8 denies of Huskar. This man is just a laning god. Very nicely done. Prophet, of course, I'm actually shocked that it went through, that it wasn't banned out. This is like first phase, first ban every single game.
Question for you, right? In terms of just pure, nothing else involved, just pure lane mechanics, right? If I give you maybe Sumail and Quinn, what's your order?
I'd put Sumail on top, probably, in his golden days. Oh, maybe I'd put him now as well if you give them Huskar on Huskar. I'm kidding. But, if there are 2 heroes involved, top lane Sumail is going for rotation.
He cancels it, feeling it's unnecessary. Maybe a wrong decision because they are going to be putting some pressure out onto these heroes. Rain falling very low, and Sumail does eventually show up. We'll throw in the final right click. So he second guessed himself for a moment, but he made the right decision eventually. TA 2000 behind the tier 1 tower, but he should be A-okay in the end.
Yeah, bot lane as well. They do not manage to take down the Hack. With his shield, he manages to get away. Sumail probably wanted the TB kill, not the Jakiro. Hence the hesitancy from him to TP into the lane. Was trying to find the right angle for one or the other. Wisdom runes, it seems like 1 for 1. Omar on one side, 1J on the other.
You think he has his legs on the table while he's taking the shrine?
Absolutely. That's the only way you take it.
Top lane. We do have Ghost making a rotation here through the Twin Gate. We'll see if they decide to do anything. Unfortunately, there was an Observer Ward that scouted this out, so TA 2000 was playing very safe throughout this movement. Just wasting the Monkey King's time. He's going to be forced to take the Twin Gate down bottom again. Look at this, they actually scanned behind the tower because they felt that somebody might be here. They were correct, but unfortunately for Enigma Galaxy, Virtus Pro are bringing in more reinforcements. They're going in for the Centaur. They end up losing TA 2000 first. Unfortunately, not enough damage, and this Wolf Stomp from Noob onto 2 heroes, double edge with the right clicks from Sumail. Omar gets a double kill. Yes, they lose the Centaur, but they get 3 in the trade, including both Husk and the Terrorblade.
Just a perfect rotation from Sumail. Also Noob. Nice bait, nice stomp into double edge. They took so much damage from Retaliate. And by the way, Vanguard, now that it's a decent item again, Noob already picked it up. The Hack. It should be fine, yep. But overall, the rotation, the stuns, everything on point. And the killing of Huskar, of course, I would say as important as killing the TB. But TP also used meta. So that's why I said kinda disaster for Virtus Pro. Nothing connecting in that fight.
Make matters worse, they also lost their tier 1 tower, so tier 2000 is going to find that his side of the map has shrunk quite drastically. And they be bounced into the jungle, and look what Nigma is doing. They are not going to just let him have this free space to farm. Like, he's going to be allowed to farm these camps, but venturing beyond this is going to be impossible. They have the vision on the Watcher. GH is taking around. Bottom lane,
Ghost.
They're going on to Ghost, but they don't manage to find the catch onto him, unfortunately. Counter Strike now back onto 1J. They're going to be a counter initiation. Omar and GH are both here. Nature's Prophet throws in the Wrath of Nature. Sumail shows up out of nowhere. They're looking for 1J. They've already killed the Hawk. Underneath the damage of this Monkey King, they want the additional kill as well. 1J trying to scurry within the trees. Unfortunately, this effort will soon be in vain. He ends up losing his life. The tower got the kill onto the Hawk earlier, so Ghost didn't get the full credit of the gold, but nonetheless, now.
It was a nice attempt to run away as Hoodwink. Maybe if he stood there behind the trees, maybe he'd live, but maybe he'd survive. Not like this. And that was clean, like clean kill on Abaddon. That's not level 6 yet. Recognizing that perfectly. That shot, calling, instantly dead. Nice ulti from the Prophet. Pretty cool, well executed.
VK net worth lead right now for Enigma Galaxy. As they are now inside the triangle. Omar might wish he was somewhere else, however, as he gets trapped in by Rain and the gang, and they do find that quick and easy kill onto the Muerta. In the meantime, Sumail was able to bring down the tier 1 tower middle. So if I'm Muerta, I'll probably take it.
It's alright. This mid-tier 1 tower for me right now is not really as insanely important as it used to be. It's still strong, but I feel like safe lane tier 1s are just super important at the moment. Bot lane, safe lane tier 1 fight.
Another calling going out. Connecting onto Dahak and 1J. 1J able to reach out of it, but unfortunately the Wrath of Nature brings his life down. Next to fall will be Rain. Ghost hoping to try and hunt down Dahak, who does have a TP scroll, so he should be able to get out of here safely. He's still sticking around though. Hasn't left just yet, and Sumail... Oh man. Yo! Dahak doesn't even know how close he came to dying. If Sumail had been a bit more greedy and wanted that extra camp, he would have seen him and they would have killed him.
There's just nothing for Sumail there. You know, like, it's not the place where you want to go. That's why the Hawk felt comfortable enough to just continue farming. Keep in mind, like, the tier 1 here will fall. But like I said, this safe lane tier 1 tower just protects the Ancients. It's a clean outpost to the Tormentor. Because it is down in minute 15, right? So, overall, defending it was important. Enigma so far have done that. Omar?
Well, we have seen Omar die in this exact same location before. We'll see if he can get out this time around. And indeed, they have the Centaur Stampede now. So shout out to Noob, bursting him out of danger from the other side of the map.
Yep. And he's also doing the classic build on the Centaur, the Vanguard we already talked about. Now he's got the Blade Mill as well for some extra retaliate and return damage. On top of that, he is going for a Blink. They're not amazing when it comes to initiation on Enigma as well, so this Blink I think is a welcome improvement in that way at least. Massive Ancient stack by the way on Radiant.
Yeah. Noob and Sumail, they're gonna start farming this. Wrath of Nature flies about. Oh man, look at this gold.
Yeah, this
man,
is...
That's
it's quite a lot. Yeah, it's quite a lot. On the other side, they do have some stacks already cleaned up in the triangle. Nothing exceptional, though. Not like this.
Honestly, I could watch ASMR videos of somebody just farming big ancient stacks. It's very satisfying.
That's a good YouTube channel idea. Or TikTok, you know, just 1 minute of ancient farming.
With like every single hero, so you can choose what kind of sound you want. Yeah. I like that.
I'd show the stacking as well. You know, when the stack is good, especially when it's like a 5x stack and the creeps barely get out of the range, and then you hear that sound and you're like, oh yeah, that's it.
Bro, I'm a carry player. I don't care about that shit.
It's like a good scratch, you know.
Care about stacking? That's your job. I just want to take the stacks. You can make the stacking video. I'll make the farming video.
It's a deal.
5k net worth lead right now for Enigma Galaxy. The map is looking quite promising for them. They've taken all the tier 1s. They're farming quite happily. They are smoked up right now with GH and Omar. It feels like they have a bit of an obsession with trying to invade and pierce through this triangle. But right now, they want the Wisdom Shrine. They're going to go bottom to assist Ghost in taking this one down. But a bit too late. VP already well positioned. The Hawk inside it. He will grab the experience. Instead, though, they just want to try and jump onto the Huskar. Lorinov, Earthsplitter's going to be there, but not enough damage. There will be a Wukong's command finally committed, and that will be enough to bring him down. Will they find revenge from VP? They also lost the Jakiro. The rest of them now have to run. 2 for nothing. TA 2000 did pop the meta, but no true angle to try and engage this fight. Enigma Galaxy literally get away with murder.
Yeah, once again, they force out the meta, and look at this, like, Noob is comfortable farming right next to the TB. What's gonna happen? At worst, there's like a bushwhack at you, and that's it. Like, they just don't have a playmaker, unfortunately, especially with the Huskar not having the greatest game. So you have to hold it out, I feel like.
I mean, we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. What happens if the Huskar doesn't have like a dominant lane? And we're seeing that now, where he's not only not having a dominant lane, he's second lowest in the net worth. It's very rare for me to see at 15 minutes a Centaur having more net worth than a Huskar. But that's what we have right now.
Yeah, at least it's not the real second lowest. It's the second lowest of the course, right? So unfortunately, Muerta with this shard is now higher net worth than your offlaner on the other side. So definitely a bonus. Omar, it is that goal, I call this. Like, this shard does absolutely nothing on a support Muerta, so not that amazing.
Honestly, I don't even for a carry Muerta, it doesn't even feel that good. It's like whatever, it's fine, but compared to some other insane shards, like a Medusa shard or whatever, you're just like, what the hell is this?
I guess the spell amp isn't terrible because you're going for Aghanims. I know everyone likes to hate on this shard, and it is a bad shard in comparison to other supports, but I guess the amp at least isn't that bad. It's a lot of damage.
Oh. Jump forward, noob. They found 1J. Well, time to put your legs on the floor, my friend, as you're crushed by Enigma Galaxy, and this will lead into a very fast tier 2 tower. Man, Enigma's playing this game with so much pace, and I think it goes back to the fact that they know that VP don't really have the heroes to counter this, right? Huskar's not strong enough to just stand his ground in front of the tower. There's no way he's going to TP in to try and counter the play if he was playing like a puck or something, so they have free latitude to make these kind of aggressive moves.
Absolutely. Basically, Enigma are controlling the game, and that's it. Like, there's no way in hell VP start things off. They can still take teamfights. They can still, even 8k behind, they can win a teamfight in certain circumstances. But that teamfight will not be started by them. You know, that's the problem. The only way it does if they smoke up and get a really good angle off, which is not that easy to do.
So, Pam, I'm going to take you back to the last qualifiers you and I did together, right? And there's a very interesting thing you said to me about Enigma. At the time, Miracle was still playing, but you made mention that even when Miracle was playing like Clinks, Medusa, these kind of heroes, that the actual carrier of the game was Sumail. And Enigma Galaxy seems to be playing in that fashion right now, because Ghost, going for the Radiance, Mage Slayer he did indeed buy on the Monkey King. And Sumail is not buying any util, just going full carry on this build here on the Nature's Prophet. And I like this a lot, right? So he can just sit back, allow Ghost to be the one that goes in. Now you have these dual problems, like dealing with one is possible, dealing with both feels very, very difficult. As Dahak is about to find out that even dealing with one is quite Sumail right in front of him. They should be able to right-click him down. He borrows some time, but unfortunately you have to pay that time back in the fountain, my friend.
Yeah, the tips as well coming out. These kind of situations do happen when you're losing the game. You want to be farming as far as possible to make space for your other heroes. And he did create some space. Lorinov should have a BKB. And that's kind of the most impactful item that they're getting at the moment. Like, the Mantown TB is big, but not quite as big as the BKB on your Huskar, which might allow you to take a fight. 12-3. Not the best score so far for VP.
No, brother. Even with this BKB, like, the big problem they're still going to experience, like, I'm just imagining the next fight, right? He dives in with the life break, BKB, feeling very strong. We do have a mid lane engagement. Dahak jumped on, killed off yet again. But, like, when they jump him, or when he jumps forward, he's still going to have to deal with the natural order, right? That goes through the BKB. So does the Astral Spirit. So does the right-click damage from Sumail. And none of that gives him, like, Pierce
top lane
or any kind of accuracy, right? Top lane, Ghost now going on to Lorinov, who's forced to use his first BKB extremely defensively. Does manage to port home, but That's what I'm worried about. You see how much damage he took? And there wasn't even ET there at the beginning of the fight. Eventually he arrived, but I don't know, man. I'm very worried about this Huskar still.
Yeah, you misunderstood me. I'm still claiming that it's like the most impactful item, but I'm not saying that it's going to be overall that impactful in this game. But for them, it's what they need. You know, like, it's not great, but it's something, you know, like you need it to start things off, start the ball rolling maybe. They have solutions, unfortunately. And Lornov doesn't have the BKB now.
Yeah, he does not, but thankfully he does have allies, and they allow him to get back into the base. Sharpshooter comes down with the Macropire. Look at the damage going out. They still end up losing Lornov, though. Eventually, Noob does take a tumble, but that required 2 different ultimates, whilst he was just the 2 of them underneath the ramp of the tier 3 tower, and they still trade 2 for 1 and almost lose process.
That was maybe the best case scenario for VP, because Sumail, he TP'd into an ice pad and then into a bushwhack. I mean, it was ice pad then followed up by bushwhack as well. So a shit ton of control coming from VP, and they still don't manage to kill him off. But they do kill the Centaur, and I would say that's a good trade when you have 3 kills. Maybe they can get to double digits.
Well, we are not even halfway there, but we trudge along. Almost a pass mark for University. We'll see. All 10 heroes about to gather themselves down bottom. Well, 9 heroes at the very least. Only Nature's Prophet is here. Monkey King is not here. So VP could try and take a fight 4 versus 5. Unfortunately, they don't necessarily know that this is the case. So they can't press their advantage for fear of where the Monkey King might be.
There was the Stampede as well on cooldown. I think that was the idea. Smoke, as they don't have the Stampede, fight around the Wisdom Rune, but a little bit too slow.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wisdom Shrine, sorry, not the Rune. I still keep on saying Rune. Oh, they see Huskar.
Huskar, they're going on him, he's gone. That was so easy. Like, even if he BKB'd, it wouldn't matter. The Hawk wouldn't be able to at least get himself away from the calling right now. Takes a lot of damage from the Wrath of Nature. Still retreating into the base. Nice double Ice Path Macropire combination. Almost brings down Omar, but the Muerta will remain living. Instead, they turn around onto Rain. The Jakiro is the one that falls. Muerta will begin to heal up as she TPs home. The rest of the lineup will put pressure onto the tier 3 tower without the Terrorblade able to approach, without the Huskar being alive. I don't think they take a full lane of racks, but they should put a lot of pressure onto the tier 3 for now.
They forced the ulti from the hack, and they don't have Aegis anymore. It's running out in 10 seconds. By the way, Omar, insanely tanky there. You noticed that, right? Like, he got hit by a lot of different spells, but his neutral item, he's got the Mystical, so he gets the +10 magic resistance enchantment. Definitely,
So
definitely helping him.
Right?
Yeah. Macropire, Sharpshooter as well. He was hit by a lot of spells. For a position 4 Muerta, point booster, of course, and Vitality from Rod of Atos helping.
Nothing will stand in my way.
By the way, I've never asked you, do you like the new changes to the neutral item system?
I do. I think the old ones were a little bit too RNG in a way. This kind of fixes that. And I think this was like everyone's idea. This was ever since they added the neutral drops, more or less everyone had this as their better option, better idea that wasn't incorporated.
Sort of like being able to choose a facet for your items as well, right?
Basically, yeah. Basically.
Honestly, the old system, in my opinion, was getting to a point where it would have been better if you just removed it entirely, but this is better, a lot better. Not as bad as it used to be at the beginning, though. At the beginning, it was just fucking awful.
Top lane.
Seeing supports rolling around with like 3 neutral items, that was insane. Top lane, 1J is gone, but they don't want 1J. They want Lornov. They're even throwing in the ET Spirit to try and scout him, but the Spirit is going to scout him instead. They know where he's at. They saw him trying to TP out right now. Does he get out? Yeah, he's good. He's good.
The two of them, they don't have any catch. The Hawk, though, is caught in the triangle.
Yeah.
He was
And
the
Noob
secondary
does
target.
have catch. with the hoof stomp. He was hoping to try and deny himself to the Prowlers, but sadly, too much damage coming in from the rest of Enigma Galaxy. So that's another kill for them. 19-4, gang. This is... Even some of the stompy games we've seen, we didn't always have kill disparities this wide.
Yep. This was supposed to be the closest matchup of the whole qualifier, the one matchup that we're all waiting for, basically, and right now, it's not looking that great. Nice Manta dodge.
Nice
nice
indeed,
path.
but can they all get out of here? Rain, Ice Path, beautiful. Man, that was... Okay, listen. Even if they lose this game, I want to shout out Rain, bro. This guy's been playing his fucking mind out. He's been doing everything humanly possible to make this game successful on the Chihiro.
Yep. So far, so good from Rain. Unfortunately, he's still 1-5. Well, these two supports 1-5 and 0-5, but like they're really doing what they can. It's just you're playing versus MP and Monkey and Stampede. It's hard to be in position versus all the mobility on the other side. Omar mid.
Find him with the Rod of Atos. And he should
Dead
end
calling.
up dying here. Nobody is nearby. Goes into the Pierce the Veil. They die forward with the Huskar, but he might have dove too far. GH comes in. Can they make anything happen? Wrath of Nature did so much damage, and here comes the Monkey. Wukong's command will be triggered out. He's trying to beat down the Huck and Lordmouth, but he's standing in a macro pyre, so that's going to end up killing him. The Huskar trying to flee right now. Sumail throwing in the right clicks, but they are insufficient. They end up keeping the Husk alive. Unfortunately, the Huck not going to be so lucky, as he has ended up falling. They go forward. Noob, 2 hero hoof stomp on the high ground. Sumail follows them up there. They bring them all down. Ultra kill for the Nature's Prophet. Full team wipe for Enigma Galaxy. And I'm extremely surprised, Lizard, that we do not see the drop coming in from VP.
They can still maybe fight on the high ground with meta or something, but yeah, we are getting in the GG territory. Ultra kill on Sumail, Centaur as well, playing out of his mind. Another multi-hero stun, another kill for Noob. This is a beatdown on VP. That calling from Omar, he bought so much time. Like, it took them, like, they smoked out. They wanted to get the kill, but it's so hard for them to start things off. Like, almost impossible. Like, their initiation is an ATOS. That's it. Like, an ATOS hoodwink. That's generally not considered good.
I mean, when your furthest range ability is Life Break from the Huskar that puts them in mortal danger every time he uses it, you know you've got some problems. But we outlined this as we saw the draft, right? That overall, VP needed this Huskar to not just do okay, he had to dominate his lane, and they had to play with him as the focal point. Since that didn't happen, the rest of the draft just feels so lackluster at this point.
Yeah, I definitely think that he needed to do a bit better. That first rotation up top hurt him. Another smoke though. If they catch Sumail here, he does have a BKB and Satanic though.
Bro, did he just break a 3-hero smoke by just standing next to Roshan? Are you kidding me?
I don't think he even knew. He was just chilling.
But that's
there.
what I'm saying. He just stood there.
Yep.
And I'd be so annoyed. When I watch this replay, I guarantee Dahak is going to be pissed. What the hell just happened? Noob. Caught right now. Ice Paw. They don't have the damage. Wukong's command coming in. And look how quickly this Huskar is falling. Holy beast. I thought that hero was supposed to be tanky. Jump onto the high ground. They find 1J after activating the Stampede. Terrorblade utilize his illusions. He's going to be able to escape, but the Hawk will not be so lucky. Caught within the river, suffering these right clicks from Sumail, who's able to get himself yet another kill for himself. A double kill for Ghost, and that's it. GG is cold. The Hail Mary Roshan fails. The plan is over. This Huskar did not work. And Enigma Galaxy very happy to take this Game 1 victory.
Very well deserved. Like, they got hit by a last big Huskar. They still didn't flinch at all. They just switched the lanes. Prophet and Monkey, something that they're very comfortable on, both of these players. So can be played mid, can be played safe lane. Still though, Sumail played out of his mind. 14-0-14 on the Prophet versus a Huskar mid. He had 15 denies. Like, they had the same CS but 15 denies on the Prophet. Like, he even won the lane. So very nicely done by them. Good rotations. I think the first rotation on top lane where the Centaur only has a Vanguard, but they get like 3 kills. They kill the TB, they kill the Huskar from mid lane as well. That kind of a play usually ruins the Huskar game, like immediately. You don't get an armlet on time. One of your tower has already fallen while you are dead because you're playing into a Prophet, and it all kind of snowballs. But in normal circumstances, you would at least have another shot, another counterplay. But these 5 heroes, they just don't have that driving force. We talked about it in the draft. This kind of a draft can work if your lane goes well, and then you look unstoppable, you're just sweeping the map. But if one of your lanes goes poorly, suddenly you can't control the pace at all.
To outline and underscore the point that you're making right now, right? Here's the best way that I can think to conceptualize what happened in this game. Huskar had the least amount of damage dealt in the entire game, including the supports. As in, of all heroes, he has the lowest amount of damage. But his counterpart in the mid lane, Sumail on his Nature's Prophet, did as much damage as 4 of the VP heroes combined. Pick any 4, combine them together, that's the damage Sumail did all by his lonesome. So I feel like that's a very good tale of the tape, especially when, like you were mentioning, this Huskar was the centerpiece of this VP draft, right? You have 24 pick Huskar. This is supposed to work. Went obsolete completely quickly. So I don't know about this one. I kind of feel like I would have really preferred, even if it was going to be an unfavorable lane for Larnov, I really wanted a playmaker out of him. Like, the way that this Huskar worked out, honestly, looking back at the game, I think even if the lane had gone a lot better, I'm not so sure it would have generated enough impact against the Nature's Prophet to give them what they needed from the mid lane. That wouldn't have been provided by, say, an Ember, a Storm, a Puck, one of these other heroes that could give them some team fight, even if the lane doesn't go that well.
When I play chess, I can think of maybe 1, maybe 2 moves ahead. 3 and more, it's almost impossible for me. So, like I can't really tell what would have happened if Huskar had a better lane. If he was winning, and Prophet obviously would have had a bad time then, and everything changes, right? So, I don't know. But what I do know is that this did not work. This kind of a strat, if you're playing it versus a team that's as capable as Nigma, they will punish you for it. They took the ball and they controlled the game from start to finish.
Well, they have the ball in their hands right now, but it is only halftime. The game 1 score is 1-0 in favor of Nigma Galaxy, but maybe the team talk in the middle of the break will enable the side of Virtus.pro to have a resilience bounce back in game 2 and show us a very different side of themselves, because this is certainly not what we were expecting in a matchup that is as highly contested as this one. Let's find out if they have what it takes, or if Nigma will just take their ball and go home and enjoy life there as we go into our second game after a very small break. So go grab some water, go to the bathroom, and join us in a few minutes for game 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus Virtus.pro. Welcome back, one and all, to the MESWA qualifiers for Dream League Season 26, where we've just witnessed Enigma Galaxy really putting the screws onto Virtus Pro and trying to demonstrate that they really are the #1 in this region. Of course, they'll be playing again tomorrow, but Lizard, that game right there, that feels like a strong statement coming out of Enigma, not just how they played, but in terms of how they drafted, especially the last-minute switch-up to address what VP had going on. It feels like Enigma's trying to express that, guys, we've got you, know what you're doing. Oh, you're muted, brother.
That's how it looked like in game number 1. I hope that we will see something different from VP, because that last game they gave a lot of good heroes to GH and the boys, but the draft itself was not that bad if they could tie it all up with something that is more active on the map. Like Huskar mid, Abba offlane, TB safe lane, 3 extremely greedy cores, can't really do a lot, so I really would brush that one off, just forget about the game, remember that you can't go that greedy and that you need a playmaker and go next. That's it. I really think that VP, Enigma right now is looking really damn strong, but I think VP are a team that can take it versus... They can take a game or maybe even a series off of most tier 1 teams at the moment, if they get a good draft going for them.
Also have to remember that last time out in these exact same qualifiers, Enigma did indeed win in the upper bracket final, but went on to capitulate in the grand final. So it's not the end of the road, not the end of the world for VP if they do fall in this particular instance. But certainly Enigma looking like they're feeling quite solid. Going into the second game, I really hope... Who has first pick? VP has second pick, Enigma has first pick. You have to ban Nature's Prophet. If you're Virtus Pro, you cannot allow that hero to participate further in this game. Yes, you have to ban Coral, you have to ban Ayo, but that hero has to go. It can't be allowed in the game. So Pro have problematic. The Nature's Prophet can be in the hands of Enigma, as we are about to enter our second and hopefully not final draft. You know what, Mir? You and I in this region have only, I think, 3 times seen more than 2 games. Only 3 times.
Yeah, let's see if we'll see that Prophet again or not. We will not.
No way.
It got banned out immediately. So 2 GH hero, 2 heroes that can be mid or safe lane are banned out, which means that a lot of these popular offlaners will be left in the pool. So you'll have your Darkseer, your Beastmaster probably still in, Abaddon as well, but also Terrorblade. And I do feel that that's another hero that these 2 teams can heavily contest, especially TA2000. He just played it, it didn't work out, but it might be still an option for them. Let's see which last ban they do. Oh, Monkey King, actually. Okay.
No Monkey gonna be involved here. And they will open up with the Tiny for Enigma Galaxy. We've seen quite a lot of their players play this. Noob has played this in the offlane. We've seen GH play it as a 4. We've seen Sumail play it in the mid. We've seen Ghost play it safe lane. So it's a very flexible pick for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, if you're banning out the Monkey and picking Tiny, this most likely means it's gonna be a mid. Most likely, but also, like you said, Noob plays it. I would not like it on a position 4 as much. But a lot of good 5s are left in the pool, right? And Ancient Apparition being one of those will be banned out. Right now, if you're Enigma, you have 2 bans, so you won't ban out Jakiro or Silencer, and most likely you're getting one or the other. Both of these heroes are incredibly strong at the moment from position 5. We'll see. Maybe GH has a better idea, maybe something different. Maybe he can fight this ice with his Firebird. Also an option. But of course they use these 2 bans to just ban out 2 the hack heroes. Enigma is out, Beastmaster is out now, Darkseer on top of all of that. And it's kind of interesting, they could just ban out all the offlaners and put Tiny there as well, if they wanted to play around the hack hero pool.
5 seconds
Let's see.
remaining.
Well, interesting, you were mentioning Silence earlier. It's interesting that we haven't seen him being, at least the games that we've covered, we have not seen a single ban or pick on the Silencer. Been completely ignored in this region. which is honestly very surprising. That hero is so strong right now, but thus far, no inclusion. Could still happen here from the side of Enigma Galaxy, of course. We shall see in the second phase as VP. What is the ban now? What are you most scared of being paired with the Tiny? You don't have to worry about the IO, but there are still some GH specials that are concerning if you have a hero like the Ancient Apparition. I mean, you were playing Bounty Hunter earlier on today. I could imagine them going for like some Bounty Tiny combination, trying to roam the map, just putting massive pressure on VP.
Yeah, there's a lot of heroes that are strong. I think I know these two teams in the last qualifier weren't the best with Lycan, but I think that's another hero that can, like you see these two supports, you literally don't care about them, and it's a hero that Fate Beyond in the last Fissure universe played a lot, and it gained popularity in the last couple of days of the tournament, so another option. Just looking at AA, any hero that gets on top of him easily, or any hero that has summons is always nice, and same goes against Muerta. A Weaver is also an option. It did fall off a little bit because of a nerf that at the beginning looked kinda benign, proved to be really strong. Like, just the fact that you can get rid of the bugs with any sort of an invulnerability spell. There's so many of them that you don't think of. Suddenly all the spirits have a way of getting rid of the bugs, like every single one of them from the mid lane that are being played right now. Like your Ember, Void Spirit, and Storm Spirit. Even Earth Spirit, like all of them can get rid of the bugs. Kind of interesting.
That being said, I would love... I'm assuming this Ancient Apparition is going to be the position 5. Bugs would be so strong here, because he has such bad attack speed. Getting rid of them, if you go for the experience facet, you get so much out of that side of the map, but...
Yeah. This is a similar approach. Like, you can get on top of these two heroes very easily. It's super comfort zone for GH. And for Omar, but probably GH Phoenix. Like, I see these two supports, I'd love to play Phoenix, especially because A hits you with his ulti, you don't have to die. You can use your egg in team fights, and you're gonna have a lot of impact.
Lizard saying that he'd love to play Phoenix in a game. Amazing. I've never heard that before. You know, Nigma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, for now it looks good. Like, they need to find a way of dealing with Yeg, that's all. And they most likely will. One of their upcoming picks should do exactly that.
5 seconds.
Actually, I'm curious, as a Phoenix player right now, which of the cores do you actually fear in the game overall?
There aren't many that are that great into the egg, like overall. Like, usually you want to see some build in BKB, or a hero that jumps you, but overall you're pretty good into PA, you're pretty strong into TB. Abaddon with his shield is annoying because he can continue attacking you really fast. And clear all your dots, of course, which is another big deal for you. Yeah, there isn't anything that's crazy good against the bird. But this isn't only about the bird, this is about the Magnus. It's a really good pickup against Mag. DK also doesn't care too much about the dots. If you go for Mask of Madness build, or even Mjolnir build, you get a lot of attack speed. So they're kind of finding all the right solutions to what Nigma is tossing at them. And speaking of toss, Tiny, he can kill the supports. Like, these cores are not possible to burst down. Like, you won't be killing them that easily.
Honestly, now that I've seen Abaddon and Dragonite, I'm thinking that the likelihood that Noob is going to be the one playing the Tiny has increased, because they probably do want more damage out of their carry for Ghost. So we shall see. And indeed it is. There it is. Medusa will come out. That's going to be the Ghost hero. Magnus is probably going to be deployed by Sumail in the mid lane. This could still be a Omar Tiny, but we shall see at the very end of the draft. Overall, how do you feel about the Medusa? One thing that kind of sucks is that you eat the breathe fire damage to Medusa. It's a massive reduction in your overall damage output. But at the same time, you also don't care about Ancient Apparition at all.
Yeah, you don't care about the Ancient. It's kind of an interesting pick. Obviously, a very comfortable pick for Ghost, but I don't know if he'll be the one playing it still. Like I think he will. It does give you this late game potential between the Phoenix and the Medusa, of course. So most likely, if you're looking at the players and their comfort zone, this is Mag mid, Tiny off, Medusa safe, right? And the last pick might be some Omar hero.
What a VP need as well. They still looking for mid/safe lane, depending on where the Dragon Knight wants to flex. You are no other a big hater of the DK mid unless he just pretty much plays carry from the mid lane. So I'm kind of also hoping that they put the DK safe lane and give Lauren off like a very active hero, so he can actually move around the map, make plays. Still, Enigma Galaxy outside of the Tiny, they literally, what's their lockdown? Avalanche, RP. That's it. If you play it like a super mobile hero, you should be able to run rings around them right now.
Yeah, if you do put the DK mid, it's not that awful. You go for a blink and you move around the map. It's just that this hero kind of feels awkward in the current state of the game. He used to be so strong with the Fire Dragon. Now you go mid, you go corrosive. Most of the time, if you're not playing the GPK style, you fall off. So I call it GPK style. Basically, what I mean is you go greedier on the mid lane. He's not the only one doing it, but recently he has performed the best with it. Tusk banned out, OD banned out. You can see that VP also are not very sure which way Enigma are gonna go. Meanwhile, Enigma just securing the Medusa game, banning out YAM. If you think DK is mid, maybe a Morphling ban is warranted as well. But instead, they get rid of the Huskar. They don't want to be hit by that last pick twice in a row.
It's always so funny to me whenever this happens. Like, a team will pick a somewhat cheese hero at the end of a draft, lose, but that hero still gets banned in the next game. The winning team is like, nah, bro, that was awful to deal with.
Yeah, because exactly, it's awful to deal with. Like, you have to find all the right timings, all the right plays. The pressure is on you. And Enigma, they definitely did work under pressure last game, but who knows? Maybe they would break this game, so better to just ban it out and play a normal game of Dota.
So now they have to reveal to us where the Tiny is going. Is this for Noob or is this for Omar? Let's see. What other heroes are still left in the pool? We still have the Hoodwink that's available. We have seen from time to time some Dark Willows. Weaver's still pretty decent. I could still see some armor reduction coming into play in this game through the Swarm. So I wouldn't mind that. And we still don't have that much lockdown from VP. Enigma. Oh, it's the Dark Willow. Hey! Turns out I do know my job sometimes.
Yeah, it's a nice pick. They get the Brambles, right? Like, overall, a lot of magic damage. You can get on top of these heroes, some extra control. You get a skewer through the Brambles as well, which opens up a possibility of an offlane mag.
5 seconds remaining.
Because it's just a nice combo to have. I still rather have Sumail playing it, but I'm not even sure. Like, mid mag versus carry mag. I'm a big fan of carry Magnus right now. I'm not a big fan of offlane or mid mag.
Choose your hero.
I haven't been winning that many games on my Magnus, so I can't really comment. Magnus will be going into the offlane, so it is that duo that you're talking about. Bramble Maze into double skewer, so TA2000, TB2000. Good luck, brother. You cannot be caught out of position. I'm not actually that worried about the TB. I'm really worried about this Ancient Apparition gang. Like, this guy cannot set a single foot wrong on that lane, otherwise he will just die immediately.
Yeah, usually it is like that. You have to be worried of the Ancient Apparition dying. It is one of the squishier heroes and doesn't have any mobility. No movement speed bonuses like he used to have, so usually you have to protect him a lot. We'll see how they fare on that top lane. I do think it's a very volatile one because Omar and Mag, if they play this right, they can get some kills, but if they overcommit as well, TB with the meta is scary. In general, though, I do like that they put the Tiny on mid lane. I feel like Tiny with a lot of farm into TB feels good. Into these supports as well, you can play the game fast. And so far, Sumail has been on point with the pace setting
Can he get away with building Silver Edge mid so that he can just like solo kill the Abaddon throughout the game?
Do they have a silence? Like you have Silver Edge, do they have silences? They don't, right? Like not unless someone buys it.
Prepare for battle.
I guess they do have yeah, I'm not sure. Like I don't think that you can buy Silver Edge. It's a great item on Tiny. You can go Harpoon as well at some point from the mid lane. We'll see.
To be fair, in the previous game, they were still able to deal with this Abaddon. I mean, that being said, they did have access to the Muerta, so that silence came in clutch. They don't have it this time around. But if the lanes go good enough, they might not need to have that big of a concern around the Hawk by himself. But we shall see. I am envisioning that this game is not going to be as lopsided as the previous one because overall the draft is still quite slow from VP, honestly. I'm not going to lie. But you do have this DK that can buy the Blink Dagger, can be the one to open up the map, even if everybody else is still relatively static.
Absolutely.
30 seconds.
Much. At least you get a stun out of him, you know, and he's gonna most likely buy a blink, so you'll be able to put him up front, have some Aphotic Shield or Mephitic Shield to help him out. So yeah, I'm expecting a better time as well for VP, but it's not really that hard to be better than in that last game.
That is for sure. See a small contest here. The Hawk taking quite a bit of damage. Is he gonna die? No way, dude. He's actually dead. He's gonna try his best to get out of here, but Brambles gets dropped down on the other side. He will get brought down. First blood drawn by the Hawk. It is a 3-1 bounty trade at the very least for VP, but first blood for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, a bit sad for Tiny. We'll get his 3 a bit late, and because of that, the block will not be as great. He used the hits on Diaba, but it seems like it will be on time. Not the worst lane for Dragonite, by the way. That needs to be said as well.
I mean, normally Tiny gets away with like dominating his lanes with this absurd amount of splash damage and additional range, but you have Breathe Fire. Makes it a lot easier to counteract his influence in the lane. Up on top, GH taking a lot of harass right now, coming in from 1J. 90 HP, still gonna be in a decent position for himself. He's chilling.
Yeah, down bot Omar as well. He might be dead here. Yeah, they get Omar.
They get Omar. Damn, and they get Noob's Courier as well. That is amazing work coming in from the side of VP.
Absolutely. Gotta be careful. Like I said, it's very volatile. You can take down AA if he's out of position, but if he's not and he hits you with some chilling touches... This top lane as well is not that easy for GH. Like, Muerta is really hard to trade with, and on top of that, she can get cleansed, of course, purged by Abaddon, so... The Fire Spirits aren't as impactful here. But 1J...
Might actually die here. Gorgon's Grasp will catch him. Does he die? Nice dead shot, but it's not going to be enough. GH finds the final right click, bringing down this Muerta in the top side of the map.
A lot of kills so far. 3 kills, 2 minutes in. Not too shabby.
Talk to me about this mid lane, right? We're talking about how this DK should be able to have a pretty good time. But unfortunately, it does seem like Sumail is just doing regular Sumail things, still keeping up. Which of them is under the most pressure to go for the early Blink Dagger between these two?
I mean, Tiny doesn't really have an option. Tiny is Phase Boots Blink or even just Blink, most likely Phase Boots Blink. On the other side, with DK, you can kind of decide, feel how the game is going, and then decide if you want to go for a Blink or not. So I wouldn't call it pressure, I would just call it like normal itemization for the Tiny.
Even in the mid lane, top, GH is spending quite a lot of time on low HP, and he does have to start worrying because soon we're going to have the level 3 on the Muerta with that additional point potentially into the Deadshot, which could pose major problems for GH. So positioning is going to be key to keep himself alive here in the top. Does have a Tango though. We'll jar that up. Should be fine for now.
he gets the tango, but they get the healing Lotus on the other side. He wasn't there on time to prevent that from happening. And
I think he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He got Deadshot. He came too far forward. We were just speaking about it. Deadshot could be a major impact, and Ghost taking quite a bit of damage. It's still only level 1 Deadshot, thankfully. So it's not going to be back on time to really threaten this hero.
I'm a fan of GH just like anyone else in the scene. So take this with a pinch of salt, but that move was probably needed from the Phoenix. He had no regen, he was low. He needed to fight there, just to reset and go back into the lane. Like, what were his other options? His other option is to stand behind the Medusa and try.
I mean, haven't you heard, bro? Phoenix tears heal all injuries. That would have been a good thing for the Medusa.
Actually, good call. You're right.
Oh, some tips just flying around. Noob to Rain, Rain to Omar. Not exactly sure what happened down bottom, but people are crying about it. Noob just gonna be forced to skewer away so he doesn't get caught in by the cold feet. So he should be fine, but this lane equilibrium doing quite nice for the Terrorblade. TA2000 CS leader on the map. This AA has made wonders happen. Rain is honestly, dude, like, even from the previous game into this one, Rain has honestly been playing his mind out. This guy is really wants to win this game.
Absolutely. In good positions now on the bot lane, baiting them in. No big missteps from the AA. So, in general, yeah, I absolutely agree. Good laning stage. Good laning stage overall by Virtus.pro. Much better than in the last game.
Actually putting some pressure back in onto 1J. Using a lot of HP. The shield will pop. They now go back in with the calling. But it's just a zone GH back, so he can't keep up the pursuit onto the Muerta. So she lives. GH will be fine. Everybody just goes back.
Medusa had very low mana as well, so gotta be careful how you play this.
Larenov mid lane with the DK form active.
Dire are scanning.
Let's see if he's going to be able to put any pressure on the tower. Him and Sumail are, you know, not as neck and neck as they were earlier. Larenov has pulled ahead by about 30% right now, but anything could change. For now, though, gonna be a Bramble Maze being dropped down. Rain potentially in trouble here. Sumail would love this kill, but there's more reinforcements coming in. They do find Rain first. Sumail able to get out. Omar might not be so lucky, but as I say that, he goes into the Shadow Realm, TP's out, and there's no cancel available from the side of VP. No ground targeted stuns whatsoever.
Nice rotation by GH to get the haste and help out as well. But this is still kind of a win for VP. I mean, not great when it comes to the trade of kills, Rain falling, but taking away the runes from Tiny is really important. Making him starved, forcing him to move base. It all opens up the map for Larenov to get that advantage. Nope.
Thrown back by the reflection right now. TA2000 goes into the meta, but Larenov comes from the other side with the Breathe Fire. Very nicely done there. I will say as well that, like, you know, you're mentioning how these plays still are generally benefiting the side of VP. One of the things I'm liking about how they're doing this map so far, dude, do you see how close they're playing to their towers? They are being so defensively minded right now, just prioritizing getting their CS, getting their farm, getting to their items before they start playing aggressively onto the other side of the map.
Yeah, top lane, GH.
Maybe in some danger here, but he does get himself back to safety. Avalanche now onto 1J. Sumail tosses him back. They want to find the kill, and they will get it. Ghost able to pick it up on the Medusa.
Yeah. 1J had the nice idea to move into the tower after the toss and find the kill on Phoenix, but yeah, GH smart enough to stay out of vision, fast enough as well. The Tiny Sumail, like, this game's on him now. If you look at the lanes, they really did not work out for Nigma. Magnus is struggling quite a bit, so...
He might find this kill onto a Baron, though. Gorgon's Grasp will not connect. And sadly, Sumail does not have a Blink Dagger.
Does have Avalanche
Doesn't
again.
seem like they'll be able to find a Hawk. There will be an Avalanche, but there's a Deadshot. And also Sumail is currently out of mana, potentially being chased on the opposite direction. But everybody's content to let one another go back to safety.
Yeah, because Dragonite is pushing your mid lane tower, and this should be the first tower to fall in a matter of seconds. Can't really stop it. Omar did attempt to do so, but not really a lot that he can do about it as well. Arcane Rune on top of everything else on DK, so he's gonna get another low cooldown Dragon form.
Let's see here. Where does the rest of the game go? Sumail is just sitting in behind in the trees here. They're gonna come in for the backstab attempt. The Hawk is very far forward. He does not have borrow time either, but they also don't have the easiest catch to close the gap, so GH not able to get the full slows out onto him. He's gonna be fine.
I think Sumail also clicked toss on GH while he was mid-dive. So the Centaur didn't get on top of Abaddon, it actually just hit right next to him. Yeah, unfortunate. What can you do, you know, sometimes. Okay, one of those things that, like, you can't blame anyone. You can't blame the Phoenix for being there, you can't blame the Tiny for missing the toss as well.
And potentially credit the Hawk Abaddon with the kill, but unfortunately, even though they burnt away all the mana of Ghost, he TP's out. Look at this, didn't TP the base, he just TP'd to the tier 1 tower so he can keep farming. What a play.
What rune?
There's going to be a freeze going out onto Omar. The Shadow Realm did avoid some of the damage. He throws in a blood grenade that's going to enable them to kill off Rain. Does he escape? No. Laranov finishes off his life with a breathe fire. Sumail needs to get out of here. He knows that there's reinforcements streaming in from the Radiant lineup. He does get himself stunned out. GH is nearby, but he's only level 5. They actually just go directly onto the Muerta with the solitary avalanche. Have enough damage with the help of GH to find that kill. So both supports on VP end up going down.
He's a hard kill on Tiny. RP?
It will be committed, but it does miss the real Terrorblade. Oh no. They also just skewer back the illusions, but now they know where he's at. Might be too late. Sumail was thinking about trying to do something, but ran out of mana for the toss back, unfortunately. So they have to let this one go in the bottom lane.
Yeah, when you RP an illusion and then skewer back only the illusions, maybe that's the best time to fall back. But they do have Avalanche Toss plus Egg. They could kill TA2000 from distance without committing. They need GH to be closer though.
Well, Laranov is going to actually be the one to close the gap because he reveals the Blink Dagger Liz, showing up and killing off Noob. So they potentially open up some space right now. Terrorblade doesn't have Metamorphosis unfortunately anymore, so probably not going to be able to take the tower. The meta ends about the same time as the DK form, but still a very nice kill on the offlane Magnus there.
Well, GH still cutting from behind, but I think he might have just killed himself. Yep. He could egg.
Don't egg. No.
I mean, I know, of course. But he was on low ground, and if Dragonite couldn't reach him, he hits the 2 spirits on the 2 ranged heroes, he could actually survive there. Like, he probably lives. If the fire spirits connect on everyone, but it's still not a good commitment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
3K game for the side of Virtus Pro. They only managed to take down one tier 1 at the moment, but things still feeling pretty positive in their direction right now. This Abaddon is making inroads towards having his Radiance. We already have the Blink into the Mage Slayer for the Dragon Knight. He's going towards that right now. And of course the Terrorblade is rapidly towards having that Manta style for this game. They even smoke up right now. They want to still keep revealing this Blink Dagger from Laranov and to try and compound it with the Ice Blast that has just been achieved by Rain on this Ancient Apparition.
Let's see if they can catch Medusa. She does have Stone Gaze to work with, so not really the easiest of kills. However, if you catch her in the calling, then she might not be able to even use it. Let's see if Ghost knows. He does not.
They jump him. They find the stun. There's the calling, or the dead shot rather, but no calling. So they let him go. In the meantime, look bottom. I think they're surrounding TA2000. They want this Terrorblade and they want him badly. They just scanned him out. They know where he's at. TA2000 pops the illusions, but that's not going to save you this time, my friend. The TPs are coming in. Will they be there in time? TA2000 losing so much XP. The RP is there as well, and he does die. Noob, though, falls for this as well as Omar. 2 kills in favor of Virtus Pro, despite losing the Terrorblade. GH in a bit of an awkward position here. Does have the egg available if need be, but now Ghost has also shown up. So this might be a bit of a frightening fight for the side of Virtus Pro, knowing they have to deal with these ultimates. They almost killed off GH and they forced the egg. That is good stuff. 1J with the dead shot makes sure that GH has to use the egg. So now it's going to be down for a further 2 minutes.
That was a massive amount of damage from that one go from Dragonite. I did not expect GH to take so much, but yeah, forcing out the egg, definitely a victory now for VP. They did lose their Terrorblade, so TA2000 does get at least hindered a little bit when it comes to his farming speed, but the one still suffering the most, I have to say, is Noob. Like, this Magnus is having a really bad time, and it's not like Tiny is having a much better time as well. Sumail will complete his blink, though, in a matter of seconds.
Need this item to open up the map for themselves. Shall see where they decide to play around with this first. Bottom could be dicey because they're actually bringing in heroes, not just to defend the tower, but to potentially jump Ghost if he overextends. Thankfully, for the side of Enigma Galaxy, Ghost does decide to back off. GH gonna be elsewhere, just going to make sure nobody's throwing in for the backstab attempt. So, Enigma, keep chilling. So 3k gold lead for the side of Virtus Pro right now. So how stock is this 3k? So for example, in the previous game, when we saw a 3k lead in favor of Enigma Galaxy, we were pretty assured that, yeah, this game is going south for Virtus Pro. Does this 3k lead bode that well for Virtus Pro as it did for Enigma in game 1?
Well, it puts them in a comfortable lead, I would say. Like, it's not massive, but it's just the nature of their heroes versus what Enigma have got. Like, they have a lot of solutions to different problems. Like, they can kill the egg, they can get rid of all the dots as well with the Photic Shield. Abaddon can literally get RP'd and then save himself and an additional target after. So, like, this is a game in which I feel that Enigma needs an advantage to take these fights cleanly.
An advantage might come from this. They just got Blink Dagger on Magnus as well. So Blink on Mag, Blink on Tiny. It is time to smoke, boys. It's time to smoke. Where are we going to smoke is the question, but there's no way we shouldn't be getting out onto the map.
I'm not so sure. Even with this Blink on Mag, I think at best you put yourself in a position in which you can take down the supports and maybe set up a team fight, but you really have to use smokes and find the right angles.
Well, luckily for them, they also had an observer ward behind the tier 1 tower, so they scout both the Hawk and 1J. So they know exactly who is in this side of the map. Let's see if they can get a successful reveal on this Blink Dagger. The Hawk is a very unappetizing target. Hoping to find somebody else here, but nobody else is around. It's only the Hawk. Dude, they're so scared of jumping him, they even ignore him. 5 heroes bottom, and they just let their bat and walk away.
Yeah,
TP coming in right now from the Terrorblade, as well as coming in from the rest of Virtus Pro. And that's going to bounce away Enigma Galaxy. They don't want to take this. They're too scared.
Well, they're reasonable. There is absolutely nothing that they can gain from jumping the Abaddon. You can pop his ulti maybe, but that's it. And the problem is all their spells are kind of bursty. Like, you need time to reset. So, yeah, this is probably for the best. Maybe they can get 1J on top lane. He has a good ward, though.
They did make this CP. Oh my goodness, that observer ward, as you mentioned it, that's what scouts out the movement from Sumail. They still are going to try and chase him. Oh man, Bramble Maze is literally like 10 units too short. And he finds the silence just as Noob was queuing up the skewer to get out. He will still get grabbed by Sumail here. Dude, you're not allowed to live. 1J. This is illegal gameplay. Oh my god, he hops onto the other side there with the Tumbler's Toy. He's still alive, Liz, but not for much longer. Buys a lot of time. But even though he dies, certainly demonstrates his skill by making them waste so much time. Egg down bottom will trigger onto 2 heroes, DK as well as the Hawk. The Hawk will heal up, but Larnov is not so lucky. Does get the aphotic shield right now, trying to run himself away. But between Noob and Ghost, they have the right click damage. A couple more hits are necessary. No! TM2000 with the last second thunder. Literally during the right click of Ghost, will turn around the HP pool, keep the hero alive, and enable the turnaround for this fight. Both Noob and GH instead end up dying.
Beautiful from both sides. I'm sorry for Noob, like he's had a rough one and now he has like this perfect skewer into RP and it still doesn't net him anything. Like they get 1 kill onto the AA and that's it. Unfortunate for Nigma, but very nicely and very nicely played and very fortunate for VP.
7k gold lead right now.
Radiant are scanning.
So it seems like game 1, very heavily favored by Enigma Galaxy, but game 2, this adjustment in the draft and having Larnov in a more active hero. The difference is night and day, fam. They've just been opening up the map. Larnov hasn't died a single time. TB2000 has been opened up more space to keep farming, keeping himself on the top of the net worth charts. And unfortunately, Sumail on the Tiny hasn't been able to just keep up pace. Both him and Noob really struggling to exert influence on the game right now.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure if it's gonna get any easier as time progresses. Like it's all down to Ghost, and I want to see just how much she can do on this Medusa, a hero that is not the most popular carry at the moment. Meanwhile, you're playing versus a DK that is, versus an Abaddon with the Radiance almost Blade Mail that also is.
Do you think things would have been different if Noob and Sumail swapped heroes?
Maybe. The lane could have been a bit different, of course.
Dire are scanning.
I'm gonna smoke up right now. 4 heroes. That sucks! Dude, y'all was so close. They were actually not that far away from finding Larnov, but getting Muerta, that's a huge loss, bro. 4 hero smoke for like 20 seconds, you just get a Muerta kill. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, not massive, but they can take down the tier 1 tower on bot lane.
Are fortified.
What else can they get? The 21-minute wisdom shrines are a bit too far, so probably not gonna be possible for them to steal anything like that. They're basically in the lane mode, I feel like. So they want to get this Medusa at least to her Skadi, and after that they can perhaps force some bigger objectives.
You think Medusa is strong enough to actually like solo carry this game from the damage dealing department?
Honestly, I don't. As a position 1, she will have Empower to work with, and they do have some nasty teamfight combos. Like you have an egg that's protected by layers and layers of stuns and disables, and then you have RP on top of all of that. So yeah, their teamfight later on could be impressive from Nigma.
I'm also looking forward to seeing this Medusa having the empower damage in the midst of these fights, but still a while away before we see that happening. For now, Larnov and the boys are just really starting to look very scary. This DK has Blink, Mage Slayer, SNY, Terror Blade, Falcon Blade, Manta, D-Lance building into the Hurricane Pike. And even this, Dark in the previous game had literally 0 influence, but here, Blade Mail, Radiance building into a Blink Dagger. This man is going to be a real menace in these upcoming engagements. There's no MKBs. There's no, what's that item? Bloodthorns to take away these evasions. Just have to deal with this heads up. And now they also don't have an egg as well. GH. Is he going to actually get out of this? Let's see. Egg pops. Nope. Egg gets popped instead by Larnov.
Yeah, the aphotic shield. That's the main reason why it died. Yeah, level 1 egg. Never easy to stay alive. And Sumail, he's getting gone on as well. Larnov is everywhere.
Dude, he was getting outplayed so hard by 1J with this Rod of Atos Deadshot combination. Thankfully, though, he does have a pretty skilled position 4 player in his own right. Omar comes in just at the right time with the Terrorize, sends all the heroes back. But they can't rest on their laurels. They still have to defend this high ground here as they blink forward. They find the stun onto Omar. He gets feared back and killed off. Ghost does now have an Eye of Skadi, so putting in quite a bit of damage in the opposite direction. Very nice Gorgon's Grasp with the Sun Ray. Forces the ultimate from the Hawk. Now these heroes need to be careful.
He forced his teammates to go back, actually. He needs to save this Manta. That was kinda bad. Like his own reflection just completely zoned out the Tiny and the Phoenix.
Here they come again. Going in onto Ghost. Reflection. Doing quite a bit of damage here, but Manta's out. Like you say, save the Manta to dispel the reflection. So that should do it for now. In the meantime, though, he has a jump forward. Oh my goodness. Dude, 1J. Bro, stop. It's only a video game, gang. Noob jumped on top of him, but before even Noob arrived, he already had the calling down, ready to anticipate the skewer RP combination. What a player.
He's been breaking some ankles from start to finish so far. BKB will be the next item of choice for DK. So SNY, BKB, they're basically ready to take any sort of a fight, it seems like. But do you even... I'm not sure that they feel forced, you know? Like, they just have so much RP top lane.
RP onto the Hawk. There's a tier 1 that they're coming to, and the Hawk is very tanky, so I'm not sure about this one. There's no Nullifier, there's no Bloodthorn, there's no Silver Age, there's nothing to actually kill him during the RP.
They just straight up smoked. The only thing preventing them from making this kind of a play, the only thing preventing them...
Noob
yep.
blinked in! Blink in! Oh no. 2 kills for free. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mid lane, they also managed to get a catch. The dead shot from 1J through the Shadow Realm pushes away Omar. There's the stun coming out, and they should be able to find that kill with Laranov. You know, I just realized something, fam, right? I've been gassing up Ghost, being like, oh, we watched Ghost come in from the younger days. He's been out here. But I forgot that, like, one of the people that you've been hyping up since literally the day you saw him has been 1J. And here he is coming out of his game.
Yeah, he's been doing well recently in different teams, of course, before he got onto Chimera. Like, his Muerta is also very good.
Time for Roshan. First ages of the game. Gonna be going the way of Virtus Pro. Level with me, brother. On this stage of the game, we were very honest with each other about the fact that VP pretty much stood no chance in game 1. Does Nigma actually have turnaround potential here in game 2?
I think it's better than game 1 of VP. Like, their chances are higher, I'm meaning to say. Their high ground defense is still pretty good. Like the RP into the skewer back. And as long as they have the threat of RP, I feel like it's hard for Virtus Pro to do a lot of moves. But the moment they waste the RP on something like an Abaddon, they're gonna get hunted down. So you gotta be careful where they use the spells, and GH might die.
GH is fine. Very big magic wand. And you also did with the Aghanim shot. Talking so much trash about the Muerta shot over the last couple of days, but this Phoenix, the Phoenix player, brother, please describe this as we see Noob hang top.
Yeah, just a very good shard of Phoenix, of course. Getting that Sun Ray in can be very helpful. The mischance as well is important. But for now, it will not be used, at least not in tandem with the RP, and this might give a chance for TA2000 to just go high ground. Yep, that's what he's doing. A little poke though, there is no Abaddon.
Gonna come back middle to just assist with the taking down of the tier 2 tower. Laranov was doing the primary work on that with the DK form. TA2000 finishes it off. And now we're at the point We have still 3 minutes of an Aegis. I would be very astonished if we don't at least... Like, we're going to take the tier 2 for sure, but I would like them to poke high ground at least a little bit before the Aegis expires.
Yeah, what items are they getting? What are they waiting for? Let me see. Mjolnir being purchased by DK. Kind of a late, but still a very solid item this game. Just a lot of attack speed as well on him. They have the drums, the TB has an Orchid on top of everything. Your Abaddon as well is just consistently scaling. He's got a blink as well. So in case he's not the 1 RP, he can blink in and save a target. Or blink into the backlines as well with Radiance.
Love how you also went for the Gunpowder Gauntlet. You know, sort of a right-clicking Abaddon. Love to see it.
I mean, usually we even see some builds like Harpoon Manta, and then he's all into the right click, or even a Basher or an Orchid. Sumail, top. He's got the BKB to work with and an Invis Rune, so...
BKB is for scrubs, you know? He only bought this because his team told him to, but he knows Invis Rune Blink is all he needs for complete safety in that situation. Okay, gold lead right now for VP. Aegis set to expire in the next 100 seconds at this point. And Noob is gonna get caught right now. Oh, the dude, 1J, stop it, bro. Stop it, dog. What's your problem, dude? Holy smoke.
Nice little pick off once again, and in the same spot on Noob. This is 30 seconds without the RP. It should be at least this tower down on the bottom lane. The tier 2 tower should fall. TA 2000. Nothing stopping him going towards Butterfly next, level 21. It's the massive TB.
One of the things I love as well about this TB matchup is not just the reflection that you get onto Medusa, but the nature of Medusa has changed, right? She's no longer that hero that, like, you go Butterfly, Manta, Daedalus, and end a game at 30 minutes. She has a very different itemization path. Skadi is important, Mjolnir is important, Aghanim Scepter is important. What all of those items do not do is give you piercing through evasion. So having not just the Radiance, but the Butterfly as well on the Terrorblade is going to pose some massive problems to the Medusa for the conceivable future.
Well, the trick is you don't hit him. He doesn't have a BKB. And as long as he doesn't have a BKB, you can rely on magic damage from your teammates. He's not the tankiest of heroes, no Satanic. If he goes for this and completes this Butterfly, I actually think it gives an opportunity to Nigma to deal with him in other ways. So, it might give them a small opening before he gets that BKB, but they're going on Abba again.
Why?
Noob.
Why would you do this? Let him go, guys. Let him go, Noob. Bro, you've seen this movie before, gang, and you did not like the ending the last time. And unfortunately, the ending has not changed. You jump the Abaddon, you die, no matter what.
They didn't even proc the ulti. That's the saddest part here. It's just that he was in the way. Like, he was in the right position, so... I'm pretty sure that they don't want to be jumping him as well, but... Sometimes you don't really have too many options.
Didn't help that 1J was there with another amazing calling, and now they're going forward, trying to get some kills here. Ghost going forward with the right-click damage in tandem with the Sunray. Dive forward. Dude, did you see that? The last second literally hit him as he was mid-dive, so he couldn't proc a Supernova in that instance. He was also out of mana at the time, but nonetheless, very unfortunate.
I don't think you act there. Like, they're already retreating. You don't have any way to control them. Your Stone Gaze is already out. At that point, it's probably for the best that he got hit by that calling that you talked about. So maybe a bit of luck getting silenced. But probably he wouldn't have done it anyway. And Noob is so damn poor. This is... Yeah, this is ugly. He's got 9.4k net worth. He's going for Aghanims next. Horn Toss, Force Staff with Blink Dagger. I mean, it's a plan, you know, when nothing works.
Noob has been affected by those Elon Musk cuts. Not getting any money in this game. No progression, sadly. Still has some impact with the Blink RP, but would be nice if he had higher levels. But dude, he's only... The thing for me in his farm, it's his levels. He's level 14, bro. 3 minutes into the game, my offlane Magnus is level 13. 14 now, great. Game is hard.
Yeah, keep that network low so that you can get the shard and bonus XP from Wisdom Shrines, you know? That's the play. Network and XP, keep it low.
I see. If you keep the experience low, you respawn faster, right? I see.
Yeah, yeah. You get to use your spells more often. Let's see, there's a smoke coming from the other direction.
No DK form at the moment, but they still do jump forward. Medusa has been caught, but there's the RP. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up. Noob is already gone. Terrorize will come in afterwards. And they did throw in the massive Sun Ray, but it's not going to be enough. Medusa does not benefit like a lot of other heroes. Fear will push her back. They need to TP out with the Medusa. She just in the face of the overwhelming onslaught of Virtus, bro.
Yeah, just another counter initiation, but it really didn't work out. I feel like Magnus died to collateral damage. He will buy back though.
Does buy back. They toss back Larenov, who's unable to escape the base. Holy smokes. The Hurricane Pike, not good enough. GH will find his egg being very quickly destroyed, but they have nonetheless been able to find the kill on the DK. Sadly, they still do not have a Medusa, so they don't have the out-and-out core electric damage that they desire here. He does not have buyback. 1400 gold short of that mark.
Oh,
how will they defend? So
nice
far,
Shivas. Nice Shivas by the Huck. Scouting Sunil, who was trying to backstab.
Rain Drag's gone. Melee, as soon as the glyph will fall, should be very shortly to follow. There's not really much they can do on the side of Enigma Galaxy to counteract this. So this is the saddest part, right? It's one thing if like the enemy team has a bajillion blinks, a bajillion force buffs, and that's how they get out of the base. But when they just walk away, it's so demoralizing.
Well, they do stay in the game, and I feel like they should be happy that they left, that Virtus.pro left the high ground, because if they don't kill the DK like they did, this was probably game. Medusa was dead for 80 without the buyback, so... And all the tier 2 towers are down. So, nicely done by Enigma to actually kill off the DK.
So what's the next step right now? So itemization is how Dota is generally balanced. What items do they need? I see Medusa's going for the Kaya Sanj. I see Noob is going for BKB, Ghost Scepter. Sumiel already has BKB with Revenant's Brooch. Is this the itemization that you wanted to see to recover this kind of game?
In Kaya Sanj, of course, massive power spike on Medusa, but I feel like they still might struggle when it comes to the DPS compartment. They do have a Revenant's Brooch as well on Tiny, of course. They had it in the last fight too. They need to find the right targets. Drain was so close to dying. Yep.
Maybe I've been spending too much time around you. I'm like, did this kill anybody? Keeps you alive a little bit longer, but will heroes die even if you get like a perfect RP situation going for yourself?
If they find the right targets, I do believe that there is still a chance, but it's a very low one. They're basically setting up around the pit. They know the Trosh is alive, so making sure to at least have the high ground advantage.
By the way, do you think that it's fair that Ice Vortex gives vision for the whole duration?
I mean, it's not massive vision, it's like a sentry, right? The amount of area that it reveals.
Bro, it's a free sentry every 2 seconds. Are you kidding me? That's not fair.
That doesn't give true vision. Ghost? Ghost?
Yeah.
Hello?
Ghost. try to TP out right in front of these heroes. He will get caught out. Gonna be forced to go home the long way. Thankfully, though, he is still a Medusa, so not very easy to kill.
Sumail
able to keep this fight going. They almost lost the life of this ancient apparition. Sumail did a lot of damage, but now look at this. Noob, he's going to be the one that's caught out. There's going to be a Ghost Scepter onto him with the Glimmer Cape as well as the Force Staff, keeping him alive. He stays living. Ghost bringing down one of the Terrorblade illusions. Nothing else will happen for now, so a lot of posturing, but no real damage.
Well, there is some real damage. Their tower down bottom is almost dead. That's why Medusa tried to TP. The high ground was being pushed in by creeps. At least the tower did deal with those creeps, so now you can focus your attention to the pit.
The Princess is still here. Oh, nice toss. The Hawk, though, does still have the ultimate. Gonna get forced out right now. Ghost eats a couple of potlocks. Nothing too much else. Roshan at 70% HP, so looks like we're gonna be here for a while, brother.
Most likely because the cooldowns on borrowed time and on meta are both around 40. Actually, the same. It's insane. Both will be up in 43 seconds. No, actually, meta is 48. My bad. But around 40 seconds, both spells will come back up, and I believe that's when VP strike again.
Here at the minimap, we see some abandoned illusions just pushing out bottom, trying to put some pressure on the tier 3. But now, for the first time, Nigma actually have the positioning inside the pit, but it's still very, very dangerous place to be. They're trying to go for the wraparound here from VP. They find Noob. Noob is gone. No back on the Magnus. Now the immediate jump onto Ghost. The Medusa falling very low. She does manage to trigger off the Stone Gaze. That will keep her alive for now, but that will expend most of her mana pool. The dead shot able to catch GH before the supernova is triggered. Ghost gets brought down as well. Not able to escape. Despite the terrorize coming in from Omar, it's not going to be enough to save the life of this Medusa. She is gone, and they don't even care about the Roshan right now. They're coming inside the base. They want to find this kill onto the Dark Willow. She will go down. And honestly, Liz, I think this game is over. GG, well played, will be coming out in just a few moments. They'll try from Nigma, buying back on Omar, but it's 2v5. How do you do this? The Hawk just blinks forward just to interrupt the blink from Sumail, making sure he cannot progress further forward in the fight. Blink onto this Omar. Dark Willow right now, forcing her back inside the fountain, but it doesn't matter. The game is over. GG, well played. We are going, admit, for the first time to a game goddamn 3 here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, it's about time, right? Like, finally, we do get ourselves a full series in the MESWA region. Good performance by VP, forgetting all about game number 1. And completely adjusting their playstyle and draft to game number 2. I like this. Way better. They executed way better as well. I have to say, their lanes went super well. From Nigma, like, I feel like you have the same draft, but you change your offlaner, the hero, I mean, and you have a much better time. I feel like this Magnus just did not do anything through the game. If you look at the scoreboard, when you look at the damage dealt, when you think about the control done as well, he did 4.7k damage. 4.7. It's just one of those games where you really can't do a lot. You're constantly on the back foot trying to find the right position to initiate. But if there was no Abaddon on the other side, even if you have a bad game, at least you can jump in and RP whoever and you probably get that kill. But when you have a bad game and you're playing versus Abaddon, that makes things even worse because you probably won't be killing anyone. And look at Sumail, by the way, ending the game like a boss. 3-0-6, not dying a single time. Considering his team was losing for the majority of it, that's definitely commendable.
Yep. I mean, not just not dying a single time, doing the second most amount of damage in the entire game. That's really impressive, right? Given just how hard the game was going to be overall, and given the fact that it's not like the mid lane went perfectly for him. It would have been one thing if it was in game one and he had these kind of stats, but here, things were very even mid. Larnov had a pretty good time, obviously playing on the DK. Also, I think that one of the things that makes... while you were talking, right, I went back to look at the previous draft. And honestly, it's not that different of a draft. Grain was playing Jakiro last time. Now he's playing Ancient Apparition. TA2000 on the same hero. The Hawk on the same hero. 1J in the previous iteration, wasn't necessarily playing this hero, but he was playing... What did he play? Hoodwink, yeah. So they had a similar style, but the main change for me was Larnov being able to actually do stuff on the map, open up the game for them. And I think whether it be on this team or when Larnov was on Betboom, when Larnov was on Aurora, for me, he's always at his best when he's the one that's supposed to make space in the mid game. Doesn't have to worry about the late game. They're just like, dude, just go fight, make space, create opportunities for us. We will carry you later on. I think this game went perfectly in that direction. But you were mentioning Noob in the offlane. I think another aspect where they really struggled, bro, I did not feel the impact from this Phoenix. Like, did you feel any impact from GH in this game where you were like, he couldn't have done this on another hero except Phoenix in this game?
It's hard to say. The idea behind it was incorporated into the idea around the whole team fight that they could have had, but they didn't have it. So when you're trying to play the game in a certain way and that way is taken away from you, a certain hero like Phoenix that's centered around his ulti can look like a missing piece or a piece that shouldn't even be there. So I think, he could have played something else, but I don't think it's on him.
Well, at the end of the day, Enigma Galaxy have fulfilled the promise. As much as people who are Enigma Galaxy fans wanted them to go 2-0 in the series, myself and Lizard, all we wanted was Game 3. And that is what we will be delivered today. Enigma Galaxy versus the side of Virtus Pro. One game will determine who goes in the first seed into the grand finals and who has to make their way through the lower bracket. We will find out in just a couple of minutes as we are gearing up for the third and final game of the upper bracket final here in DreamLeague 26. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. We'll grab some water, take a walk around your house, and before you know it, you're going to be witnessing the epic finale of this upper bracket final between Enigma Galaxy and the side of Virtus Pro. welcome back, one and all. It is the producer, Didi, DJ Lizard, and your boy Snare. We're here on the mic for the final game of the evening. Nigma Galaxy versus Virtus Pro in Game 3 of this upper bracket final. And Lizard, I will say, we've been hyping up this matchup for quite a while, right? We've been expecting some stellar Dota. What I did not expect was both games to be stomps in either direction. So, based on what you've seen, firstly, do you think Game 3 will also follow that pattern? And if so, which team do you think is better positioned to take advantage of the other?
I see no great advantage on one side or the other. Looking at these two games, I think these two teams are very even. It comes down to the wholeness of the drafts on one side and the other. Like if you have everything that you need to play the dots properly, and also if you have the full comfort zone. One side and the other, like Nigma and VP, they had some pretty solid games. Game number 1, of course, I think that VP experimented a little bit with Huskar last pick. And game number 2, I feel like Nigma went all the way back to 2017 with these Magnus Tiny and Phoenix picks. You want to play this perfect combo, but then a lonely little humble Abaddon runs up to you and he's like, okay, cast all your ultis, I guess, you know. Even if you kill him once, that's gonna be, if you get him down to use his ulti, I mean, that's gonna be a successful venture. So definitely a hero that if they want to draft something similar, they need to consider banning.
I could see that. Honestly, that Abaddon posed so many problems. You know, sometimes it does happen that, like, in Game 1, you beat a team that is utilizing a quote-unquote broken hero. It looks very solid, but when you play against it, you don't feel like it's that strong. And then you're like, we underestimated, whatever. And then Game 2, that happens. And you're like, wow, okay. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw an Abaddon ban. Wouldn't be too surprised if they maybe picked it up themselves. The question also is, after that game, does VP still remember to ban the Nature's Prophet after what happened in Game 1?
Absolutely. Prophet is not only about game number 1. Prophet is just absolutely busted for a couple of months now, so you gotta ban it out. The hero is too strong. And in most players' hands, like on 1 or 2, he looks like just a thing that's too difficult to beat. He farms up way too fast. He moves around the map way too fast. He contributes to every lane from the mid lane, if not only with his ulti, with his rotations. And if a player is capable, which isn't really that hard to be on Prophet at the moment, you have too much impact. So I expect it banned, but maybe we won't. Let's see.
I mean, if even I'm gaming MMR with Nature's Prophet, then you have to know that the hero was absolutely busted. Well, we're going to see his influence in this game, whether it's going to happen at all or not, as we have our third and final draft available for us. Nigma will be playing on the Radiant side with the first pick. We have second pick for the side of Virtus Pro down on Dire. So let us see. And Virtus Pro, they say, nah, they literally stick to the exact same banning pattern, literally in the same order, gang. PA, Wisp, Cuddle, and the Nature's Prophet all removed from play. Enigma Galaxy will still stick to the TA, the Enigma. They only banned Beastmaster's second phase, so I wonder what's going to be the third ban for them here.
Radiant team, Dire team pick.
The monkey. And an instant fridge pick.
Okay. The Fridge Man versus the Wall Man. All right. One thing I like about the Wall Man is that Darkseer has so many itemization possibilities. And I think Pipe of Insight, whenever I see Ancient Apparition, I just want somebody to build Pipe, but it's not necessarily strictly necessary, but it could still be very good. But overall, if Ancient Apparition is a 5, there's no way you shut down the Darkseer lane. So I think that's probably the main reason why they picked it.
Yeah, usually you can get on top of the AA with your combos on Darkseer, whatever it is. It can be a Dark Willow, it can be a Clock, it can be a Tusk that just got banned. There's a lot of options. You can even go for something like a Muerta and still it's solid with some good old dead shots into vacuum. So, like to get him out of position, that is. So overall, I think Ursa needs to be banned though. If you are Virtus Pro, that's probably the best carry at the moment against Darkseer. I'm not sure if anything else is as great. Like
10 seconds remaining.
there's AA plus Sven, which would also kind of be okay, but I literally hate Sven.
remaining.
And I wouldn't mind seeing Magnus again, but Mag for me right now is a position 1 hero. Everything else is kind of messy. Like, yeah, sure, you can play him on mid and off, but the highest impact that you do get is from that position 1 Mag.
There's a non-zero chance that VP go for the Ursa themselves. Try to leverage the surge onto the Ursa within Rage. Also, speaking of, I'm very surprised that we haven't seen Night Stalker at all. Actually, wait, let me ask you a question, right? Personally, I've been feeling the more and more I see this Night Stalker hero, he can be crazy in the 3 position, but I feel where he's absolutely unstoppably busted is when paired with the Darkseer playing from the position 4. Getting the same impact without having to go for the early Blink Dagger feels super solid on that hero.
Yeah, like I think he's the most popular position 4, more than a 3 even. Like, he's more popular as a sport, and I absolutely agree. That's where he thrives the most. They get on top of these backliners, and they do get the Muerta. So Darkseer Muerta is going to be the combo. We'll see what they get for Ghost here, but yeah, I already told you what my
5 seconds remaining.
favorite hero would be here. Like, back in the day, you could play some AM into Darkseer as well, but I feel like it's not as great anymore. The meta is also kind of bad for him. But if you want to go for your own offlaner, Tidehunter is in the pool, by the way. You could set things up, give Noob already a decent pickup.
I would not be mad at that whatsoever. Especially because they already know what the Darkseer and White lane is going to look like, so he has some time to plan around that. I would like that quite a lot. I think that hero is pretty good.
Yeah, well, they do
Let's
have
see.
a couple of picks to work through, right? Let's see what they go for. Is there anything
It's not like your Magnus idea, because you can flex the Magnus between 1 and 2. I prefer him 1 overall. However, the one disagreement is that when Sumail is playing it, I do prefer Sumail playing it over the carry playing it, whoever the carry is on Nigma.
Over what? About what hero?
Magnus.
Mag? Yep, sure. I agree. He plays a mean Mag, but it's like when you play him on position 1, it's a completely different item build, completely different skill set. Like last game, Tiny, he was strong, he played well, but he didn't have any buffs, any oomph to really blow targets up. Now with AA, I believe maxed out, it's 25% magic resistance on Ice Vortex, so... And if you go for a lot of that rhymes, like you get rid of a lot of strength on heroes, so Tiny can blow them up even easier. So overall, I like this combo a lot that they just picked up. Of course, for Nigma, we talked about that in the last draft. It's versatile, right? Where can they play the Tiny?
Still all 4 roles that could be conceivably covered right now, but they follow up with the Sand King, so... Yet again, another versatile hero. This could go for Noob, this could go for Sumail. It's not inconceivable that Omar could play this as well. Less likely, but not inconceivable.
It's offlane or mid. Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of team fight, lots of magic damage. You were talking about like this Ancient Apparition. Bro, like I would... imagine Ice Vortex down on the floor. Epicenter comes in, Tiny's on top of you. There's no hero in the game that can survive through that much burst.
Absolutely. Like, this is a really good combo. Even just AA plus 1 of these. Like, you already have your kill combinations. Both heroes love buying a Blink Dagger. You can combo Sand King with AA, you can combo Sand King with Tiny. If this is a mid Tiny with Crash Landing, this could also be a carry Tiny. We'll see. Not that terrible with AA in the lane. So, also an option. Like, you get a 3 to hit those Iron Shelled creeps as well. Kill them a bit faster.
Dire team pick.
Dragon Knight.
On the other side, VP will go back for the Dragon Knight. Could be the Laranov DK, could be for TA2000. They have the last overall pick, so they're not going to reveal that until quite deep into the draft. So we're imagining the Rain hero emerging now. He still has his Jakiro in the game if he wants it. I suppose that could be okay. If the Sand King is off lane, you put a sentry down. he can still put in some pretty decent pressure onto him. And indeed, that is going to be the case. Jakiro will come out, and I imagine it's going to be Jakiro, DK lane maybe, or Jakiro and another carry later on.
Yeah, we'll see. They have the ultimate last pick, so I feel that they're just keeping things open with this Jakiro pick. Dragonite versatile, can go mid, can go safe lane. Like, looking at Sand King and Tiny, I feel like you can put DK into one or into Tiny or into Sand King and he'll do fine. So you can save this last pick as your carry. Or if you think that you can pick something strong from the mid lane that will win the game on Lorenov, like your Storm Spirit or something like that, you can put the DK safe, get him to build Mjolnir and whatnot, and have that playmaker mid. So they go with the Sven,
Well,
yeah.
You were saying earlier how much you hate this hero. Please talk to us about what is it about Sven right now that you're not very fond of as a carry?
I mean, like, Sven is... Why is he picked here? Let's talk about that first. He's one of the better heroes into Darkseer, like, on paper, historically has always been. You have a stun with Ancient Apparition to set things up. Like, on paper, he's amazing, but it's very difficult for him to find the same amount of farm that someone like a Magnus gets for half the effort. Like, your Magnus and Dragonite are basically better Svens right now than Sven is. Like, DK for me is a better Sven than Sven is. Magnus 2 times better. Like, just a easier hero to play. Like, you have Empower, you clear the stacks, you go for Harpoon, Mask of Madness build, you deal more or less the same amount of damage, and as long as Monkey King is banned out, I feel like you most of the time have a good game. But of course Sven has his strengths as well. If you do find the items, if you do find the farm, if your stacks are not being contested, there's this timer at which you're just absolutely godly.
Bro, look at the Jakiro. Doesn't it look like he's caressing the DK's head with one of his wings? He's been like,
Yeah.
good boy, good boy.
It's patting him a little bit like, good little Dragonite.
Oh, don't you wish you had wings right now? Shame. You can only fly a little bit of the time. I can fly all the time, bro.
You're hunting dragons. Oh, you're so cute.
You know, you were talking about like the contrast between Sven and DK is a better Sven. What's crazy is DK is a better Sven after some massive nerfs. DK was nerfed incredibly, and he's still a better Sven than Sven.
Well, the fire aspect facet got nerfed, right? But they made sure to buff up the other ones. Can't have DK out of the meta, man. Come on.
10 seconds remaining.
I will say I do miss the old fire facet, man. I was getting so many free wins.
5
It
seconds
was actually
remaining.
incredible how fast you could farm with that hero.
Now, let's see what the last picks here will be. Most likely a Nomar hero, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's gonna be
this is
Tinker.
This is crazy that
Okay.
Tinker is still in the pool. Like, last pick Tinker.
It's normally
actually-
first phase band, right?
Yeah. I absolutely forgot about Tinker. And yeah, we're gonna see him.
10
Usually
seconds
though is
remaining.
played as a position 5. There is still like I still did see some players go for AA4. It isn't out of this world, but I can't imagine that being great into a Jakiro. And I'm not really a fan of Tinker laning on the offlane. Like, Tinker as a 4 is alright, it's just the way he lanes on the offlane might be a
Choose your
problem.
hero.
And damn, VP hitting them back with the Medusa.
I like this Dusa actually a lot. Quite a bit in this game. Again, you don't care about the Ancient Apparition. You have some heroes around you. The more, like, for example, Noob is not going to be buying like an early BKB, right? So hopefully Muerta's going to be able to help out with the silences, with the dead shots, get him away with the epicenter from the Medusa. Stone Gaze is crazy in this game, given that Sven is the only one that wants to actually go and hit the Medusa. But also, look at this, brother. Omar is on the Tiny. We're about to have a good game. It's Sumail Tinker. The brother was watching Fissure Universe. He saw nothing to say play Tinker, and he's like, nah, gang, I can do that too. Let me show y'all what I'm about. So what do you think this lane is like? Tinker into the DK.
I just want to say I'm really happy he's playing the Tinker. Like, it makes everything more interesting to me, and it makes more sense because I couldn't imagine a game in which it looks like a good 4 Tinker in the laning stage. Like, considering what heroes have been drafted. Tinker into DK, I feel like the DK should do fine no matter what. You know, like you're playing in Tinker, who cares? It's all about these rotations. I feel like you get level 6 on DK and you want to get some rotations coming towards that mid so you can slow down the Tinker's farm. Because that's what you have to do, right? Like the pressure is on you to slow down Nigma, even though you have Medusa on your side. But for Nigma, yeah, you like it?
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun game. Also, I think that like one of the things about the Tinker is when it's Tinker 4, Laser is kind of useless against Medusa, right? You're gonna get she gets Manta no matter what, she's gonna be able to sell it. But if you're playing it mid, get enough experience, but more importantly, enough items and mana that you can reapply that laser throughout the course of the fight. It's very, very annoying to deal with as the Medusa until you get the MKB later on down the stretch.
Yeah, it is a problem. Maybe a halberd on the Sand King as well is a possibility. Like, as you can start the game off with the Vanguard. We'll see what he goes for. There's a lot of options. But I would say these two drafts are definitely more even. A little bit out of meta with the position for Tiny, with the carry Sven.
Sigma moment.
On the other side, just the Medusa that isn't really drafted as often right now.
I will say, I didn't say this in the previous game, but I actually don't believe in Tinker right now. Oh, not Tinker, sorry, Tiny. I feel like this hero... You know, there's these certain heroes that, in a given meta, they are actually good heroes, right? No doubt about it, but for whatever reason, they just don't seem to work out. And I've been seeing so many Tiny games that just don't seem to work out. So I'm not a big believer in this hero. I'm honestly favoring VP. I think they have a more consistent offlane duo that don't need the early game to go well for them to still have impact in the mid game. Whereas on the side of Nigma Galaxy, envision a scenario where this Tiny is having a bad lane or AA is not finding experience. I don't see how they really contribute to the mid game under those conditions.
Oh, I can definitely imagine that scenario. We'll see, of course, what happens. There is a lot of potential for the AA plus any of these scores to start making moves in the mid game. So specifically with Noob Sand King, I feel like he has something to prove to us after that last game. And yeah, he's queuing up a Vanguard for now, it seems like. So it will be that full utility Sand King that we are seeing recently.
I love how you said something. I literally listened to a song like in between the break called Something to Prove by Lil Baby. So it's like, if Noob is Lil Baby fan, I hope so. That'll be amazing.
Is that the name of the artist, Lil Baby?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I have to say.
Let me know in chat if y'all know who Lil Baby is. I had a feeling Admir would not know, but let me know in chat if you know what I'm talking about.
They didn't play around the sentry, by the way, on top lane. And Noob is already kind of being wrecked by Rain, so it looks like Omar will be playing around creep skipping instead. They won't try to lane, which is understandable. Medusa Jakiro would absolutely destroy this lane. Goes bot though.
Oh, Tim and GH, they finally killed on bottom. You were mentioning in the draft. I mean, this used to be one of the old school combinations, but they don't even have the cold feed. This was just raw running down damage. Amazingly done by the side of Nigma Galaxy to find that first blood for the Sun.
Yep. And overall, it's a really good lane against Darkseer. Just having these two, they can clear creeps that are iron shelled really quickly. I think that's probably the thing that made them decide to pick this Sven the most.
Don't remember which team it was, but I do remember Ghost beating like one of the really good Chinese teams playing Sven. I don't forget if it was IG or Vici Gaming at the time, but I'll have to cast my memory back. But I've seen Ghost play really good games on the Sven, even if the Sven is not that favorite right now and his CS is up there. Of course, he's going to be supplemented by this mid lane, where Sumail is trying to do the Lord's work on his Tinker. So far, Loranov is still doing decently well, but I feel like Sumail should have a very good time. I don't see how DK can pressure a Tinker in the mid lane.
Yeah, you don't. You still farm though. You have Breathe Fire. Somehow this hero does well against anything. But yeah, like you said, Sven, in capable hands. The hero is kind of deceivingly easy, you know, like you think he's easy, but truly isn't that simple to play him to the full extent.
Sort of like that older dodge, right, where doing something easily, simply is much more difficult. It requires mastery over and above anything else. So, this game's still only one kill thus far. So far, the farm advantage does seem to be leaning towards the side of Nigma Galaxy, in particular thanks to the efforts of the Sven down bottom. Not like the Hawk is not finding farm, but Ghost is getting as much as he possibly can here, and it's looking solid.
For now, I am waiting for a level 3 first hit from the Hawk and 1J, because that's when you get the double Ange shell. You'll see, like he still didn't even skill up anything on. Oh, nice little dodge.
No. That was a mistake. GH popped his magic stick to get the mana for the cold feet, but unfortunately Ghost wasn't in range for the storm hammer, so Dahak was just able to surge away. That is a lot of mana wasted between GH and Ghost.
No, absolutely. And it might even allow them to dive the next wave. If they use double Ange shell, they have the fortification as well. Actually, they don't, never mind. They do, they can use it. My bad.
You see, this is what we wanted to see. This kind of very close affair where there's not that much separation in the lanes. All the cores are getting farm. None of the cores are dead just yet. You'll love to see it. There's going to be a TP out though from Noob, so he's being pressured completely out of the lane. That's going to open up more space for TA2000 to really accelerate with this Medusa. And Noob, because he has to walk back, bro, he's going to arrive a level behind the Medusa by the time he gets there.
If he even goes into the lane straight, like he might do something like go farm some stacks. He does have level 2 Sandstorm to work with.
They're gonna try and punish the Tiny in his absence though. Omar getting ran down at the moment. The toss will be there, but it's not gonna help. And oh, what? How did they lose vision? I don't know what happened. Dahak ends up dying down bottom as they manage to bring down the dogs here. 1J also trying to run for his life here on the Muerta, but Muerta will die too. How did that happen?
Jukes. He has those juking sandals on.
I thought 1J was the one that had the Jordans on, but it turns out Omar borrowed them for that particular juke. My man, what a guy.
Yeah, like overall, both offlaners kind of struggling. I have to say that I think Radiant's offlane is just inherently harder to play. Let's see, mid lane, DK6 might be dead.
Indeed, but he's taking quite a lot of damage, and the 6 will not help him in that instance. The rotation coming in from these supports, and that's going to enable the kill. And the worst case scenario about it is that not only does Sumail get the kill, it's a Tinker. So he goes back, gets back all his mana, and he'll be back before you even arrive close to the lane. He's feeling very fresh about himself.
Yeah, GH finds regen as well, so all that mana lost will be replenished. He can use it to perhaps zone out the Hawk even further. Who's not even laning anymore, like he's just jungling. Both offlaners like started off in a really bad way.
For now, it's going to be the Sand King feeling probably a little bit happier about proceedings. Even has a slightly higher net worth, but that can still change as the game goes on. We do see around this tier 1 tower, Rain does drop the Breathe Fire, but Omar's there with the Avalanche. Will the toss come back? Yes, it will, towards Sumail. And that should lead to the death of the Jakiro. And in the meantime, they did also manage to kill off 1J. GH involved in that kill. Man, this is like a night and day game between game 2 and 3 for the side of Nigma Galaxy. And now they're going to go and fight for the Wisdom Shrine. Ghost there with the God Strength. They zone back the Hawk. Ghost primarily concerned with the Shrine. He's able to take it. The Hawk gets a very nice vacuum, isolating GH on top of the cliff. And Ghost is going to be like, well, buddy, good luck, have fun. I will see you later. I want nothing more to do with this one.
Yeah, I mean, what can he do, right? Like, he could stay there, but can't really accomplish a lot, can't save him. And GH, he could have attempted a TP, but then you just get the death shot, and it probably wouldn't work as well. So, that vacuum, at least something from the Hawk. Nice little vacuum, because he lost the Wisdom Shrine.
Bonus experience. Of course, they were able to secure their own shrine as well, giving that XP towards Omar. Life is good right now for the side of Enigma Galaxy, and they've gotten to that stage where they're allowed to... This is one of my favorite things about playing Tinker as a core in this meta, is in the stage of the game where Tinker wants to be farming the triangle, you just pop one of your supports mid, allow him to get like an excess amount of farm and experience, and there's not really much the enemy team can do about it for fear of the Tinker being able to immediately show up and counter your plays.
And he's finding all that farm. He's got the Kaya already. Not really sure what the exact build will be on the Tinker. I've seen a lot of different ones. On supports, it's kind of more straightforward. On carry, there's some Dagon builds. There are some other ones with Shivas. The Huck should be fine, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Had himself level 3 or level 2 access to the Surge. Runs away. He's Gucci. He's chilling. What is not Gucci, though, is the fact that when you have the situation where this Sven, bro, your Sven in the enemy team has a full HP tower, so has so much space to farm. Like, and the thing is, you're playing DK mid, right? It's not like he's going to realistically be able to come bottom until he gets a Blink Dagger. So there's so much time for Ghost to just keep accruing net worth in the situation.
Yeah, he's probably going to pop his ulti and farm some Ancients now. Or maybe Boglets, we'll see.
How's his counterpart doing? TA 2000, of course, going in straight for the Manta style. A requirement playing into the Tinker, but that being said, as we've mentioned, Laser is going to be a big problem for this Medusa to deal with throughout the course of the game. She's going to have to be very judicious about her usages of that Manta style. Mid lane, they actually toss back onto 1J inside the March of the Machine. Sumail able to pick up that kill with the final right click coming out of the Tinker.
That's a massive Tinker already, by the way. 10 minutes in, 5.4k net worth, 3 kills. He is having the best time. Does he have a blink, by the way? He doesn't, but it might not even matter. The Hawk.
Duck. It's level 1 Ice Blast. Is it going to be enough? No, he's good. He's fine.
Tinker was TPing bottom to help out. But he did not have a blink. He needs 150 gold. If he has that blink, he probably just kills the Huck off.
Tinker finishing off an Ancient stack right now. Not that far away from having the Blink Dagger. I'm actually going to go quickly check what do the numbers look like. So we got that at 10 minutes 45 seconds on the Blink on Tinker. All right. What do you think the fastest is in this patch on the Tinker?
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm going to find out. In the meantime, there's a fight top. Wow! The damage onto Rain. There's no Jakiro anymore. Medusa trying to travel herself away. There's the AP. Ice Blast will come through, connect onto her. It doesn't really matter with the Ice Blast, but the subsequent damage matters quite a bit. Sumail able to now pick up himself a double kill on the Tinker. And mid lane, they're going back in. They want to keep this fight going. Laranov, though, able to get away in time.
And he has these gloves of haste on Laranov. I wonder if he just makes a Midas instead of a blink at this point. Like, you're gonna get this blink, and I'm not really sure if you're able to take any good fights.
Also, check this out bottom. They were trying to push, but Sumail just shows up, throws out a couple of marches, and immediately they have to vacate the area.
He's basically defending all the towers plus making all the plays. He's got the Blink Dagger on Tinker. On top of that, he's got 1,000 gold now. And the Dragonite is rendered kinda useless. Like he's chilling mid, waiting to push, but so far it hasn't really worked out for him.
All right, I've got the stats. The site was taking long to load, but what do you think, Liz? There's been 19 games of Blink Dagger Tinker in this patch. We'll talk about it in a second, as Lorinov does manage to take the tier 1 tower, but will almost certainly pay for it with his life. Ice Blast connected flush, and he does end up ticking out towards that damage. So tier 1 tower in exchange for the DK's life ends up happening mid. So maybe Dahak could be in danger as well. Noob slightly scouted him, but doesn't want to go in. Okay, we've got a lull. There have been 19 blinks on Tinker in this patch. What number is this in the 19 stack on Sumailed?
Is it the 19 mid lane Tinkers or in general?
All Tinkers, just in general.
All Tinkers? What do I think is what? Like average or?
His position. No, like his timing, 10 minutes, 45 seconds. Where does it rank in the 20 Tinkers that have been picked overall?
Probably top 3, I would say.
I thought so too, but surprisingly not. He's number 6. Number 1 is Nisha. Number 2 is Destroyer. Number 3 is Kiyotaka. Number 4 is Nothing to Say. Number 5 is Rebel.
Yeah, but what were the builds prior to the blink? Did they have Kaya as well? They are smoking up, by the way.
Investigate. I'll investigate in a second because we have a fight right now. Toss forward onto the Sand King. Unfortunately for him, he was thrown into a silence, but it doesn't matter. They managed to find the kill onto Raid. He's triggering the epicenter. He wants to go in, but going to be forced back out as soon as CA2000 emerges here. But CA needs to be careful. Goes up the hill with the Stone Gaze going. Stone Gaze about to finish. 3 hero avalanche coming in from Omar. And now 1J all of a sudden going to find himself losing his life very early onwards. The rest of the lineup has to flee from this.
Lorinov
finding themselves in some danger. Lorinov has a stone of a Sven tossed on top of him by Omar. It's like, bro, I thought you were tossing pebbles, not Svens. What the hell?
Like that fight, I feel like could have been even worse for VP if Noob decides to just instantly impale Burrow Strike, that is, after the toss. But he used Heaven's Halberd, and by the time he was ready to impale, they already kind of scattered and he got stunned. But in any case, still a 1 fight for Nigma, and will most certainly result in a tier 1 falling down on the mid lane. And the Dire jungle will not be as safe anymore.
On the bright side, Medusa does pick up a Manta style now. She's making her way towards bottom, ideally hoping to pressure the tower. But there's already a Tinker there, and Omar. The scary thing is Omar now has Blink Dagger on the Tiny. Literally like, what, 30 gold away? That's terrifying the way this game is unfolding at the moment.
Yeah, the 2 supports will be able to even just play on their own and get pickoffs. Just a Tiny, and it's good enough. And on top of that, Noob as well will have his own Blink Dagger very shortly.
Skate gold lead, 15 minutes in at the moment. Still though, they haven't lost all of their real estate. They still have tier 2s available for themselves. They still have a scaling Medusa who is not that far behind the Sven. She's still keeping herself up there in terms of their net worth department.
Yeah, she is. Like, he's farming well on tier 2000. It's alright. Like, his lane as well wasn't really the most difficult one, right? Like, he was almost alone in that lane. So, keeping up, of course. Like you said, the Manta going for Butterfly straight up next. Making sure that she evades a couple of those right clicks as well. A lot of magic damage though, like I have to say, on the other side.
Yeah, there is. And there's, you know, I mean, Doxia can buy a Pipe of Insight, which he is going for. Has it complete, but sadly might die here. Able to run away just in time. Shout out Ring of Tarask and Essence Ring, baby. Got the drip on your fingers, that'll keep you alive.
Tinker has an axe though. It's just completed.
Radiant.
Dude, are you a Shrink Ray enjoyer? Call that thought, Rain.
Yeah, Rain is just gone, oh my god. Dude, I love Shrink Ray. I think Shrink Ray is one of those spells that like is interesting, you know? I like a lot of, for me, Dota is at its best when it's interesting. Things that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And Shrink Ray definitely falls into that purview for me. It's only unfortunate that he's playing against the Tiny, because I think Shrink Ray is at its funniest against Tiny. That's so funny.
No growth allowed for the Tiny.
Also, by the way, earlier on you were asking a question about the Blink Dagger timings. Had any of them gone Kaya first? It turns out no. All of them, except for one. 5 of those 6 went for Blink Dagger first item overall after getting Bottle Boots. One of them went for a Holy Locket in between, but none of them had Kaya Blink at exactly this timing. So if we normalize for the gold spent, this is probably the fastest in the patch.
Yeah, I would assume so as well, because he just had a very good game. He's 5-0-1 right now. They do lose the AA, but that was a massive smoke coming from VP. So it's something similar to what was happening in the last game. You're not able to connect on any significant targets with the smokes from Dire. And the shard, at least, a little bit of luck for Virtus Pro. It doesn't go in the hands of AA. Instead, it's on Tiny. A position for Tiny shard is not really the best one when you don't even have tree grab. It's probably the worst one.
Crash, yep.
Yeah, you can't
smoke
use
up
it
right
even.
now, though. Rain is dead. Sorry, brother. We really appreciated you, gang, but you're gonna have to note our appreciation from within the fountain. And the same is true of 1J. He tried to TP out heads up, but unfortunately, they did not expend the Stormhammer or the Burrow Strike first time around, so had more than enough left in the chamber to get the additional kill.
Now this is Rosh. Straight up. Got strength into the pit. They killed them right next to the pit. Also, Tinker can help out quite a lot.
Do you think its laser should work on Roshan? I don't think it should, right?
And why not? He should become really small. A small Roshan.
No, I
cute,
mean the
look at him.
mischance. The mischance is my problem.
And he does have
Honestly,
to rearm it and everything. I feel like if laser doesn't work, then a lot of different spells shouldn't work as well.
Yes, I agree. Roshan should be extremely difficult. I want fewer Aegises being taken in the game.
No, interesting idea. Give Rosh like some superpowers. Give him an ulti.
Yep. Yes, actually. Overtune Roshan completely. In my ideal world of Dota, like, Roshan number 3 should be a rarity, right? Given the amount of goodies that he drops, it shouldn't just be like a common thing in the game past a certain point in time.
It's just a way of making the games end a little bit faster. That's it. Instead of everyone just hugging and imagine trying to do Rosh when it's that strong and you have like a 15k lead, but if you go into the pit you probably lose because the enemy ganks you while you're doing this massive beast.
Brother, one of my favorite metas of all time was like the TI3 Chinese meta, where everyone is just farming for 90 minutes. I love that shit so much. You don't have to sell me on this idea, bro. I already agree.
Wasn't that the Chen meta where everything ended 15 minutes in?
That was
Or am I
TI4.
crazy?
That was TI4.
That was 4.
TI4.
Okay.
TI3 was the Lone Druid anti-mage meta from China. Bottom. Stormhammer going in onto this Medusa, and they're gonna try and bring her down. Look at the damage that Ghost is dealing, but sadly he's taking just as much through the Medusa Stone Gaze as well as the Macropyre. He's gonna be forced to vacate the area, but now Noob goes in. Epicenter on top of the Hawk. The Darkseer has been eliminated from the fight. Look for the forward though, Storm! Oh my goodness, the Stormhammer was still on cooldown. It got a stun, but ends up losing his first life. That's an Aegis immediately taken away. Even though they had to commit the life of the Hawk, I think VP will definitely take it, not having to deal with the 5-minute Aegis, but they're still chasing. They find the Medusa. She doesn't have Stone Gaze. She does have support though. Do they have the follow-up damage? Not just yet. Omar needs to run away, ate a massive pot shot from the tower, and that should conclude with his life. Indeed, Rain is able to take him away, but now they want to re-engage. Enigma Galaxy going forward. Ghost unable to find the stun though. Everybody from VP retreated towards the west, and that will keep them safe.
You need an MKB on Sven. It's as simple as that. Like you are, they aren't able to take down this Medusa. You could see it around the Wisdom Shrine. I'm surprised that they even tried under the tier 2 tower, because it was obvious that she just isn't dying, especially now that they didn't have God's Strength. So maybe they'll buy it next. Maybe they'll get that MKB, and then Medusa also becomes an option. Possible kill.
Hurricane Pack now picked up by this Dragon Knight. So, Lorinov has just been quietly sitting in the background, accruing net worth. All of a sudden, he's number 5 on number 4 on the charts, excuse me. And it doesn't seem like he's gonna stop scaling anytime soon. Him and his team are gonna smoke and try find a target. Noob, though, sadly already blinked away. Tiny might not be so lucky, and indeed, Tiny's going to be the one that gets caught. Ice Path right on top of Omar, and he should end up dead.
I loved he's accruing net worth slowly, steadily. He's top 6 right now. I'm like, okay, ain't much, but it's honest work, you know. But yeah, he is recovering nicely. He didn't have the best lane. He didn't take down the towers that quickly for a standard Dragon Knight, but he is, like you said, managing to find some serious farm now.
We'll see what he goes for next. He can either go for the SNY, can go BKB, can go Brooch, can go Mjolnir. By the way, speaking of Revenant's Brooch, when was the last time you saw a Daedalus in one of your games?
Yeah, it's not that popular. It's all about the Brooch right now. Another kill that they get. Like, they can kill everyone, but they can't kill the Medusa for now. That's how it feels, at least.
2,000 gold away from Ghost having access to the MKB, so that's not going to be true forever. Still a tier 2 tower in the mid lane that they want to try and encroach upon. And we still see Sumail doing the shenanigans you mentioned earlier. Somehow being involved in the pushes and the defenses simultaneously.
Yeah, this is your Tinker 101 when he's having a good game. By the way, he didn't die in the last game or in this one just yet.
It's true. He lost the last game despite not dying. Oh, look at this hunt though. They're gonna find Lorinov. Jump onto him. He does not have a BKB. Here comes the Tinker. Epicenter being triggered out. Do they have a way to cancel this out? No. He gets out. There's no hex on the Tinker. Tiny too far away, so DK able to relatively peacefully go home.
A really good read that he can just force and TP out. He's going for Mjolnir next, by the way, not even queuing up the BKB, which is a brave considering just how much magic damage there is on the other side.
I like the idea of having Mjolnir, but I really think he needs some additional defense. But here they go for a fight. Gonna go top, attempting to defend the tier 2. The TP going forward from the Medusa. They initiate onto Ghost first and foremost. They did get the wall out onto him, but they don't manage to hold him within.
Oh, look at the backlines.
Closing out the backlines with a massive Burrow Strike. And look at the damage from Sumail. These heroes are falling very low. Nobody dead just yet, but now Ghost goes in. God Strength BKB able to rinse down the Hawk. Omar, unfortunately, will take a tumble as well in the opposite direction. Both teams will note this as a decent trade. Oh, GH, the final tick of the Ice Blast actually got to rain at the very end of the engagement. That is a massive boon for the side of Nigma Galaxy. However, Virtus Pro achieved the primary objective of defending their tier 2 tower.
Considering its 11k advantage for VP, disadvantage for VP, that's a pretty good fight for them, isn't it? Like, they trade not the best, but they weren't that far away from getting some crucial kills. Even Sven took so much damage in that full engagement. He does have an MKB now. And this is where the things become a little bit different for Nigma, because they have different options now. You don't necessarily only have to kill the supports. Now you can pick and choose the target. You can kill anyone.
Uh-oh. You also picked up a Serrated Shiv as a tier 3 neutral item. Uh-oh. That's going to be kind of scary. He also got the magic resist, so it's going to give him some additional time. Even if he gets jumped on by the DK, gets stunned up, they might not have enough damage to bring him down before he's able to pop the BKB Mask of Madness.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Thornoff might be the target. Yep.
Might jump on him. They miss with the Ice Blast, but do they have enough damage? Tinker is here, going in. They actually might be able to kill him, and they do. My goodness.
In the back,
massive hits. And now Burrow Strike also connecting onto 1J on the back edge of the fight. 1J being body blocked, unable to progress back into the base. And although he was able to find a path beyond the Sand King, he cannot do anything about the Stormhammer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They lose their two big defenders, and this should be a tier 2 tower as well. High ground probably not possible. God Strength is out. But it looks like they will force them at least. With Ghost popping his War Cry and moving into the tier 3, he forces the Hawk to move back, so that's somewhat of a bonus thing that you can get when winning a fight this close to the enemy base.
Yule Scepter also just picked up now by the Hawk, so has some kind of way to halt the progression of these heroes as they're trying to just jump into the fight. We also have these BKB duration decreasing steadily on the Sven as well as on the Tinker, so this Yule Scepter can have some degree of impact later on in the fight, but it's still gonna be a while before the Hawk feels really strong. He wants the Aghanim Scepter next. Right now, only has utility. Yule's hype, as well as the Vanguard right now for his squad.
Well, that's all you have to do, really. Bring utility, bring some control to the Medusa so that she can actually hit. Ags is, of course, nice, but let's see, Omar.
Jump onto this Medusa. Ice Blast will not connect, but they were waiting for this. VP was debating. Omar almost dead, but somehow still alive. Noob also falling very low, dusted up inside the Sandstorm. Do they have enough to kill him? No, they do not. He Burrow Strikes away. He's still going. BKB from Sumail with the lasers going in the opposite direction. Disables the Medusa's right click, and now the dive forward. Larnov able to get the kill onto the Sand King, but it's going to cost him his own life. Very aggressive dive in from VP, and now Ghost turning his attention towards the Medusa. Harpoon with the MKB. They want to find this kill, but his BKB is about to expire, so he does need to retreat.
Yeah, God Strength is out as well. The Hawk's Surge also, he has a shard, so helping out quite a bit in this fight. I'm not sure if that was worth it from DK to jump in and trade his life for the Sand King. I feel like it wasn't. But that whole engagement was kind of sloppy from Nigma. They jump in, they don't connect on their stuns, they get hit by Ice Pad, by the wall. 0 stuns connected on Medusa, so TA2000 just moved away after using Manta. Kind of a messy fight.
One of those engagements where afterwards you're like, man, I'm glad we're ahead, because that could have really gone south if the enemy team was stronger.
Well, it's indicative, right? Like the way this game is going, considering there's a 16k advantage for Nigma. It still feels kind of closer. At least the way these fights are going. It doesn't look like they have that huge advantage, but you can really feel the impact of Tinker. Like Defense Matrix, even though he is a core, he is still able to help out his teammates quite a lot. It's hard to kill these heroes when there's like a Gale Guard plus Defense Matrix on someone.
We also just saw at the end of the graph there, 55% win probability for Nigma.
Radiant's
That's not normally the number that is associated with an 18k gold lead. Should be much higher, but like you say, the game is still relatively even. But also, we also know that Dota Plus loves Medusa, loves Spectre. As long as those heroes are in the game, their squads will always be given an outsized chance to win.
Yeah, let's see. Ice Blast is used. It will miss everyone, though.
They still dive forward. Oh, ma. Okay, they get the Avalanche onto this Medusa illusion. That was... I feel like after you completely whiffed the AA Blast, diving like that was kind of crazy.
Nice
they don't find anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, they smoked up. They tried to get a kill pick off before Rosh. And because of God's Strength, they're going into the pit. But this is maybe the most dangerous play that they've made so far. They don't have Dragonite though around.
Oh, they find Dahak. They toss him back into the pit. Oh no! They kill him immediately. He came through to just open up the fight for his team, letting everybody find an entry point. But unfortunately, they had vision. Omar tosses him back, and now they can dive forward. Ghost with the harpoon onto Rain. They would love to find the Jakiro. Whose Gleipnir is that even? Stunning up all of these heroes. AA keeping them in position. But now they buy back on VP. They want to turn this all around. Ghost has access to an Aegis. He just wants out of here. Gets vacuumed though back onto the high ground. He simply cannot escape Liz. They found him within the corner. And as tanky as he is, nobody lost forever. They kill him and they also kill Sumengo. Holy base. Lornov finds that kill. Ghost able to get to the low ground. Omar bailing him out with the force off. Ghost blinking into the trees. He needs to get out. They find the Yule Scepter onto Omar. They prevent the tiny escape and they should be able to kill him. But he has secured the escape for his carry. However, the cost is massive, Liz. An Aegis, a Tinker, and a Tiny. And they only gained a Doxia buyback, or Jakiro buyback out of all of that.
And they got 2 buybacks. They lost the gem as well. So that's a bonus for VP. They get the gem on their side too. Very costly, like you said. And an advantage. The advantage was around 19k as the Hack. Okay, now 70 seconds without the Darkseer, that's a dieback. Now it's kind of messy.
No, it's fine, bro. If you buy back and win a fight, you'd rather die immediately before the enemy team is ready to capitalize so that you don't die back in a crucial situation.
5-head play right there.
That's what I tell my team whenever I buy back and die immediately to Ancients or whatever.
It was a really hard fight to take for Nigma, because Tinker cannot find a place where he's safe and behind his teammates. He's trying to help out Sven around the triangle, that is. And also, Ghost didn't have ulti. He used it, if you remember, in the first instance when they were smoked, so it was gone, that ulti, and the cooldown was just not there.
DK for Lornov is now starting to angle towards his BKB with the completed Mjolnir in his inventory. Starting to become a major problem as well, because this entire time, their primary focus from the side of Enigma Galaxy has been, how do we deal with this Medusa? But now you have this twofold problem, right? With the range of the DK, thanks to this Hurricane Pike Mjolnir, they can just position on 2 different parts of the fight and dish out obscene amounts of damage from either side.
They are smoking, by the way. Noob leading the charge once again to the same area, but no one is showing on the map, and they have a lot of wards thanks to the gem.
Radiant are scanning.
They're gonna find no one.
Do you also feel like VP are ahead right now?
Not really. They're in a decent position. I don't feel that they're ahead.
Let me find 1J. He's certainly not ahead. He is down below. Sent right back to the fountain. I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm just very concerned about the fact that Lornov has been keeping this much pace with these heroes, and the fact that the Medusa is the #1 mid worth. I don't think the other heroes have to do all that much except just set up the DK and the Medusa to do the damage. Even if they all die, I can envision a scenario where you get like some massive vac wall into a dead shot macro. All 3 of those heroes die, but then Medusa, DK have enough damage to clean up the rest of the fight. The big problem though is going to be Sumail. Sumail is a worry. Massive concern.
Recently we've seen a couple of games go from 20k advantage to 0 and back to 20k, but imagining Medusa solo carrying this is not too simple. There's just a lot of things that can disable her. Let's see, mid.
He's gonna jump for Ghost. He gets caught here. He does have BKB. There's going to be a turnaround onto Lornov, but still, the damage is being dealt onto Ghost. The Sven is falling lower and lower. Lornov does manage to get out. Laser eventually brings down Rain. CA2000 committed the Stone Gaze, and it will be enough to help them kill off Ghost. No Sven available. He committed everything. Used BKB, used Satanic, used God Strength, used Harpoon, and none of it mattered in the end.
Yeah, just absolutely isolated. That was the problem, and I feel like the Satanic was a bit too late to the latter end of the BKB. Nicely done with the Yules, by the way. The Yules was as his BKB is running out. He got caught by the end of the BKB. and couldn't hit anyone with the Satanic, couldn't heal up.
Power strike. Noob going to be able to find the catch onto the Hawk. So they get the kill onto this Dogs here, but here is Laranov looking to try and bring down Omar. Fails to do so. Sumail in with the lasers. Look at this.
Yep.
Sumail, stop it, bro. Oh my god. TA2000 trying to TP out, will not be allowed to do so. He will just end up losing his life.
And
well,
yeah.
I know I said Sumail was going to be a problem, but my god, I did not envision he would be the problem. Full team wipe in favor of Nigma.
Yeah. Basically without the carry as well, by the way. They didn't have their position 1. It was just a matter of time before the Tinker pops off. He's 11-1-9. And the network difference is mostly because of him. So this is the first time that it really felt like he was able to do whatever he wanted in these fights.
By the way, you know this death that he suffered in this game?
Yep.
It's his only death in this series.
Oh, so in game number 1 he didn't die at all, yeah, as well. Nice.
Nope. The king is back, baby. Here they are, pushing on the high ground. Looking for the tier 3 tower down bottom as well as in the mid lane. Ghost is pushing that with the God Strength. Bottom is being pushed by the Tinker. What will they do about this? 30 seconds, no Medusa. 15 seconds, no Dragon Knight. So you're guaranteed losing 1 lane of Rax. Let's see if it ends up being more than that.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They killed... Okay, they didn't take down the range Rax on mid, but they still had the glyph, by the way, so it won't really matter. Will they go back for the melee Raxes? It looks like they won't, yeah. They respect the Medusa too much. She will be up in a second.
Medusa. The Migos hero is out here trying to do her best to carry this game. You were mentioning earlier it's hard for her to carry solo. They definitely need Laranov to also pick up some slack here. Like, both of these heroes in tandem are required. They're gonna smoke up outside of the base. Okay. Trying to catch the side of Nigma Galaxy lacking. They might catch the Sand King in the lane. Oh no, he's gonna leave the river before they get there. It's too late.
Yeah, smoke is broken. And the blink out from Omar. Nicely done. Well read. It's so much easier now. The lanes are pushing in. You have the mid lane pushing. No one is defending it, so they read the smoke very easily. For Virtus.pro to win these next fights, they need to find a way to approach the Tinker. And that's probably not happening. He's got the level 25 200 AoE laser as well. Yeah, at this point, you know, you should have been controlling the Tinker earlier. That's usually the case.
Yeah. This Tinker, man. Man, if it was not any other hero, but there's so many other heroes where this game could have still been relatable for Virtus.pro. AD Rune picked up by TA2000, but sadly he doesn't have a bottle, so that's just a raw pickup. Nigma Galaxy just has to avoid him until the AD Rune expires now.
Well, they were saving it for Sven. That's why. And TA2000 was like, nope, yoink, just goes in, takes it away.
So Roshan is not that far away from respawning. Unfortunately, it's still extremely difficult for VP to be the ones to go into the pit first. You don't want to give them the opportunity for setting up an AA, Ice Blast, tiny jump in. Very complicated.
God Strength is up, Rosh is up. Yeah, if you're VP,